Thank you so much, and as the mayor of Miami Beach, welcome to our beautiful city, and thank you so much for being here. What a great crowd, and really appreciate you being here. You know, resiliency is a word that you hear a lot. It's a buzzword, but it means so much more. And we are actively working here in Miami Beach to address so many issues, combating flooding, replacing our aging infrastructure. And we're not just talking about it, we are making it a top priority. Wednesday, we have a commission meeting, and our stormwater infrastructure is literally one of the highlights of our meeting. Thank you. Clean water, reliable stormwater infrastructure, effective flood prevention. We view these issues like we would any other public safety and quality of life issue. We keep people safe on our streets, and we also need to keep people and our streets dry and their homes dry. And it's a top priority for our city, and we continue to make it a top priority. We're building our dunes. We're fortifying our seawalls. We have water all around us. Biscayne Bay has been a major topic of conversation, and making sure that we keep our Biscayne Bay pristine. There's a lot of efforts going around Miami-Dade County, other cities, and Miami Beach certainly. We're doing our part and then some. Thank you. And a big part of that is the upgrading of our aging infrastructure, because when pipes leak, that's where it goes. It goes into the bay. So we need to do our part, and we're making it a big priority to make sure that we do the upgrades before we have major issues. And we've seen that. I don't want to name the cities. You all know it. We've seen cities where it's become a major problem. So thank you for being here. Really enjoy our beautiful city, this conference. It's so important that we hear, listen, and then implement the innovative and groundbreaking ideas that we're going to hear throughout this conference. And now it's my honor and pleasure of introducing a huge supporter of Aspen Ideas, Maribel Perez Wadsworth, the new CEO of the Knight Foundation. Thank you so much. God bless.
And thank you so much, Mayor Minor. Like so many in our community, I am looking forward to your leadership of Miami Beach, and especially on the topic we're all here to talk about, climate resilience. As he said, my name is Maribel Perez Wadsworth. I'm president and CEO of the Knight Foundation. We're a foundation that is based here in South Florida and doing work to help communities be engaged and informed, because we think engaged and informed communities really are the ones that are going to drive solutions to our most pressing challenges. We need our communities, our neighbors, our elected officials, our business and civic leaders, local media, basically all of you here, to work together to address the threat of climate change. It's going to take all of us. We must work together to rise to meet this challenge. Here in South Florida, we are particularly at risk. It's estimated that by 2050, up to $23 billion in property across this region could be underwater. Last year was Miami's hottest summer on record, having broken the record set just 3 years earlier. Storms here are getting stronger, wetter, and longer. And still, Miami continues, as it has for generations, to be a beacon. Like my own family, people come here from all over the world seeking freedom and opportunity. That's why we are especially committed to developing solutions right here in South Florida so we can serve as a model for other communities. Last year, Knight Foundation invested $8 million in 2 leading Miami-based climate science groups, Miami Waterkeeper and the Everglades Foundation. Miami Waterkeeper advocates on behalf of our watershed, emphasizing adaptation to rising seas and maintaining access to fresh water. The Everglades Foundation is at the forefront of Everglades restoration and climate resiliency across the state. With our investment, we hope to see both of these organizations expand their reach along with their capacity to translate climate science for average citizens. We're also invested in the Miami-Dade Innovation Authority, which leverages public and private dollars to supply grants to pioneering companies working on solutions to challenges like climate change. And it's because of initiatives like these, along with the leadership of our County Mayor, Daniela Levine Cava, and partners like Florida International University, that last fall, the U.S. Economic Development Administration chose South Florida as one of 31 tech hubs and the only one designated as a climate resiliency hub. This designation will leverage our region's unique combination of coastal and marine infrastructure, energy-efficient building industries, and academic and research institutions to drive innovation in climate resilience, mitigation, and adaptation. And it also opens the potential for more than $50 million in new federal funding. Throughout my prior career as a journalist and media executive, I've seen firsthand the transformative power that access to quality, credible information can have on shaping the public discourse. And I'm passionate about ensuring that communities, especially this one, are equipped with the knowledge and resources that enable citizens to address pressing issues like climate change. Knight Foundation is proud to support this event alongside our partners, the Related Group and the Jorge M. Perez Family Foundation, and we are eager to join with you in the search for climate solutions. Over the next 2 days, I'm sure there will be a lot of great conversations and new connections made, sparking ideas and also new ways to collaborate. Each of us has a role to play. Each of us can contribute in ways both big and small. Together, we can and will rise to meet this challenge. And now, to set the tone for this week, a moment of reflection from artist Daniel Gomez Ortigoza on the invisible threads that bind us together. Thank you.
Welcome to this space. Take a moment to think about all the different decisions that have brought you right here, right now. I'm so grateful for the Aspen Institute being the thread braiding us together this evening. Please close your eyes for 1 minute. Breathe in. Breathe out. Notice how my air is now your air. Your air is now my air. And so we are together. My name is Daniela Gomez Ortigoza. I have a platform under the name of Journey of a Braid, where I share my understanding of braiding and how it is a portal into human unification. My practice consists in braiding circles, where I braid humans together, using ribbons that represent the invisible thread that braid us together. Breathe in, breathe out. The deepest truths are invisible to the eye. We must remember how to see beyond the material if we want to get this right. You are not yourself. You are crowds of others. Observe the synchronicities. The ritual of intentional braiding symbolizes uniting something that might seem frail on its own and making it into a cluster, imbuing it with strength, imbuing it with meaning. Breathe in, breathe out. My air, your air. Now look across the room. In total silence, find a person that you don't know, but whose energy is attracting you in some way. Find each other. Lock eyes. Look into her eyes. Look into his soul. Make a commitment to find that person and introduce yourself later. Let your intuition lead you, your inner wisdom. The power of the stranger lies in what they bring out in us. With strangers, there is this temporary reordering of a balancing act that each of us is constantly attempting between our past selves and our future selves, between who we have been and who we are becoming. If only for today, give up the story about who you were told you were. Let the version of who you actually are lead your way through this space. Throughout every interaction you have with others. What is your contribution towards the making of the world right now? You are here to design the future. So let's play together. Let's manifest together. Have you ever braided hair or an object? Have you ever realized the power of 3 strands? Of the collective, beyond the individual. Balance. It's all about the understanding of balance. It takes 3 strands. You have 3 strands. Perhaps you've thrown them or put them aside. Perhaps they spoke to you. They were right there next to your chair. Please take your 3 strands. They look similar to this, smaller version. Let's play. Perhaps braiding is your portal, the way it has been for me. 3 strands. Past, present, future. Matter, energy, consciousness. It's just 3 strands constantly balancing out. One of them always needs to go into the middle. No words needed. Your neighbor can actually help you hold the strands. Perfect way to have a conversation. So pick the one on the right side, guide it to the middle. Take the strand furthest to the left, guide it to the middle. Back to the strand of the right. This symbolizes a peak emotion. You bring it back into the middle, center it. Take the strand furthest to the left. That one carried fear. Another peak emotion that you need to balance. Have you realized how your mind is manifesting this simple movement? You order your hands to move and they move, your fingers. How wise they are. You can just move them. We get used to those things, but think of it. You're manifesting this braid with your mind. You're guiding your hands. What else do you have the power to manifest right now? This is not about perfection. This will actually be a bracelet for you to carry. It's a manifestation of your intention in your wrist, the same way that I do with my hair on a daily basis. 3 strands. Bring the loose end back into the middle. What's going to make you find that strength? From the individual to the universal, clearing the energy of this planet. You are to this universe the same as a wave. The real you is the whole universe. We have been taught we exist only within our skin. But the reality is that our full body is our total external environment. 3 strands. Your hands, your mind, but more than anything, your heart. 3 strands. A lot of the emptiness that we're feeling right now as humankind is because we feel alone. But the reality is that we're alone together, just like drops of water are alone, but they exist in the ocean. Turn this into a knot. May we braid ourselves together in purpose and vision. What is the contribution that you're bringing to the world right now? You are here to design the future. In a non-traditional culture such as ours, dominated by phones and by technology, we value information way more than we do wisdom. But there is a deep difference between those two. Information is just about data, but wisdom involves a crucial function: the quieting of the mind, the application of the heart, and the alchemy of reason and feeling. In the wisdom mode, we're not processing information just sequentially. We're actually standing back and viewing the whole, discerning what matters and what does not, weighing the meaning and the depth of things. This quality of wisdom is rare in our culture. More often than not, we have people with a lot of information. We haven't cultivated the quality of mind from which wisdom truly arises. I want this week to challenge you to be wise. Your work and your body has a higher purpose, whether you know it or not. You are a conduit for the universe. May we see the world for what it is: abundance. May we realize we already have all the answers. We just need you to execute it. You can only integrate them if you own all your pieces. Everything that is denied is seen as the other. You are here. I trust in your wisdom. I trust in our wisdom. Let's be wise together.
Hi, everybody. Humbling to come after such beautiful words, but I am so delighted to be here at the Aspen Ideas Climate and to share the stage in just a moment with America's weatherman, Al Roker. You know, Al, I don't know if you can hear me, but in all your decades of forecasting, he's really opened our eyes, our country's eyes, to the chaos and the ruin of extreme weather, and including the fact that just last year, America experienced the largest number of extreme weather events on record, again, this time 28, and the trajectory keeps getting worse. As you're probably aware, more events every year, more money spent after the fact to clean up after years of inaction. This is an example. In the 1980s, these massive disasters cost the U.S. on average about $21 billion a year. In the 1990s, it was $33 billion a year, and last year it was $100 billion, just close shy of $100 billion. So, I don't have to tell you all are completely savvy about all of this and the trajectory of these, but sometimes, in addition to speaking with our hearts, sometimes it is good to have a bit of data to be able to share with others who may not put it all together and in context. And in the heartbreak of these disasters, I've actually seen up close in my job as Energy Secretary last August in Maui. You all are familiar with the brush fire that the upcountry sparked in Hawaii, while another fire in Lahaina, which was fueled, of course, by hurricane winds and record dry weather, scorched the earth. They consumed the island. Cars with melted glass and melted tires and melted windows and gnarled pieces on the ground. People who had to flee from their homes within minutes. The fire burning so quickly that people had to literally run into the sea to get away from it. And when I was there and met with survivors, my counterparts from FEMA told me that the fires burned so hot that search and rescue teams could only go for 20 minutes at a time because their shoes would melt. Then there's Puerto Rico, an ocean away. Here, you see a picture of me. This is in the Puerto Rican city of Bayamón. There is a small household, 3 generations living there, a gentle elderly grandmother who's wheelchair bound. There you see the daughter, who is a cancer patient, and in the next room is her 20-year-old grandson who has cerebral palsy, and he's attached to a breathing machine. And each time the island is battered by a storm, they pray that their electricity stays on. The PTSD on the island of Puerto Rico is real. Storms mean life and death. Rising sea levels, obviously. Stronger hurricane means worse storm surges, and it puts the grid in more jeopardy. They have a terrible grid, and it's getting worse all the time, even though we're investing to try to rebuild the grid and put 100% renewable energy on the rooftops of every single house that we possibly can in Puerto Rico, including with storage. But in Puerto Rico, power means more than life, means more than lights. It means life. And we see this as well everywhere. I mean, you see it in Florida clearly. It's a familiar story in Miami Beach, where folks are asking themselves these questions, you know, is my home high enough to be able to escape this? How much am I willing to pay for property insurance? Will the places where I grew up, the schools I went to, the parks I played in, the grocery stores we shopped at, they'll still be standing even in 15 years? In fact, there was a study that was recently out that showed that 60% of Miami is going to be underwater by 2060 if we do not get our act together. So, as Energy Secretary, I travel to these places, and I'm honored to do so on behalf of the President of the United States, because he recognizes the threat of climate change. And I want to let that sink in for a second, because that's no guarantee in a president. Joe Biden sees the threat of climate change, and he has done more about it than any American president ever has. You know this, he's enacted the biggest climate laws in American history, laws that create energy, laws that offer unprecedented grants and loans and tax credits that make it irresistible for companies to produce solar and wind and manufacture EVs and batteries and generate nuclear power and clean hydrogen. 3 years into this administration, I come to report that for all you policy nerds out there, you gotta love it, because the strategy is working. Because of these actions, we are on a path to saving our planet. Just let's take solar, for example. Last year, America built and produced the most solar energy in our history. To put that in context, we produced enough solar power to power all of the University of Miami campuses for more than 853 years. Or put another way, we built enough power for 13 Hoover dams worth of power just last year. And that is because companies took us up on our incentives and announced 109 new and expanded solar manufacturing plants across America. Consumers took us up on our incentives to install solar on their homes. This is happening all across America. Consider wind. Last year, the US produced enough wind to power, another Florida example, Disney's entire electricity needs 215 times over. And then if you consider wind and solar, this year, for the first time in American history, we expect energy from wind and solar to outpace coal generation. Yes. And you know, the good news keeps on rolling in with EVs. In 2023, Americans smashed the record by buying 1.4 million EVs. Sales have quadrupled under the president's term. And, you know, by our estimates, up to 65% of new cars sold will be electric by 2030. If you look at nuclear, it's for the first time in decades, new nuclear units have come online in the US. Together, Vogtle 3 and 4 are going to generate enough clean energy equivalent to power 1 million Florida homes and businesses every year. Clean hydrogen, you can see on this chart, there's more hydrogen electrolyzers coming down the pike than ever before. Electrolyzers means green hydrogen. Last fall, the president announced $7 billion to create 7 clean hydrogen hubs, full ecosystems of producers and consumers and connective infrastructure. That chart doesn't even include those hubs. And by replacing natural gas and diesel, these hubs are going to slash 25 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions every year, more than 7 years of carbon emissions from the city of Miami, for example. Add it all up, and you get a clean energy revolution. By 2030, we're on pace to double clean electricity. 80% of our electricity will be clean. We're on pace to cut emissions for sure by 40% because of Bill and Ira, and then 50% with additional action by state and local and other partners. We're on pace to prevent up to 18,000 deaths from air pollution, 118,000 asthma attacks. I mean, think about it. I mean, that family in Bayamon, real life consequences for real people. But, of course, the job is not done. The red shaded area on this graph shows where America would be without the president's climate laws. The green shows where we will be because of them. And then check out the blue. The blue shows where we need to be if we're going to hit net zero emissions by 2050. We've got to add 2,000 gigawatts of clean energy and storage capacity to the grid. That's almost double the total generation capacity that we've got right now. We've got to build new transmission lines at twice our current speed. We've got to do advanced reconductoring and grid enhancing technologies. We've got to strengthen our partnerships both here and abroad. We've got to share technology. We've got to hold each other accountable to our goals. And, you know, if you look at the blue, you'll see that these things are within our grasp. It is not a given. We have to work like heck. We have to adopt more policy, but it is possible. And, you know, this is where we're going to be if we roll our progress back. So we are at a moment. We are at this incredible point. We do not want to be undoing 3 years, not just 3 years really, but decades of work by the people in this room. People that have moved us forward. People, thank you, who helped the president to pass his climate laws. I know that there are so many in this place who have made this possible. And sometimes when you are in the middle of history, of a history-making moment, sometimes it's hard to tell because you're in the middle of it. But when you look back, this is going to be the moment that decided it all. America has never had the tools or the money that it does today to take on climate change. So join us. Join us. If you're an activist, help us protect these landmark climate laws. If you're an investor, help us fund this clean energy revolution. If you're a graduate, join the American Climate Corps. Help lead our country's climate workforce. If you're an American who gives a damn about the fate of this planet, our one and only shared home, come and join this fight. There's this old parable prayer about a man who goes before God, is passed away, and God says to him at the pearly gates, show me your wounds, your scars. And if he has no scars, God says, was there nothing worth fighting for? At the end of the day, may we all bear the scars of this, the most important fight in the history of the world. Thank you so much.
Everybody all together. Everybody feel better?
Yes.
Excellent. How's everybody doing? Wow, that was really tepid. How's everybody doing? Come on.
Come on.
Let's show a little energy. Energy, secretary. Anyway, it's going to be a long 17 minutes. You know, Secretary Granholm, you've listed out a number of the initiatives that you're all rolling out here, and polling shows that a lot of Americans, climate may still not be at the top of their list. Although, I think when I go out and I'm doing stories and I'm talking with people, I think the polling is missing that. I think people are intrinsically concerned about our climate. What's your feeling on that?
Well, when you see the number of these extreme weather events and how they have cascaded all across the country, I think that people are getting that, hey, this, how many records are we going to break every year? Last year, record-breaking year, it's going to be the coolest year we've ever experienced if we don't get our act together, right? So I think that there's starting to be a realization. I do, this crowd is very savvy, and they've all done a lot of polling and know the language that has been resonant in the past up to this point has been language often, depending on your audience, right, around for communities that have not really, that think, they're skeptical, the language around jobs and the economy, the economy of clean energy, future-facing jobs your kids can take on, that's resonant. But I do think that these events are speaking for themselves, right? Are speaking for people. I'm glad to hear that you're feeling like there seems to be some kind of shift in the direction of recognition that this is the existential crisis of our time.
Yeah, as you know, we report on it during the day and on the Today Show and our NBC News Climate Unit. We do these different stories. I think people are looking for solutions. So, and I think connections have to be made. So as you roll out infrastructure, as you roll out these initiatives, how do you make sure people make that connection?
Yeah, it's a really great question. It's one of the reasons why the president, you'll be hearing from Deb Haaland shortly, right, is sent the cabinet around to so many states. What I like to do in states, because it's within my jurisdiction, is to break it down for what it means for a family, a person. So, for example, if I visit a homeowner in Tennessee who had their house weatherized because the president's agenda has plussed up the weatherization funding, tenfold. But those numbers, billions of dollars, that doesn't mean anything to anybody. But when somebody pulls out their electric bill after their home has been weatherized and they show you the bill before and they show you the bill after and they've saved $300 because they've weatherized their home, that's real. It's very human. And so those stories around the country are really important. And the second bit of story around the country that I think is starting to resonate is that in all of these states, even in states that might be considered more skeptical, so much of these investments in manufacturing facilities, et cetera, building batteries and EVs and solar panels. We're building all these solar panels in Georgia and Alabama and Ohio. And people love that notion of their kids working at a future-facing career in clean energy. They love the notion of people being able to stay in their community. These jobs are really great jobs. And so because of those investments around the country and all the pockets of America, I feel like that is another way that it's resonant. So stories on the ground of people getting jobs in this space, good paying jobs, union jobs, and the story of how individuals may be benefiting from adopting some of these technologies, I think are ways to get it out. Now, the question is, how do you take one little story and amplify it when we have such a bifurcated, trifurcated, multifurcated media environment, right? I mean, it takes a lot of strategy to be able to do that. Unfortunately, there's a lot of great strategists who are in the room trying to figure that out as I speak.
You were talking about these clean energy jobs. We've been kind of leaders in propane and natural gas, things like that. But how difficult? There's just a story in the news recently about China moving forward to become dominant, energy dominant in clean energy.
Yeah.
How are we going to compete with that? How are we going to make sure that we're the dominant factor?
Well, let's just say this. There's enough work to go around. China has a lot of work to do, and I'm glad that they are investing in a lot of solar, for example, but they're also still investing in coal. They want to be leading on electric vehicles. So do we. This is from a dominance perspective, these laws that we have passed in the United States have really put us on the path to meet our goals, our strategy from COP and Paris, et cetera. That's not so much the case with China, but we have got the technology here. The technologies always start here. We've got 17 national labs at the DOE that we are working on next generation technologies. We always, they go from concept to lab to, maybe early stage deployment, early stage demonstration. And then in the past, China has come and has been successful in, because of their industrial strategy, in luring those investments there. And this is why what the president has done is so remarkable, because he has said, no, we're not going to just sit back and allow other countries to poach our technology. We're going to create an environment that makes the United States the irresistible nation to invest. And most companies, certainly in the industrialized world, prefer to work with countries where there's rule of law and where their IP is not stolen and all of that. And so the United States becomes now a place where we put these 30% tax credits on the table, and we are competitive with other countries that are also doing a lot of industrial strategy as well. So to me, this strategy of creating a green industrial strategy and focusing on the supply chains where we've lost a lot of it, including incentivizing, identifying, pulling those here, it's working. 600 factories have announced that they are opening up in the United States in all pockets of the country since these bills were passed. So
talk about that. The government can't do this by itself.
No, we say that's right.
There has to be a private,
completely. It's private sector led, government enabled is how we describe it. Because obviously the private sector has got to be doing this. And then, the Inflation Reduction Act provides great tax credits, but obviously the private sector's got to be doing the investment in the capital as well.
Well, you talk about the IRA. The Republican Party they have a narrow majority, and they've on record have voted 31 times to try to repeal this thing. As we're looking ahead to 8 months and a re-election, how durable is this act when it comes to a change in administration?
Well, let me say a couple things. One is the tax credits are 10 years. So we're expecting that those tax credits are going to stay in place. People have acted in reliance upon those tax credits. They're still going into the ground right now as a result of that reliance. So it is highly unlikely that you would get a Congress that would undo all of that, especially since 60% or so of these investments have gone to red states. So this is part of the strategy we've been obsessed with at the Department of Energy. Deploy, 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 deploy. We've got to get this out as much as possible, as fast as we possibly can, because we want it to stick. And I just feel like it would be, it would just not happen, that it would be undone once all of these investments are out, because the business community would go crazy.
Yeah. I'm old enough to remember the Peace Corps, how important the Peace Corps was. talk to me about the American Climate Corps.
No, the Peace Corps still exists.
I know, but
Okay.
I do. We weren't burying the Peace Corps, but in
Back in
addition
the
to the
day-
Peace Corps, I remember back before it was just the Corps. But the American Climate Corps, what, as a young person thinking about this, what excites you about that?
Well, first of all, young people are totally focused, so many young people are totally focused on climate and climate change and feeling like they have a responsibility to make a difference in this. And this will give, so we started out with 20,000, the goal was to get 20,000 young people to be partnered with through AmeriCorps, et cetera, and with the positions that we're creating inside of the federal government as a partner. And then he announced, the president announced he wants to get to 60,000 by 2030. That is an army of climate warriors, which is fantastic. I mean, the more people who work in this area, the more committed they are to it, the more determined they are that stuff won't go backwards, but only forwards. I think, you know, to me, those are warriors I want to be in the trenches with.
You know, so much about climate tends to disproportionately affect communities of color, communities that are disadvantaged. You know, your administration, you know, you have $366 million to prioritize renewable energy on tribal land. You know, so many communities that have people of color are being disproportionately affected. How important is this when it comes to environmental injustice to try to rectify that?
Yeah, this is such an important piece of the structure of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, that the incentives to address structural inequity by embedding structural equity into the incentives is really important. So for example, say you are a solar developer and you want to do a community solar project. If you get a 30% tax credit, not just a tax deduction, tax credit, right? On top of that, if you locate that project in a disadvantaged community, you get another 10% stacked on. If you use American content, meaning US-made solar panels, you get another 10% tacked onto it. If you pay prevailing wage and use apprenticeships, you get another 10% tacked on. If you're going to a tribal community, you might get another 10 to 20% tacked on. You could get up to 70% tax credit for this, going to places that have been burdened. And we know, I mean, here in Miami, every community, the poor bear the disproportionate burden, both in cost and in health. And, you know, communities have been bisected by not just freeways, but by refineries, and it's wrong. And so, number one, the tax incentives in the Inflation Reduction Act take us a good way to repair and heal. The second, and by the way, just one piece of data on that is that studies have shown since the passage, the investments that have been 2 times the investments have gone to disadvantaged communities than to other communities that are in similar populations. So it's been working. The president, of course, has a Justice 40 initiative. It was one of the first executive orders that he signed to make sure that 40% of the benefits of these investments go to disadvantaged communities, communities of color. And so the Department of Energy, so we've got tax credits for the Inflation Reduction Act, and we have grants, right, for the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And they work together. One creates supply, one creates demand. On the supply side, on the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law side, when a company is applying for a funding opportunity announcement at the DOE, for the first time in the history of the DOE, we require a community benefits plan for them to be able to get the funding, and their proposal is graded on the strength of that plan. 20% of their overall, you know, they have to have technical merit, et cetera, but they have to have a community benefits plan, and that means the community has to be at the table. What are the jobs that will go to the community? What is the health benefits that will renown to the community? So those factors are really important for us. We have created a whole new office of energy justice and equity to be able to help oversee our efforts in this. And to me, too, this is something that's really important to be durable, and to embed in our processes so that the next energy secretary does not undo it.
Assuming there is a next.
Well, somebody, there will be at some point, there will be
a change.
Right,
One doesn't know.
change.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. In closing, what do you know that makes you feel optimistic about where we're going?
Well, I feel so lucky to be Energy Secretary at this moment, having access to the 17 national labs who do all of this modeling. And what makes me feel optimistic is what I was showing before you came out, is the trajectory of the ability for us to get to net zero by 2050, to really be leading in the world on how it's done, makes me so happy. Not Pollyanna, we have a work to do, but I feel like we have taken the biggest step of certainly my lifetime to be able to address climate change, and that makes me extraordinarily happy.
All right. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm, thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for what you do.
I'm Dan Gelber. I'm the former mayor of Miami Beach. You happy I'm not the mayor anymore? Is that the deal? It's great to be a former mayor. I get to sit in terrible traffic and curse somebody else's name instead of my own, so it's been great. And it's really, you know, I just want to welcome you all here. I guess about 30 years ago, I met Dan Porterfield on the basketball court. We became immediate friends. He loves to pass, and I'm a volume shooter, and so we got along very well. And the truth of the matter is, the best part of my game is trash talking. And he is a person of incredible and generous spirit and never seemed to get upset about it. So we stayed friends for decades. And about 4 or 5 years ago, I called him. He had just, I guess, become the CEO, the president of the Aspen Institute, which is a big job. And I immediately called him to make fun of him because that's what trash talkers do. And I said, the Aspen Institute on its website says they are going to solve, quote, the most important challenges facing the world. And I said, not the second most important, not just substantial challenges, you're going for the most important challenges, number one. So he took that seriously, and here we are today for the 3rd annual Aspen Climate Festival in Miami Beach. And the truth of the matter is, you couldn't think of something as important as this, something as audacious as solving this issue. And this is the best place to have it because our city is a 7.5-mile island built on porous limestone where our residents see sunny day flooding on a regular basis. So we're seeing it. But in my view, there's really 2 parts to solving this problem. The first part is getting the know-how down, figuring out the engineering solutions, the science, understanding the behavioral modifications that have to happen, figuring out what the route is to solve this problem because it is, I believe, 100% a surmountable problem. And that is what the first part of this conference is all about. But the second part of this conference is about having the political will to take those actions, no matter how inconvenient, no matter how difficult, no matter how costly, because there's just no other option. And that is why at this conference, not only are the smartest people in the world here who know this topic from a science and technology and engineering perspective, but we also have public officials, leaders from other countries. The great mayor of Cleveland, Justin Bibb, brought 50 climate mayors here so they could be part of this discussion and help solve this problem. And so for me, I couldn't thank you all enough for coming here, because for my city to have this amount of critical mass of brain power and willpower at our doorstep helps us as it will help everybody. But I do want to thank first my friend Dan Porterfield. The truth of the matter is he was a great teammate in every way, and I think I've never said that to you publicly. And he is the 2nd best basketball player on this podium. All right, the trash talking never ends. But really what the Aspen Institute has done in sponsoring this and doing this for now 3 years and hopefully forever is it said, we're going to do this till we solve the problem. And that's an incredibly audacious goal, but an incredibly critical one. So thank you, Dan Porterfield.
Thank you, sir.
And I also, I need to thank my former chief of staff, who's also really one of my closest friends. Michelle Berger has been really instrumental in putting this whole thing together every year. And if you want anything done in the world, she'll take care of it. So with that, all right, I'll say for now, the best basketball player on the podium, only because I'm about to get off the podium, Dan Porterfield.
Thank you, Mayor Gelber. He is, I think, the best basketball player on the podium. It's true that he loved to shoot, and I like to pass. So playing with Mayor Gelber all those years, turns out it made me a much better rebounder, too. Well, we are in love with Miami Beach and the greater Miami community in South Florida. It's such a privilege for the Aspen Institute to be partners with you, Dan, with the entire community. And I strongly feel, having been doing this now a couple of years and met many leaders in the climate space, that Mayor Gelber, his partner, Michelle Berger, are really two exceptional, exceptional leaders who have made it possible for us to be here today. And I also would like to thank a few others that have made it possible. Mayor Steve Miner, you heard from tonight, our first chance to work together with him. The Knight Foundation president is also new, Maribel Perez Wadsworth, a fantastic leader. We're very grateful to their support to make this possible. Mayor Daniela Levine Cava from Miami-Dade County, and Mayor Francis Suarez from the city of Miami, incredibly important supporters. Thank you for them. Speaking of teams, the Aspen Institute has the greatest board of trustees in nonprofit America. And out there somewhere is our board chair, Margot Pritzker, who's done so much to help us pull it together to emphasize a few key priority areas, especially including this work. Also, our program leaders, and I would like to especially call out Greg Gershuni, Maria Ortiz Perez, Graham Veazey, and our public programs team. Please join me in thanking all of those colleagues. There is a big group of sponsors here in South Florida supporting this convening 3 times now, and so they include as title partners, the Knight Foundation, the Related Group, the Jorge M. Perez Family Foundation, as well as sponsors Stuart Miller and the Lennar Foundation. Thank you to our sponsors for making this possible. And as Dan said, the Aspen Institute is a global nonprofit organization whose purpose is to ignite human potential and build understanding and new possibilities. We do that in many ways and places, but always through dialogue, through convening, through listening, through practical problem solving. Our vision is for free, just, and equitable societies, and we believe that everybody has a role to play in bringing that vision to reality. Nothing's more important, we believe, towards that than engaging a broad spectrum of people from all walks of life for smart, open, informed, nonpartisan, engaging dialogue that leads to learning and solutions. That's what this convening has been all about now for 3 years, and so much good has come out of it here in Florida and around the country. The work of the Aspen Institute on various carbon reduction programs has expanded considerably because of the ideas that we've all shared in this setting. We are firmly fact-based here, solutions-oriented. We try to highlight research, community wisdom, energy innovations, new technologies, new policy approaches, change-making across the board, always with people together like you, builders and doers, envisioning a better world for our children and for our futures. So thank you all for being here. Enjoy the conference, and we look forward to all of the new ideas that will come out of our conversations today.
So, any questions on what we've covered so far?
It's perfectly good to me. I'm done.
So you have a thing. You have All in America. Cities All in America.
That's very close. It's America is all in. Aren't we?
America's all in.
America is all in.
And so
Do they have any interest in what we're all in?
I'm very interested. I don't know about these people.
Well, we were chatting earlier about all the work that both of us are doing, and I think the one thing that connects us in an obsessive way is to try to address the climate challenge. And one of the things I'm doing is I'm joining Bloomberg's America is All In effort, and that's basically an opportunity to deal with about 5,000 people that really care about climate action. And we're going out and we're doing some traveling and we're doing a tour to talk to all of the states that we can and cities we can and reach them, like places like Cleveland, Ohio, we're going, Houston, Texas, Seattle, Washington. That's all on the agenda for the next few months or so. And we're going to talk about the Inflation Reduction Act, all the resources that are available and opportunities, and how all of these cities and communities can access this money so no one's left behind.
So, 5,000 people.
Yeah.
Where did they come from? How did 5,000 people find each other?
Oh, they're from all different kinds of arenas. They're state governors, they're mayors, they're members of coalitions that deal with clean air. They're folks that are in the hospital sector. They're folks that are in the business sector. You know, basically they bring a level of coordinated expertise to these issues so that people can understand that there's challenges that we all face, but we can actually work together to address this challenge.
So the places you mentioned were cities.
That's correct.
So I don't know if you heard about this, but the United States is divided.
In what way?
Politically.
I
You probably haven't
realize
heard
that.
anything about it. But anyway, so how do us in the concerned community of climate concerned people, the deep question is, how do we reach people who are not on board, who are not concerned with climate change? You know, there are people running for president of the United States, and one guy and all his sycophants who are not on board with this. They don't acknowledge that climate change is a problem, let alone what anybody's going to do about it. And it is largely cities versus not cities. So does America All In have a plan to go to not cities? Notcities.com.
I think that we're certainly doing a lot more than just in 3 or 4 cities. Those are the ones we're traveling to. But if you look at it, Houston is not the bastion of blue.
No, not exactly.
So,
no.
You know, part of the issue is on climate is, we're going out talking about, the 300 plus billions of dollars in investment, the 200 plus thousand jobs that have been created through the Inflation Reduction Act. And frankly, you don't have to be a climate advocate to be smart that there's money on the table, and the shift to clean energy is going to make money. The shift to clean energy is going to clean up our air. The shift to clean energy is going to be the path forward for many cities to actually save families money. So there's many benefits that are much more sort of personal that we have to talk about, or else we're just going to keep spinning our wheel and not address what is the global existential challenge of our time, which is climate change. So I'll go to Houston, we'll talk to anybody. The issue is that we have to get real, we have to get moving, and the time is too short to sit around being negative or arguing about whether climate change is real. If they don't want to talk about that, then take the money, go to clean energy, still maintain your own sort of wing of ideas of what's right and what's wrong, but let's just get moving.
Done. That's simple.
I think that's it.
So
How do you deal with people that actually...
I haven't figured it out, man. I've been trying
Get the question out.
well, I've been
I
trying
mean, but
to.
you do this all the time. You must run into it, right?
That's all I do is run into it. Is people who do not want to face the truth.
Yeah.
And you know, I used to work in the oil field. People do not realize this. People were talking about Texas earlier today. I used to work in Snyder. Anyone? Snyder, Texas? It's a little, the stage is a little bigger than Snyder, Texas. But they have, it is just oil wells, as far as you can see, you know, just one right next to each other. And now they're building enormous wind turbines in West Texas. But the problem is still getting the electricity from out there to where it's needed most. So with this in mind, I'm all for these, like weatherizing people's homes.
Yep.
These individual actions. And I say all the time, recycling bottles is great. Kooky for it. Recycling paper is good, but that's not
It's not going to make
these
it.
big things that we need. So do you have, are you all involved in big things? Of course she is. What big things are you involved in?
Yes, a few things that I think of as big. You know, I think the work that we're trying to do on America's All In is a really big thing. You know, because, you know, I worked on the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed. And really, it was built on the premise that if you don't want to argue about climate change, that's fine, but you should argue about getting good jobs, and a lot of them. You should argue about saving families money. You should argue about growing really good paying union jobs, too. That would be good. So there are so many ways in which I think you can connect as a human being to this issue that doesn't have to get in the sort of make you turn to some political, you know, arena that doesn't allow you to act, you know, act in your own best interest. So I work in America's All In, but I'm also working for a couple of private investment companies who actually want to invest in emerging technologies in the global south.
What are they investing in?
I think
What are they
that's good.
investing in?
They're investing in clean energy.
You'd have to
They're
kill us.
investing
What
in
specifically?
advancing food systems in India. They're investing in advancing clean water in Africa. These are fundamental staples that every country in the world needs to have if you want to continue to actually mature these economies. So I'm not interested in single solar arrays in the middle of nowhere. I want system change. I want to actually recognize that the United States has an obligation to provide resources to the countries that we have damaged with our greenhouse gas emissions. I think it's time. And if we can do it in a way that advances sustainable economies, it advances national security and international security for all of us.
Are you saying
That
we
makes
wouldn't
sense.
have to fight wars overseas to get oil if we had electricity here renewably? That's crazy.
It may sound like pie in the sky, but I actually think there's a reality to that, yeah.
Well, the other thing, there's this, you can feel guilty as somebody who grew up in the developed world, that we pumped out all these greenhouse gases and the world's warming and it's all our fault and all, then that's very reasonable. But the other thing is all that energy enabled the developed world to come up with all this crazy technology. You know, if you're living without electricity, you probably will not invent a transistor, for example. Probably not. And so it's in everybody's best interest. I say all the time, people are more alike than they are different. We are all in this together. Nobody's leaving the Earth. You know, I work in space exploration, advancing space science and exploration with the Planetary Society. People, we're not going to go live on Mars. Like, just, I mean, I love you all, but when you open the door of the spacecraft.
Elon Musk thinks we're going.
Well, he said he wants to die there, but not on impact. Which I get it, you know. So you guys, many years ago, this is when Elon Musk, you brought up Elon Musk. He's a hugely influential
Why
guy.
did I do this?
So everybody, do you know Elon Musk is nominally the second richest guy in the world. Do you know the richest
No,
guy?
I thought he was number one.
No, Putin is Vladimir Putin is the richest guy in the world.
Yeah.
It hasn't affected his politics, so that's irony, everybody. But people, years ago, Elon Musk would be introduced as Elon Musk, founder of PayPal. There weren't even hyphens. This is Elon Musk, founder of PayPal. PayPal, you know, the online money thing. And then he had this vision of building rockets and this and that. I gave him a ride to the airport a long time ago. And he's changed. I would say he's changed. But everybody...
In what way has he changed?
Well, whatever I'm going to say is going to end my career. But
okay, then.
He's less one of us than when I met him. But understand, he wanted to go to Mars. This is a digression, but only a little one. He wanted to go to Mars, and he went to the scientific engineering community. How do I get to Mars? And everybody pointed out, that in general, you don't want to build a rocket so big it could leave Earth and go all the way to Mars or the moon. You want to build rockets to go in Earth orbit, and then you'd refuel, you'd build up a rocket in Earth orbit and then go on to Mars. And so he embraced this, and say what you will, but SpaceX had almost 100 launches last year. This is the most exciting time in space exploration since the Apollo era. And say what you will, but in the background of both Musk's vision and Jeff Bezos' vision is making renewable rocket fuel. Making rocket fuel right out of carbon dioxide in the air.
My family's going to be really excited about that opportunity.
Who will?
My family.
Your whole family? Yeah, let's go. And there's a few people I wouldn't mind sending to Mars. No, really.
I think there are a number that are from Mars right now.
I have some ideas. But you guys, if this pursuit of this extraordinary goal leads to a way to make essentially kerosene, diesel fuel out of air, that would be cool as heck. You know, if we could make renewable aviation fuel, everybody's SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. Airplane fuel and rocket fuel are very close. It's just, there's some additives to keep it from freezing and stuff. But if we could do that, then we could keep our planes flying. We wouldn't have to change everything. It could be fantastic. So I always say, let's go. So with that in mind, are you involved in, I'm going to call factories for making fuel, factories for taking municipal solid waste and doing something?
Yeah, in a few cases, yeah. I mean, I'm involved in anything that's going to get me to where I think we need to go, which
For example?
Well, I'm working with a company right now that is working on how to, well, one of them is easy. It's working on HFCs, hydrofluorocarbons, and how do you begin to get them out of the system.
Stop making them and using them?
Yeah. And shift to things that are so much less carbon intensive. So that's a really good thing.
When I worked in a bike shop.
A what?
A bicycle shop.
Okay.
A what? Yes. I was younger. Anyway, the worship solvent, if you could get Freon.
Oh, yeah.
You could get, chlorinated fluorocarbon to squirt on the mechanical parts, they would get so clean. And then in 1983 or 5, Sherry discovered ozone being broken down by chlorinated fluorocarbons. What's his last name? Help me out.
I can't think of it. Say it again? Well, we can move on.
Oh, really? Anyway, then everybody freaked out. Everybody was wringing their hands. Oh my gosh.
Does anybody know what we're talking about? Or does everybody know what we're talking about?
So you want to
I'm not sure I do. So
well, you want to clean grease off of things. It happens. Their cars have grease on them. Bicycle chains have grease on them. The same thing that's used as an efficient refrigerant, the fluid that flows through a refrigerator, also turns out to be a great degreaser. Everybody was freaking out when it was discovered that this stuff causes ozone to break down, that the O3 becomes O2 very fast and doesn't replenish.
Remember the hole in the ozone layer?
The hole in the ozone is slowly healing because the man, who was probably a woman, passed legislation to keep it from being used, and so people were wringing their hands, freaking out, what are we going to do? And then people in Florida invented these citrus solvents. So you just think of the innovations that are possible when our backs are against the wall or when we decide we have to do it. And there's a thing right now where everybody, the premise is that regulations are bad. And my feeling is, no, they can't, like, we have an agreement. We drive on the right. Okay, if we didn't have that regulation, there would be issues, or like really fast. And there are other countries, where they drive on the other side, but they've all agreed that they're going to drive on one. You pay taxes on the whole road, yes, but you only get to use one half of it at a time. And so what we want are regulations that are sophisticated or are appropriate. Are you guys working on policy and regulations?
Well, I just want to be clear that I left the administration. So I did work on those things when I was the EPA administrator. That was fun. And when I was in the White House, I did the same thing. I kind of like regulations that are done well. I don't know what our world would look like if we didn't have them.
There you go, yes.
But I also think there's lots of other things that are going on today that are interesting and exciting. Look, regulations don't solve things. They make things more manageable, right?
Yes.
But today, if you want to tackle climate change, you have all of the technologies, products, and processes you absolutely need to actually move very fast and accelerate and address the climate challenge as we continue to innovate. That's the good news. The issue is we just have to get it done. That's the challenge. And in the United States, I think we're moving as quickly as we can. I'm proud of the work that's been done. But globally, we don't have our act together in a way that's going to get us where we need to go. So while I'm worried about Elon Musk, I'm a hell of a lot more worried about my kids and what their future looks like. And that's no joke.
So his name came up, say what you will, but Tesla is a very popular car. It's the most popular car in the world. And electric vehicles do not solve our problems. They're just so much more efficient than gas-powered cars. So,
well, I'm not suggesting that he isn't a genius. I'm suggesting that it would be much better if he were a genius with much better scruples, much better understanding of how the world works, much more caring about normal human beings. You know, I went and visited his plant in California when I was at the EPA. Yeah. And I love electric vehicles. They're great. I have one. I'm not disputing that. But when I went in there, I was looking at it. The entire manufacturing is all robotics, right? Which is, they have a right to do this. But I met with him afterwards in his office, and he started to sit down and lecture me on how I don't do clean car standards right. That I should do this and do that and do this, and because he knows better. And I looked at him and I said, well, I don't think your robots work very well either. And I basically said, you have no idea how to do any of these things. So, kind of get out of my face. And we never met again. I can't imagine.
Surprising.
I just can't imagine what went wrong.
So, along this line, I say all the time, we have to work the problem every way we can, everything all at once. So, regulations are a thing. Innovation, as our backs are against the wall, is important. But what about redistribution of wealth? So this is a difficult thing. So you guys, I understand. I'm of a certain age. This idea that if wealthy people don't have to pay taxes, then they'll employ people, and those people and the money will trickle down. Intuitively, it's, no, that should work. That'd be great. But it just doesn't work.
Trickle-down economics.
No, they've tried it. You guys, they, it, we have tried it 16 times, and it just does not work. And so this is something we got to push back against, because it's one more thing, one more way to work the climate problem, in my opinion. When we have this disparity of wealth, we end up with disparity in access to energy.
Yep.
And what we want, what the ultimate goal, everybody, or not ultimate, no, sorry, a fundamental goal. No, really, I messed up. The fundamental goal is to raise the standard of living of women and girls. When you raise the standard of living of women and girls, everybody is better off. The old saying, happy women and girls, happy life. It goes something like that. And so...
I haven't heard that, but that's a good one.
There's another, I don't remember, there's another way to say it. It rhymes. I've lost track of that. So in order to do that, we got to have clean water, renewable, reliable electricity, and access to the internet, or whatever the kids call the internet, in the coming decades. And for that, we've got to have unlimited electricity, essentially unlimited electricity.
Yeah.
And you guys, you know, I remember the first Earth Day. I grew up in the city of, people are from Michigan here, right? And you all go like this. I grew up in the city of Washington, okay? And the first Earth Day.
Was that Jennifer Granholm? I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, she was here. Yeah, I think she does this, yeah. But she was born in Canada, right?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, so I don't know, what was she thinking? Anyway, the first Earth Day, everybody wanted you to do less. You know, drive less, use less electricity, wear dirty clothes. You know, if you can manage, just don't eat. Do you remember the Aryans?
Oh my God.
Remember those guys?
Yeah.
And so they're going to live off of air. And it was just, they were debunked, shocking. But yeah, I'm coming. So that turns out to be not what people want.
No, it's not about sacrifice. It has to be about opportunity.
It's exactly. So
That's it.
The key to the future is not to do less, it's to do more with less. Thank you all very much.
I am so happy to be here with all of you. It's an honor to be here with such an outstanding crowd of climate champions in a community I have proudly been a part of for decades. Hello, Aspen Ideas Climate. So everyone here today understands these simple truths. The climate crisis is real, it's happening now, and it's uprooting lives across our planet. Here in the United States, the climate crisis threatens the future of the landscapes and resources we depend on. We can't mistake these threats, from wildland fires raging across the West to rising sea levels that spell disaster for iconic places like right here in Miami Beach. We're also seeing similar crises play out across our globe. It's a shared reality of ours that keeps me up at night. I'm sure it keeps a lot of you up as well. But it's the folks in this room and the historic progress made possible by President Biden's Investing in America agenda that give me hope for future generations. At the top of our priority list is advancing the sustainable and just transition of our country's future toward one grounded in clean, renewable energy. Despite the fact that the previous administration did everything they could to hobble the clean energy programs at the Department of the Interior, we're making up for lost time. As we focus on this urgent and overdue transition, we're supercharging efforts to build a clean energy economy. That includes the approval of dozens of new renewable energy projects on our public lands, from solar to geothermal to wind, that will bring affordable clean energy to millions of households. Using the power of our ocean, we're building an offshore wind industry from the ground up. We have approved the nation's first 6 offshore wind energy projects, with many more under review, and we're fundamentally changing how we work with states, Indian tribes, and the labor community early and often in the process. This is part of an unprecedented progress in building a domestic clean energy industry that will benefit the planet and communities across our country. As we transition toward a sustainable future, we must also ensure that the landscapes we depend on can continue to thrive on a changing planet. That's where collaborative landscape-level conservation steps in. At Interior, we're leveraging an extraordinary $2 billion in funding from the President's Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act to advance community-led ecosystem restoration across our country. That agenda is putting resources where they can make the largest difference. Importantly, it also advances a mission that is near and dear to my heart: co-stewardship alongside the indigenous communities who have stewarded lands and waters since time immemorial. Collaborative land management agreements between tribes and the federal government have emerged in recent decades to varying degrees of success. But the Biden-Harris administration is the first to leverage co-stewardship, shared management, and decision-making as an intentional strategy to preserve ancestral homelands and fulfill our trust and treaty obligations to tribes. Successful co-stewardship ensures indigenous knowledge, a deep understanding of the land and wildlife incurred over millennia, is a most essential strategy to tackle the climate crisis. This helps to ensure that tribal voices and the knowledge they hold are front and center in our efforts, from protecting the salmon and Alaska streams and rivers they depend on, to the bison that underpin the prairie grassland ecosystem. This progress is substantial, and one of the steps we're taking to ensure that we can reach our climate and conservation goals and build resilience in the face of climate change, not just for our kids and grandkids, but for all future generations. The reality is, we need young folks across our country who are eager to play a role in this work. They are our future, and we cannot create sustainable and durable solutions without them. At the department, we're engaging youth from across the country in our conservation efforts as we build out President Biden's American Climate Corps. One of the very exciting ways we're moving this work forward is through our Indian Youth Service Corps, which we were proud to launch and which provides meaningful education, employment, and training opportunities to indigenous youth throughout conservation projects on public and tribal lands. To date, we have given the green light to over 50 projects across our bureaus, from bison and Lakota language revitalization in South Dakota to the restoration of indigenous food systems in New Mexico. Last year, we committed $15 million toward our Youth Corps programs from the President's Investing in America agenda. But to be honest, it's not enough. We won't reach our goals without substantial, dedicated, and transformative funding that will help us meet this moment head-on, to address the climate crisis and engage young people in the solutions we need. To the philanthropic leaders in the room, I hope you will join us. I challenge everyone to partner with us so that the department can expand this program for more indigenous youth in more communities across America. Together, the department and our partners can make their contributions part of the legacy we will leave behind. I'll end on this. I've never been more grateful to be in such powerful company, alongside committed and passionate advocates who are giving their all to ensure we can pass down a livable, thriving planet. Our work isn't over, but we've made historical progress together, and I thank you. And with that, I'd love to get our Q&A session started with two fierce Indigenous youth. I'd like to invite Talia and Wombly up to the stage. I'm so honored to be here with the both of you. We had a chance to chat a little bit backstage, and I couldn't have thought of two more amazing young folks to be up here and have a conversation with. So, Talia, I'm going to start with you. You can introduce yourself and go for your first question.
Cool, thank you. English kenach Talia Davis, Singit kenach Kajisuch Yuchatluasauk. Yesh kadach dentana chatsiti ki kwandach ayachat. That was a abridged version of a traditional Tlingit introduction. What I said was, in English, I'm called Talia Davis. In Tlingit, my name is Kajisuch. I am Raven Sea Pigeon, and I'm from Cake, Alaska. Cake is a small Tlingit village in southeast Alaska, only accessible by ferry or plane. And I grew up there, scraping the backbones of salmon and eating berries that my sister picked really hard. And I didn't realize how lucky I was to grow up where I grew up until I left for college. And once I left home, it really ignited a fire in me to protect and heal the lands and waters that raised me. So now I'm a graduate student at Oregon State University. I'm also a Fresh Tracks trainer. Fresh Tracks is a youth-led revolution that centers cross-cultural community building, healing, and also climate. And Fresh Tracks partners with the Native Youth Climate Adaptation and Leadership Congress, or NYCALC. And NYCALC offers high school age students the opportunity to learn about climate change and also learn how they can create change in their communities. My passions lie at the intersection of Indigenous knowledge and Western science. And I believe that stewardship of the air, land, and sea is inherently connected to all Native people, and that Indigenous peoples have a right to protect and manage the lands that have supported their people since time immemorial. Okay, so my first question for you, Secretary, is youth today have the power and opportunity to combine Indigenous knowledge with Western practices to address climate change. What are meaningful ways that youth can collaborate with you and the DOI to change mindsets, culture, and systems?
I mentioned in my remarks about the American Climate Corps and the Indian Youth Service Corps, and those are two programs that are aimed at making sure that we get youth into our department so they can experience what it's like to work for a federal agency. At the Department of the Interior, we have scientists, we have biologists, we have ecologists, we have the United States Geological Survey, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and National Park Service. We have room for folks who want to make our planet into a career. So I encourage any youth to contact our department, doi.gov, and find out ways you can be a part of things. The Indian Youth Service Corps I launched a couple years ago at a wildlife refuge in Albuquerque, and it's very close to one of the pueblos in New Mexico, and immediately we had programs launched, and it's all very exciting. So I think youth have so many of the solutions that we'll need to make sure that we can have a livable planet into the future. Thank you, Talia.
Thank you.
Wombly.
Thank you. That was a great question. So my name is Wombly Gleshka Waniatu Quintana. I am from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe and an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. I'm currently a high school senior in Dupree, South Dakota, and I am with the Center for Native American Youth as a champion for change for the year 2024. But I owe great thanks to the Cheyenne River Youth Project. The Cheyenne River Youth Project allows for people, specifically youth in my tribe, to grow not only professionally, but also grow emotionally. They have provided me with great opportunities, and they have been such a great support to me, and I'm really thankful for them. Just as I'm very thankful for my elders as well. My elders and specifically my grandmas in my family, I owe great thanks to them for the way they've raised me and the way that they've cared for me and nurtured me. I wasn't fortunate enough to be raised by, traditionally by my mom and my dad, but my grandmas and my grandpas have stepped up. So just as my grandmas have taken care of me, so has the earth. And in our language, Lakota, Unchimaka means grandmother earth. And grandmother earth provides a place for us all to grow as humans and for us to thrive. Just like how I want to give back to my grandma for raising me, I also would like to give back to the world as a whole, to give the care and the sustenance that it's given me back to her and back to my grandmas, back to the earth. So I would also, with that, my passion is to promote sustainable solutions within our tribal communities. And a way of doing that is by promoting sustainable options and along with energy and recycling and stuff like that, but we'll go more into that later. So I just owe great thanks to you being here, for all my grandmas and grandpas out there in our tribal nations, and for everyone in the crowd for listening today. This really is uplifting for Native youth, and it really is great that you guys are able to create these spaces for us to be heard. So for the first question here, Indigenous people represent approximately 5% of the world's population and are protecting around 80% of the world's biodiversity. We know the crucial the role that we play when it comes to protecting our planet. So what are some actions that are reflective of these Indigenous solutions and values that you have led as the Secretary of Interior?
Thank you so much, Wombly. So as you read the question, I thought about my first trip to Alaska. I went all the way up to Uktiagvik. It used to be Barrow for folks who remember it as that. The highest point in the United States, the most northern point in the United States. And I had a round table with tribal leaders, and among those were whaling captains. So we had several whaling captains who sat around the table, and the first thing they said was, we know where all the whales are. We don't trust your data. If you want to know how many whales are in the waters, you should come and ask us. That's real science, because they're out on their little boats every day. They are in tune to nature in that area. They know what it's like, and they know where these animals are their family members as they see it. And so they're going to care for them and make sure that, that they can pass that knowledge on. So I trust that data implicitly. And that was a really wonderful opportunity for me to really understand what Indigenous knowledge means in practice. I was also thinking about the opportunity for tribes around the country to have pushed, conservation ideas forward. The president signed a proclamation to make Avikwame in Nevada a national monument. And one of the reasons for that was the tribes got together in Nevada and pushed this idea forward. Community-led conservation, tribally led conservation. They are in tune to those lands. They've stewarded them for thousands and thousands of years. And so when it's time for us to listen, we pull up a chair and make sure that tribal leaders and tribal communities have a seat at the table. I think that's the only way for us to make sure that we are doing the right thing. We depend on tribes. As I mentioned in my remarks, our co-stewardship agreements are amazing. And we've had many opportunities to learn in such a generous sense, tribes sharing their knowledge with the department so that we can make the right decisions. But I think if it's one idea, it's making sure that tribes have a seat at the table, and we definitely are doing that. Thank you, Wombly.
Thank you.
So we don't have a whole lot of time left, but Talia, we're going to take one more question from you and then one more from Wombly.
Okay. For many indigenous communities, the cost of energy can be debilitating, especially in rural or off-the-grid areas. Clean energy efforts seem to target cities or are only available to those who can afford the newest technologies. How do we advocate for Native communities so that they and the land are benefited when it comes to clean energy?
Thank you, Talia. So I returned last week. We visited the Hopi tribe in Arizona, and we visited one of their schools there, which was really amazing. But the other reason we went was to lift up their tribal electrification program. The tribe decided that so many people in that community had spotty or no electricity at all. So they made a plan and decided that the homes that really needed it they would install solar panels. And so we were proud as a department and as an administration to award the Hopi tribe over $4 million so they could expand their tribal electrification program. But I think that not every tribe is the same. Not every location is the same. The geography is different in so many areas. And that was their plan, and we were really proud to invest in it. So I think the folks at Hopi will have opportunities to have electricity where before there was none. So I think more plans like that coming from those communities are the ones that we would love to invest in. Thank you, Talia.
Awesome, thank you.
That's such a great question. So as a high school senior living in Eagle Butte, South Dakota on the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe Reservation, I have big dreams and aspirations for my community and for our future as a whole. I want to lead my community in establishing sustainable practices like reducing waste, recycling, and transitioning to a more environmentally friendly practices. So I'm aware that a sustainable transition can be a little nuanced and complex. As someone who has worked alongside and led in sectors from local to tribal to federal, what are the best practices and partnerships that you can share in creating a more sustainable future for my community and communities like it?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. And let's see, I was thinking just now about how we started phasing out one-use plastic bottles out of our national parks. That is a big deal. We are installing refillable water stations, and that is a transition that will happen over time, but making folks aware that one-use plastic bottles create a gigantic landfill issue because a lot of those bottles do not get recycled, and it just helps people to become more aware. So it's an easy one for me. I've been taking my refillable water around for many decades. But that's one thing that we're doing. Also, Wombly, I was down south visiting tribes in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. And several of those tribes are actually investing in recycling centers. That is important to them, and they feel like it will employ folks. It'll be a sustainable model for into the future. So I'd love to see you reach out to some tribes that are doing the things that you want to do, and finding out how they did it and bringing the ideas back to your tribal council. I think they'll be really excited to hear from you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jennifer Carroll McNeil. I'm an Irish government minister. I'm like the Undersecretary for Treasury in Ireland. And I'm so excited to be here in Miami with you this evening to talk about Ireland's energy transition and, crucially, how we pay for it. So what do you think of when you think of Ireland as a place, apart from Cillian Murphy winning Best Actor for Oppenheimer last night? Yes, fantastic. But apart from Cillian Murphy, what do you think when you think about Ireland? It's a small, fairly cold island in the North Atlantic that's really very windy. And I don't just mean it's government ministers when they're speaking. I mean it's just windy all the time. And we have to put up with that. But what it is, though, it's a very, very beautiful place. It's got beautiful green hills. It's got beautiful green fields. But it's also much, much bigger than you think. So I want to introduce you tonight to the real map of Ireland. And you can see, actually, that the island of Ireland is quite small when you compare it to the actual territory that we are in control of. The territory that we're in control of in the sea is 10 times larger than the island of Ireland. It's 220 million acres. It's the size of Florida and Texas combined. And it's Europe's biggest opportunity for floating renewable energy. It's got the best conditions, it's all right there, the technology is just about ready to be deployed on a commercial basis, and Ireland is 100% committed to filling this space with floating renewable energy. That's what we're going to do. Now, I want to tell you, when I say this, I mean it. Ireland was the first country to divest all public funds from fossil fuels back in 2018. We put it into law, and nothing goes there. And Ireland is Europe's leader in terms of the share of our energy that we get from onshore wind. We are the onshore wind leaders in Europe. And as I said, I don't just mean the talking, I mean the energy production. 41% of our energy last month came from onshore wind, but we want to be leaders offshore. And our target is 37 gigawatts by 2050. And so to put in context, I understand the US equivalent ambition is 110 gigawatts, but we really have this quite exceptional space, and the conditions are quite unique for wind energy. So this is why I wanted to show you this real map of Ireland, that if you went away with just one thing tonight, that you remember that Ireland is so much bigger than you think, and that most of it is just sitting there waiting for not just offshore wind and how we connect that back to Ireland. How we connect, we're building an interconnector between Ireland and France. We're going to be able to move that energy onto the continent. We're building an interconnector between Ireland and the UK. We're going to move that energy into the UK. But not just that, as you well know, what's being developed is the opportunity to generate hydrogen out at sea and to be able to use that in really intelligent ways. Here's something I know you don't know about Ireland. 60% of the airplanes in the world are leased out of Dublin. We have this incredibly outsized aircraft leasing industry, and you know what they want to do? Sustainable aviation fuel. And they want to do it through our opportunity in Ireland. So we have all of these connected industries that are thinking about this all of the time. Now, we have some credibility with the things that we say we're going to do. We have the youngest population in Europe, the highest proportion of STEM graduates in Europe. We have a talented English-speaking workforce that want to do this, and a series of research centers that are driving the technology. But we have an innovative group of people living and working in Ireland. And we know that we have 9 out of the top 10 pharmaceutical companies based in Ireland, 8 of the top 10 US technology companies based in Ireland, 20 of the top 25 financial services firms based in Ireland, 14 of the 15 medtech global leaders based in Ireland. So we have innovators there working all of the time, and we are able to deliver the things that we say we're going to deliver. But I'm the Deputy Minister for Finance, so I know you've got to pay for things, you've got to finance things. And while the government has a huge capital investment program into all of the pieces that go with this, the offshore technology, the ports, the roads, all of the infrastructure that sits behind this incredible opportunity, we know that this is delivered by the deployment of private capital, and that the scale of that is very, very significant, but that, as other speakers have said today, it's a huge opportunity. It's an absolutely huge opportunity for private capital. Now, again, Ireland is a leader in sustainable finance. Fun fact, Dublin is the #1 location globally for ESG-listed bonds. the #1 location for ESG listed bonds. We have a Centre of Sustainable Finance already. The UNDP is backing us with that as well, the UN Development Programme. Just late last year, I had 41 sustainable centres of finance come to Dublin to come together to agree a series of principles, in particular around gender in sustainable finance and how that works. And they come to Dublin because we are leaders not just in sustainable finance, but in climate finance. But that's only, that's only part of it. This opportunity, this financing opportunity is very, very significant. But I, on behalf of the Irish government, I've got to put my money behind these opportunities. And we have a sovereign wealth fund in Ireland that has taken early positions in Irish renewable companies that have shown that it's possible to be really, really successful. Let me give you the example of Green Coat Renewables. Green Coat Renewables, tiny, small little company in 2017. The Irish Sovereign Wealth Fund took about a 28% stake in it. It's now, it has assets of 2.5 billion euros across 6 countries in Europe, generating energy, generating 1.5 gigawatts of energy, and it'll get to 4 gigawatts by 2030. The seed capital investment by the Irish government enabled this Irish company to go and deliver energy right now to nearly 1 million homes across Europe, and there's so much more to do. I can't encourage you enough to invest in sustainable finance. I can't encourage you enough to invest in the sort of projects that are going to make this topography look very, very different. All of the challenges that we're talking about tonight, they have to be delivered in a practical way. And here I am saying to you, this is the windiest part of Europe. We have a huge, absolutely huge territory. The government is entirely committed to making this happen. And we want to work with investment funds. We want to work with companies. We want to work with innovators to make Ireland the centre for renewable energy, offshore renewable energy, to make sure that Ireland and Europe deliver its obligation to be net zero by 2050. Thank you so much for having me, and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Wow, what an honor to be with you tonight from the flip side of Florida. You know, for many years, Jacksonville was behind the curve. But I am proud to say that we are not only catching up, but even leading the way with bold action now on climate. Jacksonville is the largest city by land area in the contiguous U.S., 850 square miles, larger than New York and Los Angeles put together. We're also the most populous city in Florida with over 1 million residents, and more than half of the land area in our city is undeveloped forests, wetlands, grasslands, and agriculture lands. Our city is surrounded, literally made of water. Between our river, our tributaries, and ocean, we have more than 1,500 miles of coastline, more than any other U.S. city. So our relationship with water is both a great strength and also our Achilles heel if we do not tackle the increasing challenges of climate change and flood risk head on. We've already begun to suffer the effects of climate change in our city from storms like Matthew and Irma and last summer's record temperatures, several days in a row over 113 in the heat index. And we know that rising sea levels, more frequent and intense storms, and rising temperatures are here to stay. So given this formidable challenge and the vast size and scale of our city, Jacksonville really did require a profound course change and a new approach to resilience. So in October of 2023, we launched a groundbreaking strategy called Resilient Jacksonville that is backed by science and data. We took a great deal of care to ensure that every corner of Jacksonville was studied, all 850 square miles. That holistic and place-based resilience actions were tailored to the many people, geographies, communities, and ecosystems that make up Jacksonville. We know the climate risks and resilience opportunities vary across our city. In our downtown, we are completely rebuilding our riverfront and investing $132 million in a wonderful green belt called the Emerald Trail, connecting 14 historic and underserved neighborhoods. This is an unprecedented investment in infrastructure and climate mitigation. We are reducing chronic flooding through restoration of our urban tributaries like McCoy's Creek, and in just the last 8 months alone, we've created heating and cooling centers to respond to the extreme temperature events, completed the first ever greenhouse gas inventory for the region through the EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, and received millions in federal funding, like the Energy Efficiency Community Block Grant. Our strategy focuses heavily on growth. Over the next 50 years, Jacksonville is expected to see over 500,000 new residents moving into our city. We've calculated that if development continues in its current manner, we'll have 3 times as many residents living at risk of flooding as we do today. That's why our strategy dives deep into where and how we develop. We are actively working with our development community to infuse resilience into our regulations to ensure we can meet the needs of the future. We want to be a city where our young people choose to stay, families choose to set down roots, and businesses choose to invest. So I am very proud to announce that we are developing the first citywide compound flood model in the nation. Yes, this is amazing. We have a QR code so you can download this to take a look. This cutting-edge model will give Jacksonville the clearest picture of our flood risk down to the block or street level, even telling us how long and to what extent a road will flood. This puts us in the best position to make informed capital planning and emergency decisions in real time. With Resilient Jacksonville as our guide, Jacksonville is quickly entering a new area of innovation and moving quickly toward a brighter, more resilient future for the next 50 years and beyond. We are so excited to share this with you. We hope you'll download it and take a look. We can't wait to collaborate with you as well on next steps, and we look forward to tackling climate change together. Thank you so much for having me.
We are thrilled to be here. My name is Amy Harder. I'm founding executive editor of Cipher News, a relatively new publication covering climate solutions with a particular focus on technologies, which is really going to be the core of how we address this issue. Earlier on, we heard that we're not going to sacrifice our way out of this problem. We're going to need new technologies. And that's really what the 2 folks I have up here on stage with me are all about. To my immediate left, we have Jason Grimet. He's the CEO of the American Clean Power Association. We have Kathleen Barone, Executive Vice President of Constellation, the country's biggest operator of nuclear power plants. Before I start in with you 2, I want to throw out a question to the audience. Quick raise of hands. Raise your hand if you think fossil fuel companies have a role to play in deploying clean energy. Okay, I think maybe about a third, maybe a half. For those joining us online, wanted to make sure you had a readout. Jason, why is that an important question to somebody like you?
Well, Amy, nice to see you. First of all, I'm very proud of my bracelet. Kathleen has one too. Amy, not so much.
Apparently,
not a good
I don't
braider.
know how to braid.
Not a good braider.
I'm convinced it was the ribbon.
Not a good braider. All right, so really great to be here with y'all. It is an incredibly important issue because companies that have produced fossil fuels for the last century have all the money. And so here's the great thing. Last year, over 2/3 of the renewable power deployed in this country was deployed by companies that also have fossil and nuclear assets. Now, for 20 years, many of my friends and I have been, telling these big companies that they needed to invest more money in the clean energy transition. And so they're doing it, which I think is kind of fantastic because you want to have the largest logistics companies in the world devoted to what is the largest scale challenge we've ever faced. But I think implicit in your question is not everybody loves that so much, right? There is a certain ethos in climate advocacy of, the Luke Skywalker energy versus the Darth Vader energy. And that's just not how we're rolling anymore, right? I represent the companies that build the biggest, beautiful machines in the world that are producing energy, in addition to Kathleen's, without carbon. And they're really big companies, and they own lots of stuff, and they are rapacious, which is exactly what the planet needs.
And some of your members are fossil fuel companies, like BP and Shell, for example.
BP and Shell, who are really good at doing things on the offshore continental shelf, and are some of the leading companies building offshore wind power. So it's a complicated equation, but I think what we've heard throughout the day in different ways is this is about speed and scale. My favorite blues singer, Howlin' Wolf, has a song, "I'm built for comfort, baby. I ain't built for speed." That's not a bad description of how the US is moving when it comes to confronting the climate crisis. So we've got a lot of work to do.
And I think you're coming from a perspective that is just not focused on what the fossil fuel industry has done in the past, which I know can be a difficult pill to swallow, but you're looking forward at deploying clean energy.
So look, F. Scott Fitzgerald has a great quote, I think about it every day, which is the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold opposing ideas in your mind at the same time and still be able to function. We are living in an age of opposing ideas. So just to give you two, last year, the best year ever for renewable power. Fantastic. 34 gigawatts of renewable power put on the grid, right? Just absolutely great. I've hired 50 people. My companies are doing great. We're moving at about a third the pace we need to be moving at if we're going to actually solve the climate crisis, right? So both those things are true. More progress than ever before, not nearly enough to solve the problem, and the space between where we are and where we need to be is called public policy. And it means building things much faster and much bigger. It means doing things in ways that are different from the laws. For 50 years, we've had a certain set of environmental laws. And we say climate change is everything. But a lot of people don't want to change any of those laws. Right? So we're not going to actually find a comfortable way to a climate solution. I think Secretary Granholm talked about not wanting to end your days scarless. We're going to all have to make some really tough choices and have things built in our neighborhoods that we may not want to see if we actually want to have a sustainable climate.
I'm going to come back to that in a minute, but Kathleen, I want to turn to you. But first, audience, you're not off the hook yet. One more question. Raise your hand if you think nuclear power should be a climate solution. Raise your hand if you changed your mind on that in the last 5 to 10 years. If you're being honest with yourself. I think more hands would go up, but a few hands went up and most hands went up to say yes. And as a journalist who's been covering this for 15 years, that was not the case something like 10 years ago. And that's been a big and important shift. Yet still 55% of the American public supports nuclear power, according to Gallup, which is the highest it's been in a decade, but still far lower than wind and solar. Kathleen, how can we convince?
Why are you so unpopular?
Yeah.
Well, I have my own polling numbers, Jason. They're a little bit higher than where Gallup came out, but that is the exciting thing that we're seeing right now is nuclear's always been a climate solution. I mean, these plants have been on the grid in many cases for 50 years. We have some plants that are older than me, believe it or not. And they've always been abating carbon. Right now, 50% of the clean energy in the US comes from nuclear power. 20% of all electricity comes from nuclear power. And because these machines are on the grid, we are avoiding 500 million metric tons of carbon every year. This audience knows what that means, but for others, the context, that's the equivalent of the pollution from 100 million passenger cars. So these plants are on the system because they're running. We are not running other machines that would emit carbon, air pollution, hazardous air pollutants. And the thing that I'm most excited about is it has changed so much. This industry has gotten a new lease on life. We've alone hired 2,500 new people in the last 2 years. And we have people coming out of school who are excited about working at a nuclear station, which is good because they're really high-paying jobs, and we're happy to have them. And we are seeing support on both sides of the aisle for the technology, which shows up all the time in Congress, where people can't agree on anything. They can agree that we need to keep the existing nuclear plants running, and we need to grow the industry as well.
I want to go a bit deeper on that last point. So there's a lot of talk about advanced nuclear power, but really that 50% of carbon-free electricity in the US is all from the existing nuclear power plants. So can you tell me why 80 years isn't old? And that's not a presidential campaign comment.
What Amy's talking about is really the durability of this fleet. As I mentioned, some of our plants are over 50 years old, and they are licensed by the federal regulator in Washington that decides how long their license will be. And many of them have had licenses that extend to 60 years. But more recently, plants that are coming up on that 60-year limit have gone to the federal regulator and said, we think the plant's safe to run to 80. And the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, has agreed. They look at the technology, they look at the environmental impact, and they say, absolutely, these plants are really undergoing renovation all the time. I mean, just our company alone puts over $1 billion of new capital into the machines every year, switching out pumps, turbines, all kinds of equipment. So they are able to keep running to 80, and they could probably keep running longer. I mean, if you think about it, hydroelectric dams, for example, we have one in Maryland that is 100 years old. These pieces of equipment can stay on the grid for a very long period of time, and we should want them to as we ramp up new sources of clean energy. We need all of it, but these plants can last a very long time.
Because if these plants retire, we're actually going backwards.
Right, it's back
the
to
exact time we need to be sprinting forward.
That 500 million metric tons of carbon that we're avoiding comes onto the system.
So Jason, I want to come back to you. You mentioned, you hinted at this about opposition to renewable energy and all types of energy, frankly, in communities. A lot of people call it NIMBYism, not in my backyard. I want to briefly quote a study from Nature from June 2023, which found that wind and solar resources could be constrained by up to 87% and 38% respectively if just one kind of local policy, requirements imposing a setback from production, is adopted across the US. That's 87% of wind resources and 38% of solar. That is a lot that could be constrained if these policies go forth. Jason, what are you doing to respond to these efforts while at the same time not disregarding concerns from local communities?
Yeah, so it's a really complicated and important question. So there is a combination of just authentic, organic, local concern that, kind of comes up anytime there's change, and this is the clean industrial revolution, and so there's a lot of change. There's also some efforts to kind of weaponize some of those local concerns by other national movements that are not so enthusiastic about the transition to clean power. Companies are doing a lot better at it. I think there is an effort now to be more engaged at the front end of a process when it comes to bringing a big new industrial site to a community. Communities are enjoying the tax base that they get. I mean, 80% of the clean power that is being deployed under the Inflation Reduction Act is going into rural parts of the country. 80% of it is going into districts that are currently led by Republicans, right? So there is a significant kind of economic revival in rural America that is positive. But I think the other part of it is, again, public policy. So it turns out that the states that are most forward-leaning in trying to accelerate the clean energy transition, states like California, Illinois, New York, Michigan, they've all passed state laws basically preventing local communities from coming up with these kinds of ordinances and restrictions that are not in the interest, according to the state legislature, of the broader interest of the state. So we really do have a challenge, right? There's a certain ethos of local community control and that kind of small is beautiful idea. Remember E.F. Schumacher behind kind of the early founding of the environmental movement. That's just not really lining up with what it's going to take to solve the climate crisis. So there is going to be a kind of reckoning between our desire, in theory, for local control and the reality that we have to have national and global solutions really, really fast. Just to be like, if we had 100 years, it'd be fine. We've got 35 years, 25 years, depending on what your math looks like for 2050 or 2060. So it's a real challenge. I think one of the biggest challenges we have right now to achieving our climate solution is addressing those kinds of local opponents.
So opposition is, of course, one big concern, but it's not the only one. And a question I think that binds, or a challenge that binds both of you, are just economic costs. And so we see headlines that higher interest rates is really challenging to renewable energy, and that particularly for advanced nuclear power and even some existing nuclear power plants, that they're just too expensive compared to, in your case, affordable wind and solar, but now you're facing high upfront capital costs because of the interest rates. How do you face these economic headwinds that are coming in a year where we could have a big political headwinds?
Yeah, I mean, I think the economic challenge that was facing the nuclear fleet 5 years ago was competing in a market between heavily subsidized renewables and fossil plants that did not bear the cost of their pollution. So that was the reason that there were plants retiring in the last decade. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, that includes a tax credit for continued operation of nuclear plants, much lower than the credit that's available to renewables because renewables are more expensive to get onto the grid. The existing fleet is in a good spot, and then I think that's why I mentioned the amount of hiring that we've done and the amount of interest that we have in the continued operation of the fleet. If I think about challenges, what I would mention is, we've been here for a couple hours, and I heard Bill Nye say the word reliable. And he's the only person I heard say the word reliable. And the reason I mention that is because we are so fortunate in this country. Most of the planet does not have reliable electricity in the second that they want it the way we do. And it is making our economy possible. It's not the electricity, it's what we do with the electricity, as the Secretary said. And we have to make sure that stays the case. Because 99% of the people in this country, if you ask them if they'd like to have brown power or no power, they will pick brown power. And it's our job in this room and on this stage to make sure they don't have to make that choice, and that we are adding clean energy and operating clean energy that is there when customers need it. That has to flow through our policies, and it has to flow through everything we do when we're deploying, as Secretary Granholm said, building and operating clean energy that is there when customers need it in the heat of the summer and the cold of the winter, because we have had situations even in this country, Texas, California, in the mid-Atlantic, Christmas Eve 2 years ago, when we did not have enough supply to meet demand. And that is not okay. We can't let that happen. So all of us working on this grid is so essential to everything we do. We have to make sure it stays operating and it grows to meet the demand of electrifying all the things, all the places in the economy that we want to electrify.
So this is the non-carbon Keep the Lights On Club. 80% of the new power brought online last year was renewable power, right? We're doing good. Renewable power has a great advantage. The fuel's free, but it's expensive to build the giant offshore wind turbines. And so I think when you have a high inflationary environment, there's some headwind there. But again, I just want to stress that the industry's doing great. We're growing 25, 30% a year. We're on it, right? There's going to be ups and downs, but the clean power industry is going to be very successful no matter what. The climate's not doing great. And that's the space that people have to pay attention to. I also agree with Kathleen, if the lights ever go out, we all lose. Probably renewables the most, because we're the new folks on the block, so we're going to get blamed no matter who's at fault. Usually we're all at fault when the lights go out. So the economics are a challenge. The current investment climate and the incentives from Congress are fantastic. What we have now is more of a challenge in democracy than we have in technology. It's our decision-making processes that are stopping us from achieving our climate goals, not the economics or the technology.
In our final moments together, I want to conclude with what I call a lightning round, where I ask word association, and you just say the first word that pops into your head and no more. Don't overthink it. First word is hydrogen.
Awesome.
Expensive.
China.
Building a lot of nuclear.
Big.
Power lines.
Needed.
Awesome.
U.S. Congress.
That's a hard one, Amy. Trying.
Tired.
Well, with those laughs, we will leave it there. Thank you both.
Look up, see something new. The cleanest sky in decades. Should this happen only once in a lifetime? It's something to reflect on. Do we need a lockdown to get there? Or can the answer come naturally? Can we move and breathe and leave no trace at all? It's time we all went electric.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our final presentation of the evening, the CEO of Fiat, DS Automobiles, and Global Chief Marketing Officer of Stellantis, Olivier Francois.
Thank you. And thank you so much for sticking with us tonight. I know it's late. I'll make that short, knowing that looking at the first line of the slide, I guess you are thinking another car CEO crashing a climate conference. telling us it's safe to drink the washer fluid. And the second line makes it even worse. As you can see here, I'm also a marketer, and I know what you think about marketers. They blow enough hot air to contribute to climate change, even in this room. But luckily, there is a third line, which says that I live here. I live in Miami. And you know, to me, Miami is sweet life at its best. Well, the only time it might not feel like spring break is during spring break. But you see my point. Miami is all about Dolce Vita like Fiat. Now, whoever lives here also knows that climate change is at our door. So this is, I think, the perfect place to speak to Dolce Vita and a more sustainable mobility. By the way, the perk of living in Miami is that I could literally come here by bicycle or paddleboard, but today I rode my bike. It's a better look in business attire. So let's go back to the reason I'm here, and obviously I'm not here to sell electric bicycles. I'm not here to peddle you a car either. I'm here because I want to change the narrative attached to the auto industry. I'm here to listen, to learn, and possibly to make a difference. You know, when you work for a company at my level, you are always in a position to help make that difference. And good thing, I am at the right company. Fiat has always strived for efficiency way before climate change was a buzzword. You know, think of the first Cinquecento in 1957. It was minimalist genius in a world of sheet metal and fins. Furthermore, the first mass-produced electric car was not what you think. It was, in fact, a Fiat, the Panda Elettra in 1990. You see, Fiat is a company that has been around for 125 years because it has always leaned into what's next. That's what fuels us, regardless of what fuel propels our vehicles. Now, the second reason is this new Fiat aspire to be as ethical as it is practical. So what I mean here is, you know, we took our most critical model, our most iconic model, and if I may, our most sold model, and we made it all electric and only electric. I think we may be the first and the only legacy car company to give up on fossil fuel on our most iconic nameplates. It's like saying, you know, I tried to find a metaphor, you know, from now on, the Big Mac becomes exclusively vegetarian. That's a little bit what we did. So you get it. It's not an easy decision, but it is not like we are killing the cash cow. Quite the opposite. We give it a future. And that's probably why Leonardo DiCaprio signed on to collaborate on the launch in Europe. So, are these decisions a bit radical on a corporate level? Perhaps. But they are totally beneficial on a human one. And speaking of doing right, we are taking the commitment even further. So our new Cinquecento is not just green, it's also red. That's why we chose to launch this car in the red version first. I mean, red, obviously not as a color, but as an organization. Look, I should be proud of the fact that Cinquecento is an extraordinary product. I should be proud of the awards. But you know what I'm most proud of? Well, it's the fact that Fiat is the only car brand that was picked by my friend Bono for red. Why? Because each car we sell supports world health. And a healthy Vita is definitely a more Dolce Vita. Now I know this room is familiar with causes more than with cars, so I won't try to sell you the car, but rather the cause. Mine is for Fiat to deliver on our group's commitment to carbon neutrality by 2038 and getting halfway by 2030. So to be specific, the Stellantis group sells about 7 million cars a year globally, of which 1.4 million are from Fiat. So Fiat has a big weight, and this comes with a big responsibility. Now, Fiat is not just bigger than you think, it's also more Italian than you think. That's why this new Fiat 500e doesn't just have a face, a smile, and a voice. That's literally the sound of the car when it starts. You'll see, it's very, very special. But it does not just have a smile, a face, and a voice, it has a conscience. You see, the fact that the world is buying green is great, but the fact that there is a conscience behind our business decision, that is even greater. But now, what about the consumer? Well, when you look at the Earth climate, you realize there's a shift towards zero emission is necessary. But when you look at the consumer climate, you understand that the adoption is a bit cooler. So going green comes with an obligation to inspire change. Our cars are home here because they are vehicles of change. Now, for us, change started with a vision. Let's make exactly what an electric car should be. So what do I mean here? Let's face it, electric cars are only as good as the charging network around them. No? And as you see, we are working on it, 30,000 fast chargers starting this year. But let's be clear, the most appropriate use case for pure EVs is the urban environment. And that's a little bit what I want to tell you here today. You know, urban environment, that's the best cure for range anxiety. And that's why a pure city car, EV, makes sense. For the consumer, for the cities, for the business. So this is my main message today. The conversation should start here in our congested cities. First, I believe cities have the most to gain from clean mobility. Remember the before and after photos during the pandemic. Breathtaking in a good way. By the way, it's not just about the sky, it's also about the ground. We are in Miami, so we know space is at a premium. So smaller cars mean democracy of parking, democracy of access, to city centers. And last, it's about noise pollution. So you see, electric cars offer a comprehensive solution. Then there's another thing, battery size. You know, big vehicles need big batteries. Large EVs have batteries that weigh almost as much as the whole Cinquecento. This electric Fiat is the lightest EV for sale in the US. So my point here is, a city car should carry precious cargo instead of precious metal. So at Fiat, the commitment to reduce, reuse, and recycle starts at the factory. First, our iconic test track on the rooftop of the Lingotto in Turin is now home to the second largest hanging garden in Europe, and it's open for anyone in Turin. And second, at our Mirafiori facility, another facility in Torino, we collect solar energy from the rooftop, and that solar power charges every 500e that leaves the factory. So let me put it this way. Our little Cinquecentos will arrive in the US packed with the sun of Italy. So to wrap this, 500 is an icon of Italian design, an icon of accessibility, and an icon of change. That's exactly what my job is, feeding the appetite for change, converting as many American driveways as I can, giving people their first taste of an electric future. This is the whole point. My mission is to take you to more than just work or the store, but into the EV category. Look, back in the days when Fiat started, it introduced an entire generation to mobility. So today, this electric Cinquecento can be people's first EV, introducing a generation of drivers to sustainability. So again, if it is true that EVs are the gateway to greener mobility, our job is to make appealing cars that makes the transition as easy and exciting as possible. I want to add a smile by passing the pump, by bringing a bit of la dolce vita to an everyday commute. So this is my message today. You know, duty, the sense of duty, if not of guilt, won't do the job alone. No, what will make the job will be beauty. Because beauty can fuel duty. Aspiration can bring harmony between your wants and your needs. Emotion can electrify motion. And as an unintended consequence, EVs make the driving experience even more fun. So we will make green beautiful, we will make red desirable, and we will use the white space of urban EVs to protect the Vita in Dolce Vita. Thank you.
Please welcome this morning's MC, Mariana Atencio.
How we doing, everybody? Buenos dias! Welcome! Welcome to the Aspen Ideas Climate Summit. Now, I'm Mariana Atencio, and I'm deeply honored to be hosting this pivotal event in my hometown. Here in our beloved city of Miami, we don't just bear witness to the effects of climate change, we live through them every single day. And beyond our shores and my work as a former national correspondent at Univision and NBC, I covered natural disasters for over 10 years. And when people find out that I do this work, their first reaction is usually, wow, you must have seen some terrible things. But actually, it's the opposite. It is in the worst of circumstances where I have seen people come together and rise beyond labels and stereotypes and polarization. Standing on this stage today, I am filled with hope. And that hope stems from the resilience and the ingenuity and the passion of the change makers in this room. I come to you today only not as a journalist, but also as a proud Henry Crown Fellow at the Aspen Institute. I fervently believe, thank you so much, that the Aspen Institute is leading the way in the fight against climate change. And today, we're not just here to discuss problems, we are also here to present innovative solutions. We are here to harness the collective wisdom and the creativity of everyone in this auditorium to chart a new course toward a new sustainable planet. You're going to hear from city planners and activists, from scientists and artists, and every single voice offers a unique perspective and an expertise that they bring to the table, and together we can lead the change. So let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. Let's make sure that we amplify the voices of those most affected. Let's ensure that equity and justice are always at the forefront of our efforts, because the future of our planet depends on the actions that we take today. So thank you for being here. Let's ensure that this summit is a turning point in the fight against climate change. Welcome to Aspen Ideas Climate. So one brief housekeeping note before we get started. Please download and refer to your Aspen Ideas Climate app for any updated information on speakers and events. Are you ready to begin? Okay. So to kick it off, as someone who knows the collective power of stories, we're going to start with a powerful panel on storytelling to present this possible tomorrow that exists when we take care of our planet. So let's please welcome to the stage the executive producers of the upcoming PBS series, A Brief History of the Future, filmmaker and activist Catherine Murdoch, and futurist Ari Wallach.
Hey, come on.
Please take a seat. Thank you. All right, so before we begin, in order to frame the conversation and to get you excited to watch the series, we have a trailer for you. Here is A Brief History of the Future. Let's watch.
One moment, please. How well we live tomorrow will depend on the action we take today.
When you hear the term the future, what does that conjure up? Human activity has damaged the systems of life that sustain us all.
We're seeing drought, wildfires, flood.
We could commit ourselves to extinction, or we could commit ourselves to a civilization in which human beings can continue to thrive.
Civilization is precious. Life is precious.
I set out in search of people who are building better futures.
Humans are extraordinary. We're such a miracle.
The land is resilient. We are resilient.
Fusion is really the holy grail of energy.
This is the largest 3D printed community in the world.
I have to know where I came from so that we can move forward.
What does it mean to be human at this moment in time? To care.
Boy, that really blows my digital mind.
We've got to believe that there's a better way, where people have clean air, clean water, available food, cheap, abundant energy.
The big shared human projects confronting climate change, staying a step ahead of the next pandemic, preventing nuclear conflict, will require cooperation.
That's the key for success. We are one team, the world.
Using human innovation and the brain that we can unlock, our problems will dissolve overnight. That's so important, Ari. Here. This.
People are building better futures for themselves and the communities around them.
This sustainable building is the cleanest power plant in the world. The roof is an alpine ski slope.
What we do and the things we create over the next few decades will shape all minds going forward for the rest of time.
Hundreds of years from now, we are going to look back on our generation as the most pivotal in human history.
All right, let's kick it off. Catherine, the 6-part series is the first by your studios, Futurific, and it challenges this prevailing notion of a bleak and pessimistic future when it comes to the discussion about climate change. What alternative perspective does it present viewers?
I think the most important thing that we wanted to get across was that we needed to start asking the question, what if we got it right? What would that look like? Because we know, especially in this room, we really know all of the risks. We know all the things that can go wrong. And we are sort of steeped in all of those possibilities. But we don't spend enough time really thinking about what is a clean energy future like? What does it smell like? What does it sound like? How is it better? I mean, and so much of our time is spent on fear, and really, it's very important to have warnings about what could go wrong, but too much fear really triggers a feeling of not wanting to deal with it and pushing it away. And so what we want is to start to help people visualize what they're trying to get to. What's the ultimate goal of where we're going, and how do we plot a path there?
So it's almost like this conversation, and we talked about this, about the blue zones, right? And everybody gets really excited about that. How can we imprint that excitement about the future on the climate change discussion? Ari, to you, you are the host of the series. We saw you there on the trailer. What are some key moments that stuck with you, and why?
I mean, look, everyone in this room is going to be well-versed on a lot of the solutions that are happening right now in terms of climate change, but we also look at artificial intelligence, synthetic biology, housing issues, education, food. What stuck out to me more than any one specific kind of episode, segment, or element was the mindset shift that everyone I was talking to had gone through. So much to Catherine's point, these were not folks who were focusing on like the doom and gloom. Mm-hmm. These were folks that were saying, in one way or another, I'm going to contribute not just towards a solution in the kind of classic climate change solution set, but towards solutions for better tomorrows writ large. We visited a place called Hojevec, just outside of Amsterdam, which is known, it's a woman who runs a thing called a dementia village. And I won't go into the details of it, but in the US, if you have neurocognitive degenerative disease, you kind of go into a locked hospital ward. Whereas what they've done with Hojevec is build an entire village so that folks can shop and go to restaurants and do a whole host of things. Now, what does that have to do with climate change? Directly, it's not directly obvious, but what it is it's emblematic of a mindset of saying, what are the ways that we normally would address something? Mm-hmm. We would be very highly reactive. This is a proactive, normative way of dealing with that issue. And so for me, the show, 72 different people I talk to around the world, you'll see that constantly, folks that are thinking and doing outside of the normal ways of how you may tackle any sort of kind of problematic situation.
And we get to see you in a snowmobile.
And you get to see me on a snowmobile, which coincidentally at one point broke through the ice, and we had a drone following me. So you see another quarter second of that, you almost lost me. So we only almost did 3 episodes. It was going to be a short docuseries.
Catherine, when we talk about climate change, why is it important to include topics like AI and restoring coral reefs and making sure that this picture that you're painting is truly holistic when it comes to possible futures?
Well, we did set out to really focus on the future as a larger subject as opposed to just climate change. Climate change plays a part because it is going to be a part of our future. But these things are not siloed. They all interact. And one of the things that we really wanted to explore, so often when we talk about the future, we talk about technology. But we know that technology alone is not going to save us. In fact, we know, everyone in this room knows that we have the technologies to solve climate change, but we need the political and social systems functioning as well. And so some of the things we look into, like citizens' assemblies, for example, are a way forward in figuring out how to get people more involved and feeling like they have agency in government. We talked to President Macron about how they dealt with the Yellow Vest protests around energy pricing, and they use these citizens' assemblies to move forward. And it's also been used on topics like abortion and things like that. So very hot button, but they've come up with solutions and made people feel like they're part of the process and solving problems. And so that's the type of thing we want to look at. It's not just, yes, there's whiz-bang technology in there and it's fun. You've got mushroom leather and fusion and methane tracking satellites and things like that. But it's also, what are the systems around all of those things that need to be functioning so that we can get to that better future?
I love that. So not just the focus on technological advances, but also developing functional social systems.
Yeah.
Ari, we just heard Catherine name drop President Macron. We saw Pete Buttigieg in the trailer. What are some of these interviews that you got to conduct that people may know of in the series?
Look, one of the, when you're doing something like this, you always kind of go between like the very famous and the least famous. So I'll give 2 quick examples. One, I met with Kylian Mbappe, who is the French kind of global soccer football superstar. And with him, we talked about something very, very specific, which is the role of vision. And Catherine talked about that in the beginning, which is, what I said to Kylian was very, very obvious. When you get up to take a penalty kick, do you envision yourself missing the kick or getting the kick in the back of the net? And he goes, of course I envision myself getting the ball into the back of the net. And where we go with that is the realization that as a society, we have not developed either necessarily the visioning power or to actually even have the real conversation about what does the ball in the back of the net look like for Homo sapiens over the next several decades. So we know what it is that we don't want. We more often than not do not articulate what we do want. And then finally, I met with a professor 2 hours north of Tokyo, and he does a thing called future design. So when he works with a community and organization about how they want to plan kind of long-term policy, he'll take about 1/3 of the audience or 1/3 of the participants, and he has them don these kind of ceremonial golden robes. And when you put on these golden robes, and it looks very cool, you immediately become a proxy for future generations, so those who cannot vote or be in the room. So you're no longer advocating for the present citizenry, you're advocating for the citizens of that town or that organization or that country 20, 30 years out. So those are kind of 2 examples of someone you know bringing a very interesting perspective to this conversation, someone you don't know who's completely rethinking how we plan for the long term.
That's fascinating. Catherine, what are some of the challenges that you face as an environmental advocacy leader, given your family life?
I think one of the main reasons I did this project was actually because my daughter came to me a few years ago and said she didn't see any hope for the future. And I was really shocked because I've been working on climate change for like 17 years. And she knows all the solutions that we work on, and we do democracy reform. She's very familiar with all of those things. But she said to me, look at the films, look at the television shows, look at the books, especially the YA books. Everything is dystopian. And I sort of went around trying to prove her wrong, and I couldn't. Everything that we have visualized about our future is dystopian. Now, there's some of it's ecological, but you know, there's all kinds of choices. There's 27 flavors of dystopia, but there's no version where we actually get things right. And so that's when I started talking to Ari, and we started coming up with this idea, because I think, you know, we know there's a mental health crisis with our youth. We know they're feeling that they don't have any future, that they shouldn't have kids, et cetera. This is not the right way to go about this. Actually, you know, having children should make you more determined to be a better ancestor for those future generations. And that's the motivation that we had when we were making the show.
Looking at the sense of wonderment and possibility in the younger generations. That is a perfect segue for my last question to you, Ari, which is, you know, the series asks a fascinating question. How can we be the great ancestors that our future selves need us to be? So what is the message for the audience in terms of empowering them to take action toward that positive change?
So look, there's two main takeaways that we want people to have from viewing this show coming out April 3rd, 6-part docuseries, every Wednesday at 9 p.m. For those who actually have linear TV. If you don't, it's on the app and pbs.org and YouTube. It'll be hard to miss this show. Look, we've touched on this, we're gonna touch on it again. It's to actually ask yourself, in any meeting that you're in, be it today or when you go back to work, what does this look like if we get it right? Yes, I don't want to be Pollyannish about it and say we're up against zero obstacles and it's all rainbows and unicorns. But the fact of the matter is, more often than not, and I've been in rooms with you all, like, we step back and say, these are all the things that are blocking us. This is how bad it's going to get. But if you can actually step back and actually have a vision of what it is that you are heading towards, you are much more likely to get to it and essentially be able to kind of rally people to it. So that's one. Two, it's that sense of agency coupled with awe. A lot of what we show in this show are really cool things. I'm in a nuclear fusion lab. I'm in Iceland and looking at these amazing geothermal, 100%. But the one thing you're going to take away from all the conversations and traveling that I do is everyone there is 100% focused on better futures and being a great ancestor, but they recognize that all started by having a conversation of what does it look like when we get this right? What does it look like if we're successful? And then, I've been a futurist for 20 years. One of the classic things we do is called backcasting. You start at the end and you work backwards to figure out what are the things that you have to do to get there. And so the takeaway from this show, the takeaway for those in the room, the takeaway for those watching, is to have that very strong vision. Know that you're not going to get there overnight. It's not about utopia or dystopia. It's what we call protopia, which is this idea of better tomorrow. It's not perfect, but better. But they start by having that conversation, first with yourself. What is it that I actually want to do? Why did I get started in this in the first place? And then how do I rally others around that vision, or actually plurality of visions of better tomorrows? That's what the show's about. And I hope people watch it and take back, be it at their dinner table or their boardroom table or wherever you are, the desire to have those conversations with those around you to think about what it is that you want to head towards together.
So a reminder for folks, April 3rd, 9 p.m. on PBS. If you can't catch it on linear TV, watch it on
PBS app, YouTube. You Google A Brief History of the Future, we will find you.
So watch, share, and amplify. Big round of applause for Ari and Catherine. Thank you, guys. I'm going to ask you to exit stage left. By the way, you can amplify and share the conversations and takeaways that you're hearing on this stage by using our hashtag Aspen Ideas Climate. And now it is my great privilege to introduce our next speaker, Mireille Endara, an environmental advocacy leader from Panama, where she also served as Minister of the Environment. Now, Panama is very near and dear to my heart because of my extensive reporting there. I've gotten to know its remarkable people and its immense natural resources, and Mireille is the powerhouse behind its conservancy. She now leads an innovative nonprofit effort with Marea Verde, focusing on sustainable leadership development as well as addressing global public pollution through local action, for which she won the 2023 McNulty Prize. Please welcome to the stage with this video, Cali Fellow at the Aspen Institute and a woman I am honored to call a friend, Mireille Endara.
It has been scientifically proven that they have found plastic in our blood, in our lungs, even in our breast milk. What do we do about that? Around the world, we produce approximately 400 million tons of new plastic in a year. but that will increase to 1.2 billion. That garbage ends up in rivers, and if it's in our rivers, it goes to our oceans. And so we started thinking about interventions in rivers, as well as piloting initiatives to improve our community. That's how Maria Verde started. Panama's story is like many of the 152 developing countries in this world. We're not an oil country. We don't have plastic industry, but we have a very big plastic pollution problem. We import all of our plastic. We export an insignificant amount to be recycled. So all that plastic that remains in Panama goes to landfill, gets burned, or it's sent to the oceans. Plastic pollution is a daunting, complex global problem. There are many ideas out there on how we can solve it. Hopefully many ideas in here too. By the end of this year, we may even have a plastic treaty that has to include curbs on plastic production if we really want to solve this problem. In my experience as former Minister of the Environment and leading nonprofits, I have learned that there's no one action that can solve a complex problem, but rather a myriad of interconnected actions. But what I find in reality, at least in Panama, is that there's a big disconnect from the global to the national to the local level. What gets agreed on international treaties does not translate immediately into effective national policies or solutions for communities. And this disconnect works against progress. And there's no time to waste. 2050, the year by when we will have more plastics than fish in the ocean, is around the corner. So keeping that disconnect in mind, our strategy focuses on rivers and the communities that surround them. Why rivers? Because rivers carry the trash that become 80% of marine debris. So rivers are the most effective place where we can close the tap on marine plastics. Now you saw in the video we have a device. Her name is Wanda. She is modeled after the Baltimore Bay trash wheels. Wanda is charismatic, and she's also innovative in that she combines a number of technologies that are typically used for other purposes, but here come together and help retrieve the plastics from the river. In 2023, Wanda was able to collect up to 155 tons of trash from the Juan Diaz River. And that is roughly 80% of the trash that traveled down the river in that period of time. Now, before Wanda, we knew that rivers carried trash to the oceans, only because we could see it, but not because we had any information of where was this trash coming from, what volume was being discharged, or what was this trash made of. Having local, up-to-date information is an eye-opener and is key to making good decisions and good policies. That's why we measure everything that we can. We are measuring what we take out of the river, the volumes, what is the makeup of this trash, communities' perceptions, river health parameters, and all of these things demonstrate the scale of the crisis that we have. We have mapped where trash enters the river systems, what we call hotspots, using drones and satellite images. And this is valuable information for local governments because then they know where they need to focus their efforts on waste collection. We also use data for community buy-in, using simple exercises like weighing household generation of trash in a 24-hour period made participants more aware of their plastic consumption, and therefore more open to participate in our community programs. As a consequence, we were able to divert 116,000 pounds of materials from landfill to oceans. All of this because we were collecting data locally and making it accessible to communities and governments. That leads me into our last area of action, which is community engagement. Nobody likes to live in garbage. But how do we make people connect? and engage. We do 4 things. We raise awareness and educate on the problem. We also give them access to alternatives, like these recycling programs. We establish or reconnect with their sense of community, their pride, by making their communities prettier, cleaner, restoring their green areas. And we also establish trust-based relationships, understanding and valuing their needs and values. So in a workshop last January, when we gave out our results for a 2023 program to over 100 community leaders, I was encouraged to listen to their testimonies and their eagerness to keep working with us. I was also proud to see their shift in their perception and their actions. They now felt empowered to be able to demand better services for their communities and for themselves. Our solution works. And we're now scaling our impact to include all 9 rivers in the capital city of Panama, where over half the population of the country lives. While the world figures out a way on how to move forward in tackling plastic pollution, we will be doing our part from the bottom up, bringing solutions to communities, creating capacities, and stopping waste from reaching the oceans. Thank you.
I think I've been covering environmental justice and climate for a few years now to know that 15 minutes is not enough to talk about every aspect of the issue. But I'm going to go ahead and kick us off by stealing a line from the father of environmental justice himself, Dr. Bob Bullard. He once told me environmental justice is no longer a footnote, it's a headline. And that's really what we're here to talk about today with 2 environmental justice powerhouses, Dr. J and Catherine. So I'm going to go ahead, as you introduce yourselves, maybe I want you to talk about what are some ways in which you see environmental injustice play out in the real world, in your backyards, that many people may tend to ignore or gloss over, and something that needs fixing.
Well, thanks so much, Rachel, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. And just want to make sure that we start off by acknowledging the original caretakers of this land, because we know we would not be here if we were taking care of the earth the way that we should have. So when I think about that question, it is definitely personal. And there are so many injustices that we see, whether it's the fact that our weather is crazy, folks, again, having more asthma or any asthma, but there's also some injustices that can be invisible. And when I think about our work at the White House, particularly the Council on Environmental Quality and our Office of Environmental Justice, the injustices that we're trying to make visible are actually really dealing with access and accountability. So when you think about access, it's about being able to connect with folks that can make a difference, that can create decisions that can make your life better. And that's what we're trying to do in this administration. President Biden and Vice President have been so forward-leaning in making sure that we're building relationships with folks that have never had a relationship with the White House before. I also think about the access to resources, and that is primarily what we're trying to do through the Justice 40 initiative, making sure that 40% of the overall benefits of these investments are reaching disadvantaged communities. The second thing is accountability. There's not a community that I go to where someone doesn't ask me, how are you holding yourselves accountable at the White House? And that's an important question. And so when I think about the fact that we put out the first ever environmental justice scorecard to actually track how our federal agencies are advancing environmental justice or opportunities for improvement, that's major. Additionally, the fact that we put out, again, a new environmental justice executive order, which is an awesome document. But the one piece that I will bring up related to accountability is the fact that our agencies have to create an EJ strategic plan. And so it's not just going to be words on paper, but it's going to be something that we have to go back to and track and review and hold folks accountable.
Catherine?
Well, from my vantage point, for those that don't know me, I'm Catherine Coleman Flowers from Lowndes County, Alabama. So I take that with me wherever I go, and through that frame of reference, I look at what's happening in rural communities, and I look at what's happening in marginalized communities, and try to bring to the forefront their story so people can actually see the injustice. Because I believe that these injustices have gone on for so long because people don't see them. And my issue that I've been involved with now for quite some time is a lack of access to sanitation. And people just assume, you know, with Flint, the issue was the water being poisoned. But I think Flint was a milestone where we could also talk about the access to sanitation. And even here in Florida, I understand that some of the issues we've been talking about with failing septic systems, they're happening everywhere. But not only are septic systems failing, big pipe systems are failing. And it's failing more in marginalized communities. First and foremost, they're the canaries in the coal mine because of climate change. And also our economic paradigms oftentimes encourage these kinds of injustices. For an example, a lot of places, a lot of cities will put money and invest it in bringing a factory to an area and running infrastructure there and bypassing those communities that didn't have it, never got it, and can't advocate for it. So what we try to do is use storytelling to help people to see the injustices, so it helps the policymakers make better policies to make sure that these injustices don't continue. And I have to also say one of my roles is as the co-vice chair of the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, where we get a chance to talk about these type of injustices that are taking place across the country and try to find some solutions.
No, I love that. And Catherine, I was hoping you can build on that a little bit more, because you mentioned Flint. We also saw the same thing happen in Jackson, I believe 2 years ago now. It's been 2 years. And there are several other cities that we're not talking about. I remember writing about Mobile, Alabama, and other cities, bigger cities like New York City and whatnot. But can you talk about just the current state of water infrastructure in America right now, and just kind of how this, as you mentioned, this historical legacy of injustice kind of plays a role in where investment is going, who's being impacted, and whatnot. So if you could expand on that a little.
You know, I got a chance in November of last year to go to Jackson, Mississippi. And when I went there, I was fortunate enough to run into the mayor in the airport. And he said, Catherine, when you look at Jackson, what divestment creates. And it was very interesting because I went and I saw what was going on in Jackson firsthand. Some residents of the community took me around, explained their own trials and tribulations with the water issues in Jackson, the lack of water pressure. Sometimes they're afraid to drink the water. They gave me one example of when Deion Sanders was the coach of Jackson State University and all the people came to the homecoming, the water pressure went down because of the number of people that were in town. Just imagine living in a town and there's a homecoming game or a conference like this and the water pressure goes down. But when the next day I left and I went to Dubai. And when I went to Dubai and I looked at the history of Dubai, and Dubai is what could have been the black belt of the Middle East 60 years ago. But with divestment in Dubai, you're seeing a place that doesn't have a lot of water, but with divestment and innovation, they have become a destination. And the opposite with Jackson, and that is what the injustice looks like in this country, where it plays out over and over and over again, where people are not, where governments, and a lot of these problems are not on the federal level now. A lot of it is on the state and the local level, where they are ignoring communities that are poor, they're ignoring immigrant communities, they're ignoring rural communities, anyone they think do not have a voice. And the people that can afford to pay for the infrastructure get the government support, and the people that can't afford it don't get it. Those are the paradigms that we're trying to shift and change.
Now, speaking of water infrastructure, Detroit is also one of the major cities dealing with aging water infrastructure among many environmental justice issues. It's also one of the cities that are hit hard by the climate crisis. Now, Dr. J, you're from Detroit, and you've had your own personal experience of flooding there too. So how does it feel like to face this where you grew up? And from a policymaker's standpoint now, how do you see these issues being addressed?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to appreciate Ms. Catherine for all of her advocacy and brilliance and serving on our White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council. Celeste, thank you. I will say water is something that's really important. I grew up in the Great Lakes, and we had access to fresh water, and I just kind of took it for granted. But then you see the flip side, where in Detroit, you have folks that can't afford water. In Flint, you had the crisis of many crises across this country. And then you have the crisis that's brought on by extreme flooding. And so my parents, who live on the east side of Detroit, unfortunately experienced 5 floods in 2 years. And these were floods that you had water rising in their basement, where you lost family Bibles. And every time it rains, they still get scared because of that trauma, because of basically infrastructure that is just not up to date. And the lack of accountability by, in many ways, city and county governments. So when I think about the opportunity that this administration has to rectify that problem, not only for my parents, but for folks across this country, I am excited and hopeful. When I think about the monies through the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act that folks talked about yesterday, there's $55 billion that we are putting out there to make sure that clean water is delivered to communities across this country. $799 million just here in the state of Florida. So I have hope, again, that this administration has elevated environmental justice to a level that it's never been. They are actually seeing people and hearing people, and we're going to make progress. So that is what keeps me excited and hopeful, particularly on the waterfront. So folks like my parents won't have to deal with this repeated trauma ever again.
Well, thank you both. I'm looking at the time, and there's so much to talk about. That's why I was like, 15 minutes is not enough. So I'm going to combine both these questions since it's sort of related. But across the country, we have seen environmental and civil rights protections being rolled back and challenged. We've heard that some court rulings have been disheartening for some advocates. Catherine, what have you been hearing on the ground? What are your thoughts on this? And for you, Dr. Jalone, I understand that you can't speak to any pending litigation, so I won't ask you to do that. So instead, just recognizing the currently polarized landscape, I'd like to ask about some of the efforts, solution-wise, that the federal government is continuing to pursue to advance environmental protection and environmental justice today.
Well, I'll start by saying that the U.S. Department of Justice took as its first case using Title VI to deal with the environmental justice, a complaint that we filed with the Earth Justice against the Alabama Department of the Alabama Department of Public Health. We actually did, when we did our parasite study and found evidence of hookworm in people in Lowndes County, Alabama, using PCR technology, they put on their website that it was not a valid study because we used PCR technology. And we filed that complaint, and that complaint was investigated by HHS and DOJ. And that was the first time that had ever happened in history where Title VI was used in this country to deal with environmental justice. And the first settlement was announced a year ago. We've also, using other methods that are in place now, the US EPA has an Office of External Civil Rights and Environmental Justice, and we've since filed another complaint against the state agency that will probably set up a potential challenge to determine whether or not Title VI can continue to be used for environmental justice. So we're just using all of the avenues that are available, whether it's through policy, whether it's through local advocacy, or whether it's working with the administration to make sure that environmental justice is at the forefront. At least we set some precedents where it will not be business as usual in these communities.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't want to shortchange the fact that this administration created the first Office of Environmental Justice ever. So that is something that we cannot take for granted.
Absolutely.
So for me, when I think about our goals as an office, one is to make sure that we're reducing burdens and harm on communities of color and low-income communities. The second is to make sure that we're delivering those resources to those same communities. And the third, and probably maybe one of the most important things, is to make sure that environmental justice is institutionalized across the White House and all of our federal agency partners. Because when you talk about environmental justice, this is a moment, but I don't want it to just be a moment. Right. I think about when I'm gone. I think about when, again, if the political winds were to shift, how I want to make sure that we're doing everything in our power to make sure environmental justice is embedded in the fabric and foundation of the White House and the federal government. So there's a lot of things that our federal agency partners are doing to make sure that it sticks, that you might not see on the outside. But when you talk about changing your practice, changing your policies, changing your incentive structures, all these pieces that are going to make sure environmental justice is not just a word or the flavor of the week. And so that's what we are focused on right now. So all of the pieces of President Biden's ambitious environmental justice agenda, all of our initiatives and great things that we're doing, that's awesome. And we're trying to make sure that what we're doing now is going to make it durable, it's going to be sustainable, and that people, again, will be able to see the differences not just now, but years and decades from now. Because I remind myself and I remind my staff, what we're doing here is not about us. It's about the folks that we know and the folks that we don't know. And so I am truly, again, just blessed and privileged to be a part of this administration that gets it. And I hope people will realize that and see the difference that we're trying to make.
And that is a good note to end on. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Catherine, Dr. J.
Hi, everyone. I'm Greg Gershuny, the director of the Aspen Institute's Energy and Environment Program and the director of Aspen Ideas Climate. We're so glad that you're all here to engage with each other on climate solutions to solve the climate crisis. Today, we're very proud of the partnership that we launched late last year with the State Department, the International Union of Conservation of Nature, Ocean Foundation, and Serious Business to end plastic pollution. Today, I'd like you to meet the State Department diplomats who are negotiating the international treaty to end plastic pollution, Jonathan Gillibrand and Carrie Holland, who will tell you a little about EPIC public-private partnership.
Great. Thanks, Greg. Thank you so much, and thanks to Aspen. We are the diplomats bringing the world together in a United Nations treaty with one clear goal, and it's this beautiful imagery behind you of a clean ocean and land ecosystems that are plastic-free.
When we bring all countries together, it still won't be enough to address the enormity of the plastic pollution challenge we face today. So we've launched a public-private partnership to convene NGOs, businesses, and communities around the globe to develop and share innovations and commitments. We will also launch solution-focused projects in countries around the world, starting in Africa and Central America this year.
So this partnership is called EPIC, the End Plastic Pollution International Collaborative, and has an initial $15 million of bipartisan supported funding. Importantly, EPIC also has the ability to take additional private financial contributions.
EPIC will focus on efforts to help stop the problem before it starts. It will drive innovation in materials, product design, and systems change ideas like reuse and refill.
And as part of that effort, and to incentivize engagement of the world's brightest minds, we would today like to announce the launch of an innovation prize competition with seed funding from the EPIC partnership.
The prize competition will be developed and launched by the Aspen Institute and look for transformational ideas to address plastic pollution and build a circular economy for plastics. Finalists will be recognized over the next few years, including at a future EPIC Ideas Plastic in the same format as this Aspen Ideas Climate convening.
So to sum up, we are negotiating a treaty that will launch a global human endeavor to end plastic pollution. And with bipartisan domestic support, we're launching an accelerator that is totally epic, with an innovation prize, convenings, and international projects. And most powerfully, it is something that you all can get involved in and support.
So if there's one thing we want you to remember today, it is...
Oh, diplomats are much cooler than you thought, and you want to come and work at State Department.
Absolutely. Please contact us about that. But also contact us about the Innovation Prize and EPIC through our EPIC host organizations. You'll see a QR code on the screen, and our partners, Aspen, IUCN, the Ocean Foundation, and Serious Business.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Greg.
Hello, good morning. My name is Justin Moreland. I write about climate and energy at Time. I'm really glad to be here with Michael Polsky, who is the founder and CEO of Inventorgy, which is the largest private developer of renewable energy in the US. I want to start just by asking you about a Wall Street Journal headline for a profile about you. It calls you a renewable energy pioneer, not an environmentalist. I'm paraphrasing. You know, we were talking just in the green room about common sense and the need for common sense. What did you mean by that? And, you know, what does that mean when they say not an environmentalist?
You know, I'm an engineer by training, and actually Inventorgy, my third company, I started the first one in 80s, and then second one in 90s, and now, and I went through different technologies. I mean, when I started my first company, I did coal and then some oil, natural gas. My second company was involved in natural gas plants. I sold it as well. And then I started Inventorgy in 2001, again, looking at gas, and then sort of start looking at wind, and to me it made sense. So what I like to tell people that, you know, technology is changing, just like everything else in life, right? I mean, we used to have no cell phones, then smartphones, then this, and nobody argues about this, but somehow in energy, everything is politicized. So we sort of stuck to the old stuff because politically it's sort of advantageous for some people. So what I like to say that as we see world is changing, and we get new things and new technologies and new abilities to do things different ways, then we have to embrace it. We shouldn't fight this. So to me, I got into renewables because I look at advantages. For example, in case of wind first, you can build it at a fixed cost. You don't have fuel. It's much simpler in some ways. You don't pollute. You don't need water. I mean, to me, it helps national security. To me, all those things just make sense. It's not political. It's not, I didn't get in the wind because I want to save the world necessarily. I got in the wind because it made sense. Then they got solar and storage and transmission line and so on. So unfortunately, energy, and particularly the renewable energy, and particularly anything that touches climate, got so politicized that it doesn't make sense.
So you want to strip out the politicization. That makes sense. I want to shift gears a little bit. We're at this interesting moment where we have a lot of headwinds and tailwinds in the energy transition. Tailwinds, you know, with the IRA here in the US, headwinds, all these issues around supply chains and permitting and all these things. You have a very broad view of all of this. Where do you see us in this bigger picture, in this journey? And what are some of the bigger, most concerning challenges that you're facing?
Yeah, I've obviously, listen, there are always challenges, and supply chain, like you mentioned, is a big challenge. But I think the biggest challenge is political challenge, because we're sort of not sure where we belong. I mean, obviously, you know, you read newspaper and, you know, our policy may change dramatically based on next election. So in a way, you know, it's sort of very fragile environment. And, you know, obviously, you know, you go on costs, it's one way to do business. You go in the middle of the country, people look at things differently. So that's a challenge. But those are political challenges. But as far as we also have other challenges, such as, for example, our electrical grid and transmission. Now, it's my big thing is talk about transmission, because people don't realize how fragile this grid is and that would hold us back to implement IRA, for example, at the full scale is inability to connect, inability to transfer power. It affects reliability, particularly with renewables. Renewables are very climate, if you will, weather-related technologies, so therefore we have to connect bigger geographies, which we're not doing. And those all things add up together, and listen, there's always a challenge. I think we're doing good things, but still there are a lot of sort of obstacles on the way.
So I think it's maybe important to stop and underline this grid point, because I think for a lot of people, as we're going through talking about climate, it's easy to talk about renewables without thinking about this bigger context of the state of the grid. And so I wonder if you could just underscore that. I mean, how serious are the challenges with the grid? How are they perhaps hindering you continuing to deploy renewables? And then, importantly, what are the fixes? And so that's a lot to throw in there, 3 questions, but what do you think?
Grid is much bigger issue than most people realize. That, we have a grid. Grid means our transmission system is built for all days. It's like, it's like we have smartphones without internet. I mean, what's the purpose here? So when we add more generation, more renewables, and by the way, people talking nuclear SMRs, they will face the same problem, that we need to connect the sources to the grid that located in a different positions than we used to have generation is located. Plus we have increased electrical demand. So renewables, for example, a lot of renewables in the area where there is no load. So you have to connect it to the load center. Also, as I mentioned before, renewables are weather-related resources. It means that if we don't have sun and you have renewables in a small geographical area, they're all related. All the solar plants go up and down at the same time. So we should connect larger geographies so we have different weather patterns and we can back up certain areas to another. And simply just to connect this called dispersed resources to the grid, you have to have grid coming to the different areas. So we have that, and another thing is reliability. Like when we have more renewables, it's not economical to back up one-to-one. So you want to minimize backup because it costs money, and it's also mainly backups come from fossil fuels. You have to have a grid that connect much larger geography, which we want to do. So the hindrance is that we used to have utilities that have their own small service territory. Then we went to this called RTOs, Regional Transmission Organization, that's supposed to create bigger geography. But now the RTOs themselves try to protect their turf, and they don't want to interconnect larger geographies. So the RTOs become sort of utilities of today, where they kind of try to do all this transmission project with their footprint that really maybe helps a little bit, but it doesn't solve the problem because they don't connect, larger geographies. And that's a problem. And then what my fear is, then we have a major issue with the grid, and then what would happen? We'll start finding a scapegoat. Who is the scapegoat of the renewables? And therefore, people start backlashing, because of renewables, we have all this problem, which is not really true.
Right, I think you make a lot of critical points, and I want to underscore this last point about renewables, because as you said, sometimes, it is both true that they're intermittent, and that poses challenges, but there's also solutions to those challenges, and you alluded to that with talking about transmission, also storage, which is changing, but transmission being a critical solution right now. And I wonder if you could talk about the things that could happen, perhaps that might be accessible, ways that people might be able to engage in some of this conversation regarding transmission. What are the things that could happen that would help improve the state of transmission in the U.S.?
You know, I think we need federal government leadership because transmission, the way grid is now looked at, it's very regionally and even state by state. So in each state, there is a issue cost. You probably heard this terminology, cost allocation. Who is pays for what? And when we have 50 different states, and reliability, it's hard sometimes just think on a state-specific basis. It's going to be national basis. So I think we have to go through this, out of this feudal regional concept or small area concept where what is there for me, and to look at more national scale. My view is just like a highway system. We have National Highway Administration that, you know, looks at the highway. Each state doesn't say what is there for me, but we look nationally, and perhaps we need sort of National Transmission Administration or agency that look for the interests of the entire country. Because like I mentioned, you know, look at the pipeline system, natural gas, you look at the map, it crisscrosses all the states, and it's a national kind of issue here, but transmission how become so isolated. I mean, if we build transmission, each state there, what is there for me? I don't want to pay for this. Somebody else has to pay for it. And it's very, very difficult to do it. And also we have, like I said, these RTOs that only look in with their footprints, which is absolutely wrong. You know, we have to look on a broader scale because world has changed. It's not the same. And I think it's very important that people in this audience and everywhere understand this is a big issue. We gotta talk about this. And it's not a technical issue that so narrow that only sort of insiders have to deal with this. This is a big issue because otherwise, you know, we won't be able to supply the power to where we need to go.
So you've been talking about RTOs. I hesitate to bring in another acronym, but FERC is an important player in this, and there are 3 FERC nominees, and perhaps this is, you know, nominees that need to be confirmed. This is something that you know, people can engage in with their own elected officials. I'm curious, though, you know, what do you see as the situation with FERC, and is there a potential to help break this logjam with these nominees for the commissioners? And maybe we should also explain what FERC is. So maybe start with that.
FERC is an acronym for Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. It's basically a federal agency that's supposed to oversee our electricity market, to make sure that everything we do is called just and reasonable, and look beyond states and look at on the national scale. So the entire grid is part of FERC jurisdiction except Texas, because Texas is separate. Just because they're not interconnected with the rest of the country, they want to be separate. But so I'm not going to touch Texas here, but FERC's supposed to deal with these transmission issues. And I think they should, they must. It's not an option. And I think that FERC needs to be, in my opinion, more aggressive to really, I know those are important issues, but we cannot hide in the sand because they're so important that we cannot deal with them. I think FERC has to really step in because everybody is looking for FERC leadership, particularly in the transmission, and there is a lot of rhetoric there, and a lot of, you know, you open major publication, you always see transmission, but I don't think that FERC does enough. And we're all looking for FERC leadership, you know, as I mentioned, particularly on interregional transmission. They call high voltage DC lines that connect large, because when you go very long, you cannot go AC, you have to go DC, you know. So we all looking for FERC leadership, and they have to step up.
And can these nominees help fix that, or what's your view?
I hope. I mean, listen, that's the objective, because if we don't have, without FERC, it's because we don't have any other avenue to deal with this unless there is some sort of a legislation. But I think that's the agency that we're all looking at.
Well, we don't have time for another question, but I want to say thank you. I think you did a great job outlining the challenges that the grid faces and some of the potential ways that we might address that. So thank you so much to Michael Polsky.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining our panel here on urban transportation. I'm Shannon Osaka. I'm a climate reporter for the Washington Post, and I'm joined here by the lovely Mayor Daniela Levine Cava of Miami-Dade, Mayor Justin Bibb of Cleveland, and the chair of the Climate Mayors, and U.S. Deputy Secretary of Transportation, Polly Trottenberg.
Yay.
So I'd love to turn to Mayor Bibb first. You are the new chair of Climate Mayors, which is a network of over 300 mayors who are working for climate action. What are the key levers of change that you see mayors being able to pull, and how are you looking to activate those levers in 2024?
I often say that America's mayors are at the front lines of the many issues we're facing across our country, but we are also at the front lines of the solutions to these issues. And so this is the year of action for climate mayors, leveraging all the amazing federal investment that this president has given us to address climate change across the country. So we're engaging the private sector to leverage that investment. We want to make sure we're bringing our residents along as well, too, because most folks in Cleveland have no idea what the Inflation Reduction Act is or what the bipartisan infrastructure bill is. But here's what they do know. They want clean water, fresh air, and safe streets. And that has to be how we talk about these critical core policy issues every single day.
And Mayor Levine Cava, Florida has the second highest number of EV registrations in the country, but it still takes a lot to move a very urbanized environment with multifamily housing to electric vehicles. How is Miami-Dade working on this and trying to boost EV adoption in the city?
We are EV friendly. We are EV ready. We've built in EV charging facilities to a lot of our county buildings and parking areas. And I also got legislation passed to require new multi-dwellings to have the capacity for EV infrastructure. And we've electrified our fleet. Just yesterday, Administrator Regan from the EPA was down to celebrate 50 new electric school buses on top of the 50 that they had already committed. So 100 bus fleet, and we already are matching that. We have 70 in service, and it'll be 100 very shortly, and we're going up to 170. So we expect to be the largest electrified fleet, including on our South Dade corridor, where it will all be bus rapid transit electric buses, the first in the nation. Yes.
I want to turn to the Deputy Secretary. This is a very busy time for DOT. You have the bipartisan infrastructure law, you have the IRA funds. What are you seeing as the challenges in the rollout of those funds? And I understand that you also may have an announcement that you want to make.
I do have an announcement. Thank you so much, Shannon. Great to be here with two, I have to say, of our country's most amazing mayors. Let me talk about the announcement and then get to your questions. So you are right. Between the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, DOT is having the opportunity to roll out an unprecedented set of programs and projects to address climate change. It is truly, as you say, one of the most exciting and busy times to be in transportation. Today, we will be rolling out, we'll see if we can get the information up on screen. If not, you can go online, our low carbon transportation materials program, $2 billion that will be apportioned to states, and there'll be a competitive program for cities and counties to look at innovative ways to decarbonize the transportation, construction, and manufacturing process. And I know, looking at this crowd, I'm sure we have some private sector innovators in the audience. This is a program I hope will really bring innovation, public-private partnerships, looking at new ways we can manufacture materials, reduce carbon usage throughout the whole transportation process, and train the workforce, too, to be a part of what we hope will be an amazing decarbonization of how we build and operate our transportation projects. It builds upon, just to sort of ask for the challenge, we're running a low-carbon program, a PROTECT program for climate resiliency, roadway safety, things that I know these mayors and others around the country have been great partners in. So We're busy, but it's a good kind of busy, and we're grateful for the opportunity and the resources that have come through our president's legislation to tackle climate. As you say, cities are on the front lines. Transportation is too. Transportation is the biggest part of the carbon emissions in our country, but we will be a biggest part of the solution as well.
Thank you. We've talked a little bit about electric mobility, EVs, things like that, but as climate folks here, I think we all know that we also need to move away from a very car-centric culture. And I'm curious, I want to turn to the mayors first on this, but we've heard this concept of the 15-minute city, and it's gotten some interesting attention as well from some parts of media. But can you talk about sort of what this concept is and how mayors can help to move towards that more walkable, more pedestrianized version of the city? Maybe, yeah, Mayor Bibb, let's go first.
I saw this firsthand during the pandemic when, in many parts of our city, our residents didn't have a grocery store they could go to within 15 minutes that sold fresh fruits and vegetables. Many folks didn't have access to good quality transit within 15 minutes. So this is really about, in my opinion, ensuring we have high quality amenities in every part of our city. That's why we want to become, in Cleveland, one of the first 15-minute cities in North America, because we truly have to prioritize people over cars. Too many of our residents are dying on our streets, and so we are working aggressively to have more protected bike lanes. We also need to make sure that as we think about safety, speed tables, those things go a long way to give our residents confidence that our streets are safe for families and children. And by doing this, this shows us that we're focused on equity and also focused on justice as well too, but it also helps us to be more economically competitive long-term as a city as well.
Have you had any backlash against this idea of the 15-minute city? Because I know that that has happened in some places.
A lot of backlash from a lot of misinformation in our media. I'll give you one example. One of our leads in our city planning department became the ire of the extreme right because we were introducing legislation to eliminate parking minimums in our streets. And it's a shame that we have this toxic media environment that doesn't allow us to have basic, common sense, pragmatic conversations about what makes our cities great. And so we as mayors have to do a better job of combating this misinformation in our media and really tell our residents exactly what these plans and policies are all about.
Mayor Daniela, how do you think about this? How do you think about sort of reorienting streets away from cars, more towards smart transit?
We're very land constrained. We have the ocean, we have the Everglades, and kind of a narrow strip. I heard it described recently as between the sharks and the alligators. So we know that we cannot just continue to build in the old suburban patterns, and we don't have infrastructure, more traffic as a result, et cetera. So we have intensely densified our transportation corridors and also created other incentives for more densely building. So we created something called the Rapid Transit Zone along our corridors, which we identified aggressively to build out our public transit. The only solution for traffic, we do have it, ladies and gentlemen, here, is transit. We cannot build roads to solve that problem. So it's yep, that was an applause line I heard. It works together. We have to build taller instead of out into our farm and endangered lands and protecting our water supply, our Everglades, and so on. And we've done it through this zone that allows for greater densification, fewer parking requirements, and a good bit of subsidy as well, and requirements for mixed income, so that we do have a range of income mixes in these transit corridors, very popular. We're even hoping for a major federal grant for our North Corridor, which isn't yet developed along that corridor, but we've shown that once we make the plans, that the people and the development will come on our South Corridor. So this is a little out of the past pattern of kind of get in line for your major transit projects. and you have to prove density. Well, we know that density is coming, and we've proven it, and so we're so grateful that this administration has found other ways of prioritizing some of these projects. And she already knows. But truthfully, as far as pushback, really not so much, especially with the fact that we have so many newcomers. We have people coming from urban areas where they're used to world-class transit, or young people who prefer not to have cars, and even some of us older folks that are ready to give up our yards and move into that 15-minute focal area. I'm not quite there yet, but I'll get there. So I think we have really all the right ingredients to incentivize and motivate to build differently. But there are some headwinds because there is a demand. There's a huge demand for housing, and the costs are very high. And so it's sometimes cheaper to build on that open land. And so we have to educate people about the cost of that.
Absolutely. And Deputy Secretary, how is the Department of Transportation working, as Mayor Daniela mentioned, to try to help incentivize that moving forward?
Right. I mean, we are very focused, again, in addition to all the programs to decarbonize the transportation sector, to look at ways, obviously, that we can help with mode shifting, get more people out of cars onto mass transit. We are making record-breaking investments in transit, in passenger rail, and in projects that prioritize roadway safety, active transportation. So part of how we're doing that is really tapping into the creativity and the local voices. We have extraordinary grant dollars at our fingertips, and the best ideas are coming from all over the country, from cities large and small, from tribal areas, and part of what we're doing is helping to partner with those communities to get some of those ideas on the ground. Something I had a lot of experience with in New York, particularly with our Safe Streets and Roads for All, doing quick pilot projects, tactical urbanism, getting some of that paint on the ground so that your citizens can start to see the possibilities of these projects, of a new bus lane, of a new bike lane. And that helps build the support that sometimes I think we've all had in our opportunities in urban government. You need to show people, sometimes you need to show people, and seeing is believing, and we're getting to be a real partner in that. We're also, with our sister agencies, with HUD and Department of Energy and EPA, trying to think together holistically about the land use issues, transportation efficiency, those bigger picture issues which are multidisciplinary, but which are really the ways we're going to help transform cities and make them, in some cases, more of that 15-minute city.
Absolutely. So we have all of this new funding that's flowing all throughout the country trying to remake our transportation system. I mean, what do mayors need from the Biden administration and vice versa in order to really make these collaborations work? Mayor Bibb.
Well, I have to say, I've only been mayor for over 2 years now, but in my lifetime, I've never seen an administration who cares about cities like this administration does. And as the president said in his State of the Union address, you know, America's comeback is going to be fueled by America's cities and towns. And as I look at Cleveland's future, making sure we continue to leverage these federal investments in a very equitable way is a key part of my vision and focus as mayor. I'll give you an example. You know, as we're thinking about the new EV boom in our country and how that federal investment is going to change the ecosystem of electric vehicles across the country, it's so important that particularly in majority black cities like Cleveland, that those residents feel like they can be a part of that movement. And so we prioritize, as we are launching new EV stations across our city, we're prioritizing building them in black and brown neighborhoods to help connect the dots. And so as we launch these new EV charging stations and go door to door to talk about the EV tax credits, it gives them confidence that they are a part of this movement. And we couldn't have got it done without this administration working with America's mayors.
Well, it's been great. Okay. We are ready to receive all of those investments, and we're very grateful for what we have received. In fact, we do a quarterly report, and we're up to almost $1.4 billion in discretionary federal grants through these programs across the board, and many of them focused on transportation, including at the airport and the seaport. So we have for example, gotten funds for Vision Zero to reduce pedestrian and bicycle injuries. Unfortunately, that is a big challenge, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because if we want people to be in 15-minute cities, we have to keep them safe. We also have been hugely supported for our solar projects, the EV that we've mentioned, and we're looking also at the elective pay option, which is really a rebate. It's like a tax rebate for those that don't pay taxes, if you get it. But it's really going to be huge for us in helping us to expand our solar and other energy reduction. We also have the Priority Climate Action Plan that we've developed thanks to the EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. We got a planning grant, and now we're going for the big dollars. And we're also designated as a climate tech hub by U.S. Commerce, and put in the full proposal to draw down multi-millions to help us to develop the industry around climate advances. So it's been a beautiful partnership, a beautiful relationship. We're like I say, I'm like this, ready at the shoot.
Hands out. Deputy
All
Secretary.
right, well, I thank you, mayors, and I will say I am really proud to be part of the Biden-Harris administration, which, you are right, really cares about cities and sees them on the front line of delivering our agenda of infrastructure investment, of job creation, of equity, of addressing climate change. And look, at DOT, we like to brag. I was transportation commissioner in the biggest city in the country for 7 years and on the front lines for a lot of the types of things you're trying to do. And obviously, our secretary, former mayor himself, I would say of a small city, he would say of a mid-sized city in Indiana. But I think both of us bring our experiences actually of being in small and large cities and how you do navigate working with the federal government. And small communities feel like it's challenging. It's challenging for big cities too. But that focus has gone into particularly, traditionally transportation funds tend to go to states, but we now have a number of programs, and these two cities and so many others around the country have been successful in competing for those dollars, again, for roadway safety, for climate projects, for EV charging. And you are absolutely right, Mayor Bibb, for the EV charging dollars that we have given out to local communities. We've put an enormous focus on equity communities, and 70% of those dollars have gone to disadvantaged communities. So, we have programs specifically targeted to cities, and what would we like from cities? We have declared year 4 of the Biden-Harris administration to be the year of project delivery. So obviously, we want to see amazing work on the ground in cities all over the country, and we stand ready to be partners, of course, to help make it happen.
Wonderful. Well, I promised folks backstage that I would absolutely keep this to 20 minutes, so let's have a round of applause for our panelists.
Good morning. My name is James Abraham. I'm the founder of Minzo. Let me start with an apology. I'm an engineer. That's a confession. I will need to bring that back up later, so I thought it would be very good to be up front. Several years ago, I was asked a very interesting question, or a surprising question. I was asked, how do we get individuals, masses of people, engaged intimately in this journey of solving the climate crisis? Now, I have to tell you, my co-founder, Tanya, and I had spent more than a decade building solar power plants, displacing coal in our country, involved in climate negotiations, helping companies with their journey on climate. So we thought we were already engaged. But this phrase, more intimately engaged in our lives, really caught us. And when we looked at ourselves, we realized, actually, we were not that intimately engaged. So we asked ourselves why. And we fell onto the language that we use when we describe climate. It's very big language. Global temperatures, weather patterns, energy transition, phase down. Apparently, I'm allowed to say phase down and not phase out, but we'll talk about that later. Phase down of fossil fuels. This is a language that keeps the individual out of it. It's very difficult to find ourselves in there when there's billions of dollars at stake and time frames are lifetimes away. And as an individual, when you look at this, we're left with sometimes fear, sometimes helplessness, and maybe a little bit of activism. So we said if we had to solve this, we had to find a way to make actions atomic so we could act. We had to find a way to make time frames near so we could visualize it. And we had to make the funds required within our grasp so we could afford it. So here's where the apology comes in. As I said, I'm an engineer. My answer to these questions does not move towards art or film or policy or regulation. We tend to build things. So we built a personal emissions tracker, and I did this on my own life. I measured everything I did and converted it into emissions. If you want to do something depressing in your life, do this. So you see that really nice green tree? Some days are like that. It's a good day, low emissions, but most of my days, my emissions were so high, the landscape was barren and the tree was desiccated. When I looked at my own climate identity, my own climate story, I was the villain in this story. And I wanted to change this. So I dug deep into the data, and I found there were some things I could do. And it was interesting. But the real magic is what's happening here now. Some of you are curious. You're asking, is that possible? Is that something I could do? Wow, if we could only get this together. Same thing happened in my team. We all started asking ourselves what this means. We broke this up. We created a score to allow us to compare ourselves to each other. We broke up our emissions, personal versus professional, the stuff that had to do with work. We looked at our trend lines. We became a community in conversation with real personal data. And when we became a community in conversation with real personal data, we became a community in action. Many of you have step trackers and calorie counters. You all share these step trackers and calorie counters. You become communities in action when you've got data about yourself and you're sharing it with each other. As we became communities in action, we found ways to change our own emissions story. We found that there were some emissions that were, like that really amazing dessert that you just cannot give up that spikes your blood sugar. It spiked our emissions. And there were other types of emissions that are just habits, and I'm not going to give you an analogy of bad habits. We all have them. So those habits were things that we needed to change over time. As we dug deep into this, especially our professional emissions, we changed the way we commuted. We looked at work from home versus work from office. We became much more sensitive and aware of the options around us as our cities were introducing new forms of public transit, electric buses and such. We got engaged with that. Of course, we still continue composting and recycling, which, by the way, great things to do. Please keep doing them. But we were able to go much further on those avenues. We started to become more sensitive about waste, water, plastic. Perhaps most importantly, especially for the politicians that were up here, we became aware of our options at the voting booth. And that became a part of our conversation. So we finally found ways to get more engaged in this. And we started to reduce our emissions, and it was exciting for a while. 6 months into this, I found I started to plateau out. I don't like plateauing. I needed to get to the next stage, so I adopted another great phrase that we have in climate, net zero. Remember net zero? Very big word, but I said, I want to make this personal. How do we get to personal net zero? So I took the emissions and I said, I want to get to net zero by 2030, not some faraway goal, but something more within, personally, my lifetime. And I said, what would happen to my emissions if I did nothing? Can I project it? Ari and Catherine this morning said that our future is less dystopian than we think. I found that answer. I found that left to itself, my emissions would reduce by 30% just because of all the work you're doing. Our grid is getting more green. Our transportation is getting better. Airlines are thinking about using new forms of tech and fuel. It's all changing around us. That our future looks actually brighter, and I could see it in my numbers. But it wasn't enough, because I wanted to get to zero. 30% isn't zero. So I decided I needed to find a way to take out the rest of my emissions. So we created this swipe to net zero. Swipe right, not left. Swipe right to net zero. The way this works is it measured my residual emissions in 2030 and told me how big a forest I would need, forest, not trees, to be able to sink all of my carbon emissions going forward. If I had this much of a forest, my own, at this time, then I would be net zero from that day on. Now, when I say forest, you're all thinking companies, countries, big, millions, tens of millions of trees, hundreds of thousands of hectares. You're thinking saving the tropical savanna. We wanted to atomize this to each individual. So this is a portion of a large forest. We've planted a large forest in the eastern hills of India, and we've taken it out and atomized it so each person can have a part of it for themselves. And you can track it. And this is a forest that lives in a community. You can see the farmers and the livelihoods that are being changed. And we took this approach to say, let's do assets and not offsets, because just like we have cars and homes that are assets and parts of our lives that emit, we should have a part of life that actually absorbs and sinks our carbon. Get to know this group intimately well, and to build a connection with the population that keeps our carbon neutral, takes us to net zero. So that's Minzo. That's my journey to my net zero. You can actually try this out for yourself if you would like. It's available on both the App Store and the Google Play Store. And if you want to try out, experience this in short form, we have a 1-hour experience scheduled for you tomorrow. You can experience a 6-year journey, your own personal net zero journey, tomorrow at 11:30. But really, if you try it and start going, we'd encourage you to create these communities in conversation, communities in action. Because together, we are a really powerful force. We can move investments, we can change markets, we can shape policy, and as Ari and Catherine said this morning, we can write the history of our own climate future. It starts when each of us can grasp the possibility in our own lives. Thank you.
Now, storytelling has been the theme of the morning, and our next panel is going to discuss how to tell America's climate change story. And for that, I am honored to introduce our next duo of powerhouse speakers. We have Catherine Hayhoe, who is Nature Conservancy's chief scientist, and she is making sure that communities that don't often get included in the climate change conversation have a voice, and that is key to changing the narrative. She is going to be joined by the one and only 13-time Emmy Award-winning journalist who I worked at with NBC News and who helped me cover storms and hurricanes when there was little sleep and little food, always did it with a huge smile, Mr. Al Roker. Thank you so much. Hi, Catherine.
Thank you. Oh, and that was really underwhelming, so we really appreciate that. And that really, oh, it's building.
It is.
It's building.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, thank you for being here. And Catherine, yeah, I've been a huge fan of yours, and I just admire so much what you do and the message you've been putting out. And you were an author of, you were one of the authors on the 5th National Climate Assessment, talking about current climate. And what I found fascinating is that literally no part of the country in this report is going to be untouched by climate change. And mitigation and resilience projects have to be instituted. What was last year, $28 billion disasters. Last 5 years, each year it's a new record. Talk about this report's findings and why it is so urgent right now. The report brings out the urgency and what we need to be doing now.
Yes. Well, speaking of urgency, if I could just alter what you said slightly. You said every aspect of the country, every part of the country will be affected. I would say is being affected. And what you do so powerfully is you bring that into people's homes on a daily basis, making it part of their lives. So we know, I've authored the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th National Climate Assessment under the Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden administrations. And each time we are bringing out more and more information about how climate change is here, not just over there, and it's now, not just in the future. But what we're seeing now is that our adaptation and resilience efforts are much larger than they were. I remember in the 2nd and 3rd National Climate Assessment, we were beating the bushes across the country to try to find 2 examples to put in a box of adaptation and resilience. Mm-hmm. And now there's an entire figure showing that in every state around the country, there are multiple adaptation and resilience initiatives, but we also know it's not enough because the changes we're seeing happening are happening faster than humans have ever experienced. We've never seen changes this fast, and our entire society is just not built to change that quickly.
Talk about, when you say adaptive resilience, what do you mean?
I mean preparing. And the analogy I use, I always think in images, is We've been living for hundreds and thousands of years as a society as if we're driving down the road into the future, looking in the rearview mirror. All of our planning, our building codes, where and how we grow our food, how we allocate our water, it's all built on the way things were in the past. And if the road is straight, I live in Texas where there's a lot of very straight roads. So if the road is straight, you can drive down the road looking in the rearview mirror. You just, as long as there's not a wild boar on the road, which does happen in Texas.
Yikes.
Yes. But today, we're on a curve larger than any we've ever negotiated in the history of human civilization, and so we have to look ahead. And that's what adaptation and resilience is. It's looking at what the conditions will be like for my home, for this road that we're building, for the crops that we're growing, for the water we're allocating. Not just today, but in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, will my home be safe? Will the road be usable? Will there be enough food? Will there be enough water? And in some cases, the answer is, if we continue on our current pathway, no.
Yeah, and in some cases, it's already happening.
Yes.
In a lot of places. Climate change is referred to as a threat multiplier. We've got these extreme weather events happening more and more recently. The effects of climate change, while people may question climate change, which I don't understand how they do that, but they need to realize that everything that's happening now is being made worse by climate change.
That's a great way to put it. I love that idea of a threat multiplier, because so often people think, well, okay, you scientists, you broadcast meteorologists, you environmentalists, you care about climate change, but I'm not any of those, so why should I care? But the reality is if our kid plays outdoor sports, or we have, a young toddler who wants to play outside in the summer and it's going to be too hot for them to do that. Or our insurance rates just doubled in a single year, which happened to many people right here where we are today in Florida. We realize that this is already affecting their lives. If they can get it, exactly. So we have to show people that what they already care about, the places, the people, the things they already care about, whoever they are already being affected. And that to care about climate change, you have to only be one thing, and that one thing is not Al Roker, and it's not a climate scientist, although Al Roker and climate scientists obviously care very much. But it's just a human living on planet Earth.
Yep.
And if we can make that connection, that's how we help people see that they're the perfect person to help catalyze solutions wherever they are too.
And when you talk about problems in certainly communities of color are vastly more affected by climate change. The folks that can least afford it are the ones that are more greatly affected by it.
Yes, climate change affects us all, but it doesn't affect us all equally. And for me, that's very personal for me, because that's why I became a climate scientist, when I realized how profoundly unfair it was that the people who had done the least to contribute to the problem in the first place were the ones bearing the brunt of the impacts. Now, back about 30 years ago, the biggest socioeconomic inequalities we had in the world were between countries. Richer versus poorer countries. 2/3 of our socioeconomic inequality was between country. Today, 2/3 of our socioeconomic inequality is within country. So that means within our own cities. Let me just give you a couple of tangible examples. Take any large city in the US. The lower income neighborhoods during a heat wave could be anywhere from 7 up to 15 degrees Fahrenheit hotter during the same heat wave than wealthier neighborhoods. Because they're covered in concrete, they have no green space. Why not? Decades of racist redlining practices. No available mortgages. This is the only cheap place to live. And those places also are much more prone to flooding often, because it's cheaper to buy a place that is more likely to flood. Much worse air pollution, because they never had the political or socioeconomic clout to stop a freeway from going right through the neighborhood.
Or factories being built next to them.
Or a waste dump right there. So then along comes climate change. Those areas are hotter, they're more prone to flooding, they're more polluted, and of course fossil fuel emissions produce so much particulate pollution that's responsible for millions of deaths every year. So climate change is not fair. And that's why when we look to solutions, we need to look to solutions that address health, equity, families, air quality, nature, and climate change too.
If you take care of one, you'll take care of the others.
Yes.
One of the things I was fascinated when I first found out about you is that you're a Christian, and you wear that proudly. But you said you were a little hesitant to come out as a climate scientist, as a Christian. And yet you say, if you really are, or a believer, and if you're a faithful person, that climate change or protecting the climate is something that if you read the Bible, you probably should be part of.
Yes. I mean, I'm convinced that if you take the Bible seriously, and a lot of people claim they do, that you would be at the front of the line demanding climate action. Because at the very beginning of the Bible in Genesis, it says God gave humans responsibility over every living thing on this earth. And it makes it clear it's not living things in terms of non-human. That includes us, our sisters and brothers too. And then at the very end of the Bible, there's this verse that hardly anybody reads. It says, God will destroy those who destroy the earth. Yeah, it's in the book of Revelation. But for me personally, what's through the rest of it, what's bookended by those two statements, is continued emphasis on how the most seemingly insignificant aspects of nature matter, and how we are all as humans, regardless of our faith or lack thereof, we're all called to love each other and care for each other. And in my opinion, what is climate change other than a failure to love?
And when you put it like that, it becomes even more imperative. Talk to me about your perception, at least anecdotally. You know, polling says climate change is lower on the food chain as far as people's concerns. But I find that when you actually talk to people, that they're really concerned about this. You know, that politicians don't tend to value it as much as the average person actually does, I think.
Yes, in fact, studies have shown, there's many good efforts to capture public opinion, and the Yale Program on Climate Communication is one of those. And they study public opinion by county, by census tract, by congressional district, and they've shown that elected representatives consistently underestimate their own constituents' level of concern. Why do they? Well, this is really important. It's because on climate change, we self-silence.
What do you mean?
We don't talk about it. 2/3 of people in the US are worried about climate change. 1/3 of us hear somebody else even talk about it once in a blue moon. 2/3 worried, and then once in a blue moon, 1/3 of those people might hear a conversation. That's a huge gap, and it is a much bigger gap between the people who say that climate is or isn't changing, or isn't due to human activities. So you've got this giant group of worried people who aren't talking about it, so why would anybody know that you care if you never talk about it?
Wow. So
mind-blowing?
So that's why we're doing something like this, to get it into that conversation. We've, at Today Climate, have found that this is so important, but not just talking about the problem, but the solution-based. We've done some stories about aquaculture, wineries and coffee, sustainability, because people love their coffee and they love their wine. So we went to Puerto Rico to look at how they're trying to bring solar energy to the masses there. How do you find, as a scientist, what are the more successful ways of pushing out solution-based conversations?
Well, first of all, I think they're essential. And I mean, weren't you curious when you heard Al talk about that? Didn't you want to know more? I mean, when someone says wine, what do they do with that? I want to know. So you're making people curious, but you're also giving them hope. So often, so much of the climate conversation discussion happens up here. Facts, data, ocean currents, ice sheets. We have to make the connection from up here to down here. Why does it matter to me here and now, my community, my family, the things I care about? But then there's one more important connection we have to make, and that's from our heart to our hands. What do solutions look like? How can I make a difference? Because I mentioned earlier, 2/3 are worried, 1/3 talk about it once in a while, 8% are activated. 8%. Wow. I mean, the gap between the people who are already worried and the people who are activated, that's the gap we need to bridge.
Yeah.
And the number one way to bridge that gap is not by telling them more about how horrible it will be if the ocean current shut down, and it will be terrible. But there's enough bad news already out there. It's telling them what they can do about it. And the number one way to build efficacy, which is a sense of if I do something, will it make a difference? It turns out the number one way to build that is to tell people what's already being done. And show them how normal, ordinary people, not presidents or CEOs or Mr. Beast, but just you, wherever you are, people like you are making a difference, and that means you can too.
Where do, I mean, for some of us, we're already baked in, and a lot of people, but as far as young people are concerned, is that, in a sense, the future for affecting those solutions with climate?
Young people have such tremendous energy, and they don't say, like so many of us do, oh, well, that's been tried before, it didn't work, why bother, it's too hard. There's no such thing as too hard when you're young, and we need that energy. But we can't wait for them to fix it for us.
Right.
In fact, a global study that John Marshall at Potential Energy did, and John will be speaking at the end of the plenary this evening, a global study that he did around the world showed that most people are obviously worried about climate change, number one, but their motivation, their number one motivation for caring and acting is love. And it's often love for their children, the children in their life, the next generation. They're fighting for what is closest to their heart. So it isn't just a case of saying, let the young people lead us, as many of them are, rightly so, but it's also, we're doing it for the people we love.
Right. It's a great circle.
Yes.
In closing, how hopeful are you that we're going to be able to wrestle this thing and affect real change?
That's a great question. My answer depends on the day, obviously.
Honest, very honest.
As a climate scientist, you cannot be perennially hopeful because there are days when you just look at the information and the data and you look at how long we've known about it, and you just feel like, my gosh, we knew about this before I was born. Why have we not done something about this? But what I do is I practice hope. I don't see hope as a feeling that just comes to you if you sort of sit there. If you go out and you hunt it down, and you look for it, and you find it, and you bring it back, and you share it with people around you, that to me is active, rational hope. And so I practice hope in a very disciplined way.
How?
I go out and I look for positive stories. And this is an example of, we have some amazing tools these days. Social media is a tool that is often used not for good, but we can use it for good to connect with people around the world and collect stories. And so I collect a lot of my stories online. There's a couple of good news subscriptions you can subscribe to. There's channels that have good news. I started my own newsletter last year called Talking Climate, where I share good news every week. I thought I was going to run out of good news every week. Now, a year and a half into it, I'm shoving 2 or 3 or 4 good news stories every week because I practice hope so rigorously. And when we see what's happening out there, we realize that giant boulder of climate action is not sitting at the bottom of an impossibly steep cliff with only Greta and Al Gore and Sir David Attenborough trying to push it up the cliff. If that was the way it was, we'd never get there. But when we realize...
I just want people to sit with that image for a moment.
I actually have a very vivid image in my head of that. But when we look around and we see what's happening, we realize that giant boulder is already at the top of the cliff. It's already rolling down the hill in the right direction. It has millions of hands on it. And if I add my hand, and if I use my voice to encourage others to add theirs, it's going to go faster. That's hope.
And that is the word according to Catherine Hale. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Al.
You are infectious. I love it.
Likewise.
Let's see what you won!
It's a heat pump.
What is a heat pump?
Oh, they are way more efficient than traditional HVACs, and they can cut your bill up to 40%! Ah! Thanks to clean energy laws, you can get a huge rebate on one, giving our kids a healthier future!
Good evening, everyone. The video you just watched and the other ones that we're going to play throughout the night are from a range that Potential Energy makes, and we're going to talk about their effectiveness during a Spark Talk later in the session.
Hi, everyone. 4 years ago, when we started to ask ourselves what this event would look like, we discussed who needed to be in the room, who should be engaged, who should inform attendees, and how do we inspire people, especially to inspire people to act and to find solutions. Our strategy has continued to include policymakers and elected officials and young leaders and artists and members of the media and thought leaders in the private sector and the public sector and more. We hope that this will continue to serve as a model for other communities equipped with resources or not to find solutions that they need in their communities. In 3 years, Greg and I are so proud that we've been able to convene over 6,000 attendees in 3 years, 440 future leaders. Yeah, you can clap. Over 600 speakers. Everyone is convened to attend and participate in over 160 intellectual, creative, innovative, and inspiring sessions. 36 tech climate entrepreneurs have pitched their concepts. 7 climate literacy creative individuals started pitching this week alone. We've had over 60 excursion and ancillary activities here in Miami-Dade County, and we've provided experiences for over 50 tech climate entrepreneurs alone. And we can't thank you enough for being with us. Enjoy tonight's session.
One of the themes that we've been hearing about so far this week is about envisioning a future where we've succeeded. A future where the work, the innovation, the sweat that each of us puts into solving the climate crisis pays off. We've always said that half the value of our events are the connections that you make with each other that can turn into partnerships, projects, and building solutions. So today, in addition to listening to all the speakers, make sure that you connect with each other as much as you connect with the content. Thank you.
I just want to say it's an honor to be with you here at the Aspen Ideas Talk to talk about climate change and how we're working to tackle it at the Bezos Earth Fund. But first, I want to tell you a little story. I recently wrote a children's book. I'm very excited about it. And it's built around a simple yet, I think, very profound concept. It's about a young fly named Flynn who is a little rambunctious, very curious, not so good at school. Not sure who that sounds like. I don't know. One day, Flynn's curiosity lands them in an unexpected place inside a rocket capsule moments before launch. Now, the door seals shut, the engines roar to life, and suddenly they're propelled into orbit, thus inspiring the book's title, The Fly Who Flew to Space. Now, floating through the vastness of space, Flynn gains a new perspective on the wonders of our world. But the most significant revelation comes when Flynn gazes back at Earth. In that moment, mesmerized by our planet's beauty, Flynn comes back changed, wanting to save the planet. Curiosity is a powerful force and often leads to incredible discoveries. Okay, stay with me on this one. Here's a good example. Look right here, that's Jeff. I don't know if you guys know him. It's a younger Jeff, marveling at an inventor's ability to see the world differently and to invent something no one else ever imagined.
Here's an example. This woman is named Mary Anderson. And Mary invented the windshield wiper. Let me get Mary's paper out here. Oh, well, I know the story well enough. But Mary this was around 1913, and cars didn't have windshield wipers. In fact, when it rained, people would pull off to the side of the road, and they would take a rag and clean the windshield off, and they'd drive another mile and repeat this process. And they thought nothing of this. And Mary, looked at this, and she said that it's ridiculous, and that there must be a better solution than stopping every so often and cleaning off your windshield with a rag. And so she invented the windshield wiper, and she was roundly criticized that this was a ridiculous thing, and people had all sorts of reasons why it wouldn't work, primarily that it would be a huge distraction for drivers to have this thing going back and forth in front of them. And but she persisted, and this happened very quickly. Within 10 years of her invention of the windshield wiper, they were standard equipment on all cars. So it was one of these things that, and actually, even though people poo-pooed it, once they tried it, they're like, not having to stop every mile with a rag, it's actually a pretty good idea. And so Mary definitely got the last laugh.
Okay, issues like deforestation and global warming are way more complicated, I get it, than a wet windshield. But you get the idea. It's not just about solving a problem, it's also about reimagining our interaction with the world. We need to invent our way out of climate change, and we're gonna do it. Here's another story, and I don't want to date myself, but I'm about to. Let's just say if you're a kid of, let's say, my generation, you might remember this one. Now, this is me with my sisters when I was about 8 years old, growing up in Albuquerque. And about this time, I remember we were learning about the ozone layer's depletion. And for kids back then, and probably adults, it was actually really scary to hear about this. But guess what? You don't hear about that anymore. You want to know why? Because there was a global response leading to the Montreal Protocol, which served as a beacon of innovation and collective action, and also hope. The companies that had been the cause of the problem worked to provide a solution. Government, civil society, and especially the private sector rose to the occasion. And that showed me, even as a young girl, that together we could mend the sky. Curiosity and inventiveness are alive. Everyone in this room has it. All of us here have that spark, that resolve to turn an idea into reality that uplifts humanity. Now, what we need to do is we need to nurture those sparks and ignite them into roaring flames. This inventive spirit is at the heart of what we're supporting at the Bezos Earth Fund, and I'm super proud of this. Inventors love to solve real problems, and the answer usually begins with a question. So, for example, how do you find and measure the thousands of methane leaks happening all over the world? I don't know if you know this, but think about it. Methane has caused 30% of global warming. So, how are we going to fix it? This is how. We're going to start right here with MethaneSat. It's a game-changing satellite we support with the Environmental Defense Fund. Now, before MethaneSat launched into orbit just last week, it just happened. It was so exciting to watch it go up in the air. We weren't able to see the big picture of where and how bad the methane leaks are. But because of the brilliant minds who figured out a better way, we now have innovative technology which we can see and measure leaks like never before. It's actually incredible. And we're really proud of this data because we're going to make it free for everyone, which is good for those working hard to cut their emissions. Oh, thank you. It is one way how we're inventing our way out of climate change. It's really incredible. This would have been unthinkable just 5 years ago. Now, another question, how do you restore nature in a way that raises quality for local communities? This woman right here, Wangari Maathai, had an idea, a solution that earned her a Nobel Prize. Professor Maathai started a network of groups where women learned how to plant trees and earn an income from forest products. This idea grew into the Green Belt movement, which empowered 30,000 women to empower their lives by planting more than 50 million trees across Kenya. The Bezos Earth Fund works with partners like the Green Belt movement to carry this legacy forward, and we do. At the Bezos Earth Fund, we like to co-invent. This takes creativity and flexibility. Okay, finally, one last question that we're thinking a lot about. How do we feed 10 billion people with healthy, sustainable protein throughout this century? This will need a ton of innovation. We're investing heavily in livestock sector and inventions that will give consumers meat options that are better for the earth. I am thrilled to announce, I'm very excited about this one tonight, $60 million to establish Bezos Centers for Sustainable Protein that will help grow these ideas. Their inventions will make plant-based lab-grown meats cheaper, healthier, and tastier. And these sustainable proteins really are getting better. Trust me, I've had one, and they are getting so good. You can hardly tell the difference now. I really like them. Anyway, these examples barely scratch the surface of what's possible when we combine hope with action, ingenuity with determination. Our world is poised for a transformation for a future not constrained by compromise. Solutions to our greatest challenges often come with the quiet persistence of those willing to question, reimagine, and innovate. And in this spirit, let us embrace a vision where we don't have to choose between advancement and the environment. We stand at the threshold of a new era where we will continue to grow and consume energy. That's what we do, but no longer at the expense of our planet. This future is not just a dream. It's not. It's a blueprint for a world where our lives are enriched without harming the earth. A world where every action towards sustainability, from the smallest to the grandest, contributes to a cycle of renewal and abundance for everyone. This is why I wrote my book about Flynn the Fly and why I'm so proud to work with the Bezos Earth Fund and what they're doing. We want to inspire children and all of us, every single person in this room, to be curious, to follow your ideas as we invent our way out of climate change. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Aspen Climate. I hope you're ready for some fresh perspective this evening, because I'm here as a member of the visiting Fresh Coast delegation, representing the Great Lakes and my great home state of Illinois. Yes, applause for Illinois. Bring the applause. But thank you to our hosts and everyone here for welcoming us to Miami and your beautiful ocean coast. It is always a joy to be in Miami, but especially in early March in Chicago. It's great to be down in Florida. So my name's Elena Harkness. I serve as the executive director of Current, and we're a Chicago-based nonprofit water innovation hub with a mission to grow the inclusive blue economy, accelerate innovation, and solve pressing water challenges. But I'm also, as of this month, deeply honored to serve as the founding CEO of the Great Lakes Water Innovation Engine, or Great Lakes Renew. Great Lakes Renew is one of 10 inaugural National Science Foundation regional innovation engines. I don't know if you've heard about them, but they're very exciting. They're coalitions across the country that collectively are positioned to receive up to $1.6 billion in federal funding. Yes, applause for $1.6 billion. From the CHIPS and Science Act. And it's all about accelerating discovery, deployment, and technologies that will be critical to our country's future, and in particular, our country's climate future. So what is more critical to our future than our fresh water? Renew is a historic win for water innovation and inclusive economies in the Great Lakes region. But most importantly, it's a huge win for fresh water, the often overlooked resource in our clean energy transition and our climate journey. And that is what we're here to talk about tonight. So joining me on stage in a moment are two Illinois champions of freshwater conservation, innovation, and an equitable climate transition. Dr. Bridget Coughlin, the president and CEO of Chicago's Shedd Aquarium, a leading institution of learning and conservation research, and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, a champion of climate action and all things chips and science. So that's right, people, buckle up, because this is the fish and chips fireside. So join me, I hope you're hungry for a great conversation. Join me now in welcoming to the stage Governor J.B. Pritzker and Dr. Bridget Coughlin. Folks in the audience might be wondering, why are we centering this conversation here around freshwater when it represents just 3% of our water resources here on Earth?
First of all, I know it's afternoon, but how about at least a chuckle for her fresh perspective intro? Well done.
The water puns.
The water puns are numerous. So there is no climate action, there is no climate solution without fresh water. And my job here this afternoon is to convince you all that fresh water boxes above its weight class. So we all know that our planet is misnamed. It should be named water, not Earth. But seriously, if we looked back on it in space, we would have named it water. No shade to the terrestrials in the audience. So our globe is 70% water. Only 1% of that is accessible fresh water. And of that 1%, the reason why Illinois is up here is that 20% are the Great Lakes. 20% of all the fresh water, that includes accessible aquifers, and depends on what geologist you talk to, it's either 20 or 25, is the Great Lakes. So between Canada and the United States, 5% of the world's population has access to 25% of the fresh water available in the world. And we're also here to convince you that we are not in the experience economy or the fossil fuel economy. We are living in the freshwater economy, and we're thrilled that Aspen Climate has given time for fresh water today.
Yeah. Applause for that. Governor Pritzker, as threats to freshwater habitats increase, there have actually been some rollbacks in protection. So can you talk about how Illinois has moved urgently to recognize and address this issue?
We have. Thank you. And let me just say, to follow up Bridget's comment, you know, that old expression, you know, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. We have plenty of water to drink. And indeed, we understand that it is our obligation to protect the fresh water that we live next to and that is all around us in the state of Illinois. So we've also recognized that, at least at the federal level, so many rollbacks of protective regulations and laws that occurred, you know, a few years ago. We're all still recovering from that, and especially in the state of Illinois, where, I'll be honest with you, I don't think we were doing what we should have been doing even when the regulations were in place. And so when I came into office, we immediately joined the U.S. Climate Alliance. We immediately had to staff our EPA in the state of Illinois, which was about at half staff. When I got there, we had gone 2 years without a budget, which I won't bore you with, but suffice to say we had a lot of work to do. So we've moved aggressively to try to restore what we should have had and to move Illinois ahead. So I'll just give a few examples. You know, we need obviously climate resilient water systems. We need to make sure that we've joined the America the Beautiful 30 by 30. We're focused on making sure that every aspect of our freshwater systems are being protected in every way we can. Have we done it all perfectly? No, but we are headed in the right direction in almost every category, in my view. So these are the things that at least I think about. I feel like we're, again, a bad pun, but you know, that we're swimming up a waterfall while we're trying to get all this done, just because there's so much to do and it feels like there's so little time to do it in. But I'm very proud of the accomplishments that we've made. We've beefed up regulations. We've made sure that we have the right people in the right places to protect. And I'm working alongside, I have to say, the Shedd Aquarium and other advocates in Illinois to make sure that we're not missing something. You know, what is it that we need to do that we don't know about? Because that is the worst, is the unknown unknowns, I guess, right? And so making sure that, that I'm listening to the folks who have been at this for decades in order to make the advances that are necessary.
And when I hear that, we give the governor and any legislative body out there one word, which is wetlands. Because wetlands in this America the Beautiful are 30 by 30, preserving 30% of the land. Wetlands are incredible. Like, this is going to amaze all of you. This is going to be, I'm sure, what you talk about at a cocktail hour after this. I mean, not after this, stay for everybody and then leave. 50% of all fish species are freshwater species. So if we've talked a lot at this conference about biodiversity hotspots and ecological solutions and nature solutions, the fish are telling us why wetlands are so important. 50% of all fish species are in that 1% of water. So they're biodiversity hotspots. They are massive carbon sinks. Acre by acre, wetlands are better carbon sinks than any terrestrial forest because of the way. Now I'm going to talk about sediment turbidity and really bore everybody. Carbon sinks, 1 acre of wetlands can absorb 1.5 billion gallons of flooding So flood mitigation, carbon sinks, biodiversity hotspots, and economic drivers. Wetlands, that's the answer.
Yeah. Well, you've both spoken to the power of people and partnerships that are driving all of this, but also to the complexity and why water so often, I think, flows under the radar, because it's everywhere and it's connected to everything. And at some point, you have to kind of set the table for a particular challenge and start to address it. So I wonder if we could talk a little bit more about the partnerships that it takes to get this big, challenging, ambitious work done. Bridget Shedd's been a champion of a number of cross-sector tables and partnerships. Do you want to say a little bit more about
It's easy
those?
for all of us to be in our echo chambers because it's our lifeblood. It's what we think about. Shed sees 2 million guests a year. We are your megaphone. Every single topic. You know, we heard from the Nature Conservancy early today that everyone reports that climate is an issue, and only 8% feel that they are activated. We are your activation channel. So we are your partner to the public. We do our conservation research, we apply it, but we are your amplification of all this work. But I would love for you, she just came from Washington, D.C. and got a $160 million NSF grant for partnerships. You have to say more about that.
Yeah, well, you know, it speaks to the power of the big table for a big idea. I mean, our vision was really build water technology in the Great Lakes, but make it for the world. There's global water challenges that the world is facing that we have the know-how to solve right here in the Great Lakes and in Illinois. So Great Lakes Renew is really about setting the table and galvanizing more than 60 partners to set the big ambitious vision, have a 10-year time horizon, and just hit the ground running to get things done. I mean, it's really about leveraging the research partnerships, the entrepreneurs, the investors, like everybody that has a shared realization that there's opportunity here in solving fresh water and solving the water crisis. There's going to be new jobs, there's going to be new businesses, and we want those to be right here in Illinois and in the Great Lakes.
Can I just add the kind of the blue-green economy? I really believe that everything about our move toward climate action can be about job creation and can be about economic growth. And we're already seeing that in Illinois, and we've focused ourselves on making sure those things are hand in hand. It's not this isn't a punitive endeavor. This is good for everybody, and it's good for everybody. And so climate justice is built in, for example, to everything that we think about doing. Indeed, I have to say that so proud that we have Elena and Current in Illinois, and so proud that you won. We played a small part in just advocating, but I mean, what you're accomplishing is just, I mean, for us and for, a Midwestern Rust Belt manufacturing state, as people think of us, we are trying to be transformative, and Elena is helping lead the way.
It's the secret. We all just like each other in Illinois. That's like, come to Illinois. Everyone just supports each other all the time. So this is a perfect segue into Aspen is all about taking great ideas, bringing them to life, and taking them to scale. So it can be hard to know when you're working on something really complicated and setting out a vision that's going to take, a decade to come to fruition. Where are those points where this is really working, we got to lean in and take it to scale? Have there been moments where you've seen that and something that, long-term vision but short-term path to scale?
Well, I mean, I'll bore you if I go to every one of those things. I mean, suffice to say that I'm a big believer that if you want transformation, by the way, government tends to move at a snail's pace. We all know that. And I came out of business before I was governor. And so the idea that you could get government to move at, something like a normal pace is just, it's a huge challenge. Having said that, I believe that we need to be revolutionary in the way we think. So it's a ancillary topic, I guess, but since you ask, for example, quantum computing is something that just when you think about where we have been, and it doesn't probably affect any of our lives in this room on a daily basis, but 10 years from now, it will be transforming, frankly, society. And why do I mention it? Because it will transform the way we deal with climate. Because our ability to act and react will be much faster as a result of the development of quantum. And I do believe that if we shape our economy, in the right way, that you're an entrepreneur. I mean, I just want to say you're an entrepreneur, and maybe people look at you and say you're a nonprofit leader or that you're a climate action advocate, but you are an entrepreneur, and what does that mean to me? It means that you're starting small and revolutionizing an arena, and to me, that's what we need to do about everything, especially around clean energy, climate, and doing the things that are necessary for Illinois. And I have to worry about Illinois. By 2050, we're going to be carbon free. We're not going to be using fossil fuels. We've literally passed, the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, and that was a kernel of an idea that I don't think anybody thought we could do in a large manufacturing Midwest industrial state, but we did it. We're the first state in the Midwest to do it, and I think we have the best system for getting from here to there, getting out of coal, getting out of natural gas, making sure that we have renewables. We're on our way. But to me, that's the entrepreneurial spirit is what is going to make sure we get from here to there quickly.
Bridget, Shed's had some incredibly interesting and maybe surprising partners for an aquarium in some of the goals that you're pursuing. Do you want to talk about some of the partnerships that have really helped drive your work to scale?
We think of all partnerships, surprise, surprise, like an ecosystem, right? And so how do you know that a decade-long arc is going to work? You map out the whole ecosystem. And we've heard over and over again over the last couple days, you just heard it this afternoon about get the content, but then get linkages with partnerships. And so at Shed Aquarium, by the way, we have an 80-foot research vessel that we have for decades in the Miami River. And it goes down and it does coral work, grouper work, shark tagging, and partnerships with the University of Miami, which would be a big partner, and then hyper-local communities, neighbors, ship captains. And this idea to map an ecosystem, you need every single species to play. And sometimes we're the alpha, and sometimes we're not the alpha, to use another animal metaphor. But this idea that whatever the partnership is, someone needs to make sure that it's not a tree falling in a forest, right? So this is not a plug for zoos and accredited aquariums, but it kind of is. More people come to zoos and aquariums, accredited zoos and aquariums in the United States than all the major sports teams combined, NBA, NFL. And so this idea that partnerships have to have tendrils, you have to have eyes watching you. You're going to be impactful. You're going to make sure that the ROI works and the entrepreneurial spirit. But boy, nothing helps partners be more accountable than the populace looking at them.
Yeah.
And so putting it on a public stage, having eyes on you, whether they're directly germane to the partnership or not, visibility. And so shedding light on things and the visibility is just of paramount importance.
Yeah. So for our last question, I want to come back to a place, Governor, where you brought us thinking about the economic opportunity that this climate transition presents. And we know, I think all of us now, that the communities and people that are bearing the disproportionate burden of climate change, but also of our challenges with water, flooding, all of it, are disproportionately borne by these communities of color. So what are some advice or examples you can give to us about how you've centered justice and equity? You started to talk a little bit about this, but it's going to be critical to making sure that actually, in the words of the NSF, that we have innovation enabled everywhere, anywhere, and opportunity everywhere. That's really what this is all about.
Well, I guess the best demonstration of our willingness to focus on this came from the renaming of CEJA, and the name of our climate bill is the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act. There's a reason. Equitable jobs are hugely important. If we're going to have a new energy industry, it cannot be an energy industry that is devoid of Black and brown people, that is devoid of communities who have been left out and left behind. so much of what we focus on, everything in our government, to be honest with you, is has an eye toward equity, but specifically in this transformative period where we are all addressing the environment, clean energy, and a whole lot of change. That's, to me, the making sure that we have an eye on that at every moment. So CEJA has, for example, workforce development that is focused on precisely the people, the communities have been left out. It has an element of focus on environmental justice. We have communities that, where there are coal plants that are going to be shut down. How we manage that transition, hugely important, because those people are going to be, if we don't do this right, they're going to be impacted in a terribly negative way. And then we have, of course, the problem of the leftover environmental damage that's been done mostly in communities of color, and how we, transition dealing with those and partnering with the federal government and making sure we have private partners even that are focused on helping us clean up. We have a long way to go, but I assure you that we've put programs in place that are, we're providing, for example, infrastructure loans, long-term, low-interest rate infrastructure loans to communities that have never had appropriate water infrastructure, just to give one example, whether it's wastewater, stormwater, or anything else. And then final thing I'll add is that we're an agricultural state. I talk about us being an industrial state, but 75% of the land mass of Illinois, is agriculture. We're the largest producer of soybeans in the country, the second largest producer of corn. So runoff, for example, and helping, those communities that are around, the rural areas of Illinois, to manage that better is part of what we're focused on.
And the strength of CEJA that you've embedded is that visibility, an air of transparency, and numeracy. This is not a theoretical equity. This is not a conceptual equity. It is a tractable, numeric, benchmark, equitable, and you've provided great visibility. So it is that truism of if it matters, measure it, and let people see it.
Yeah. Well, let's close this out on an optimistic note. So I think we can all see the grand challenge of inventing new solutions to water must create new prosperity for all Americans and from coast to coast and all the Great Lakes and great rivers in between. So please, I hope everyone was inspired today. Keep fresh water in the conversation. It's going to be critical to our climate future. And please join me in thanking Dr. Bridget Coughlin and Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Today, I want to take you on a journey to imagine a future where deforestation doesn't exist, where biodiversity can thrive, and where we just might be able to make food without land. What's enabling this future? Biotechnology. And what's most exciting, and what I want to talk to you about tonight, is this is already happening. Who here's heard about palm oil? Good number of hands. Give me a guess. About what % of products on supermarket shelves do you think have palm oil? High numbers, good. A well-informed audience. 50%. Palm oil is an ingredient which is found in 50% of products on supermarket shelves. In everything from lipstick to laundry detergent, from potato chips to cookies. It is a $70 billion industry. And in many ways, palm oil is an inspiring crop. It has a unique profile which enables shelf stability, but also critical performance elements. Palm oil is the reason why chocolate candy melts in your mouth and not in your hands. And palm oil is the reason that when you buy Nutella or peanut butter, you've got a smooth, spreadable, perfect emulsion rather than that layer of oil on the top of it. But palm oil has a huge problem. It's burning the planet, quite literally. While the tree is very productive, its growth is limited to a narrow band around the equator of about 5 to 10 degrees. This land around the equator, of course, is home to some of the most precious lands on Earth, our primary forest. They're biodiverse hotspots and carbon sinks. To meet growing demand for palm oil over the past few decades, growers have engaged in massive slash and burn tactics, clearing rainforest and converting them to industrial oil palm plantations. And the result, as you can see, has been massive. Palm oil production alone emits about 2% of annual greenhouse gas emissions, which is more than the entire global aviation sector. And palm oil's problems with regards to climate don't just stop at greenhouse gas emissions. It's a mess for biodiversity, clearing the land of all of the animal species that call this land home. And of course, it pollutes our air and water streams as well. That's how I first learned about palm oil. This selfie is from a business trip. And while we're fresh out of 4 years of COVID, you might think this picture was recent. But it's actually from 10 years ago. And it's not to protect me from COVID, it's to protect me from air quality. 10 years ago, in 2013, I was in Singapore on a business trip, and my company insisted I wear an N95 mask. The air quality index while I was in Singapore was well over 400, and anything over 300 is highly toxic. The government had shut down schools and told pregnant women not to leave the house. All of this I learned was the result of deforestation and forest fires from the palm oil industry in nearby Sumatra. A few years later in grad school, I met my co-founders, David Heller and Harry McNamara. They too had witnessed firsthand the destruction caused by palm oil production. And so we got curious. As we dug into palm oil, we of course learned about its ubiquity. But more than that, we learned that everybody knew it was a problem. Hundreds of the world's largest consumer goods manufacturers had made commitments to stop using what we call conflict palm oil. But they had nearly all failed because there was no viable alternative. The three of us were all working in biology at the time from different angles. And actually, we became friends first, really inspired by what we saw as biology's power to solve some of the world's hardest problems. We'd seen biology get to work in solving global disease, as many of us had worked in global health previously. But what about climate change? So we asked a simple question. What would it take to solve the palm oil problem? Could scientific innovation solve it? Specifically, could biological innovation solve it? And what would have to be true? We got to work with just $1,000 from MIT, and we pretty quickly found the answer to be yes. Biology is amazing, inspired by the ability of both the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom to make nutritious foods from sugar. We asked about the fungal kingdom. There are millions of microorganisms, yeast, algae, fungi, bacteria, all around us. And with rapid advances in genome sequencing over the past few years, we can now sequence their genomes and understand which traits and metabolic pathways are responsible for specific traits, like what makes fat. Over the past 5 years, we've developed a proprietary technology which produces a palm oil alternative from yeast, not trees. The impact of that is that we can provide the world's largest consumer products manufacturers with a high-performance oil that meets their needs without the unpredictable supply chain or climate change issues. What's most exciting is this isn't just technology. Thank you. What's most exciting is this isn't just technology in a lab. It is at scale today. These are 50,000-liter fermentation tanks, and each one of these is taller than the building that we're in today. This is what we're producing in today. But can you really scale fermentation globally? That's a question I get all the time. Luckily, we have the beer industry. Fermentation-produced beer is a multi-hundred-billion-dollar industry, and beer is produced everywhere in the world. This is what we want to do: produce fats and oils, but also proteins and carbohydrates. In a sense, to make food without land. So my company, C16 Biosciences, we launched commercially last year. And to launch our technology to the world, we introduced the Palmless platform for sustainable ingredients. We introduced our ingredient platform by launching a product, and we called it Save the Fucking Rainforest. Even my mother, who doesn't condone cursing, loved the name. We gave it a bold name to make our mission very clear and to grab the attention of the biggest consumer goods manufacturers who needed our solution the most. And it worked. The product sold out in 2 hours. We had over 1 billion media impressions, which are eyeballs that any CPG would kill for. And we had inbounds from hundreds of the world's largest consumer goods manufacturers. As an entrepreneur, this tells me that people want this. Consumers want this because they want the products they love without harming the planet, without deforesting rainforest. And consumer goods manufacturers want it because their customers want it. Most importantly, it's not just consumers that want this. Regulators, too, have woken up to the importance of cleaning up our supply chains. While in the US, the IRA has gathered most of the attention over the past year or so, our colleagues in Europe have been very busy as well. In addition to the EU sustainable due diligence requirements, they recently passed the EU deforestation regulation, which is now mandating that big companies clean up their supply chains with regard to sourcing 7 key crops, including palm oil. The way that companies have sort of validated sustainable palm oil in the past, which is certification, just full of holes, no longer passes muster, and fermentation-based solutions are an incredible opportunity. Now, this is about biotechnology, and while biotechnology is an incredible enabler to push forward innovation in this sector, what I believe is the most beautiful part about all of this is the role of nature herself. Our oil, our yeast, naturally produces oil. Mother Nature did so much of this work for us, and by combining the latest and greatest tools of biotechnology with the beauty of nature's work, we're able to scale it and produce it more efficiently and more cheaply. In many ways, this isn't about fake versus natural, synthetic versus natural. In many ways, our oil is more natural than agricultural palm oil produced from industrial palm plantations today. This is the future that we're building, where we can reimagine nature, we can reimagine the future of our planet, where we can rewild and restore natural forest, where biodiversity can thrive, and where we just might be able to produce food without land. Thank you.
Good. Well, welcome to Miami. Bienvenidos a Miami. It's great for me to be here with all of you. I feel very, very glad that you're all here. And I'm especially happy to be sharing the stage with these 2 remarkable young women. So I would like to welcome, they have so many titles and they do so many great things that I need to read them. So Aria Mieloverti, she is an actress, a PhD student, a Fulbright scholar, a human rights and climate change activist. So welcome. And Wawa Gateru, she's a Kenyan-American climate storyteller. She's the creator of Black Girl Environmentalist, and she's a powerful voice for change. Welcome. So first of all, I have to say that the work that you both do is so inspiring and so, so powerful. And what I love the most is that you're raising awareness about this critical issue, but you do it in a positive way, in a way that brings hope and optimism. So when you think about the state of our planet, the health of our planet, my first question will be, what gives you hope?
I think for a lot of people, especially young people, sometimes we'll look at a statistic or we'll hear a story or an account of climate issues and we immediately are like, okay, little me cannot change something that detrimental and that scary. And I want to make change so badly, but how can I possibly do that? And I think it's been so validating for me to just listen. That's been the biggest lesson that I think I've learned in advocacy in general, but especially in climate advocacy and climate activism, is to make sure that I am listening. Because there are so many different layers from which we can attack this issue and from which we should attack this issue. And it doesn't just come from one person or just come from one intersection. So it's been so valuable for me to sustain my hope by realizing what a huge, diverse, educated, powerful, strong community there is, and that, you know, with all of those traits, anything is possible, and that is truly joyful. So many people like all of you get to come together, and you should thank yourself for being here, because you are a part of making that change. So thank you all, too.
Yeah.
Well, what?
Yeah, so a lot of it has been through reframing. The way that I think about it, I think that Mother Earth is giving us very important feedback. She's telling us that the systems that we've relied on for so long aren't working, and that we need to reprioritize, and that we have a once-in-a-species long opportunity to restructure our world to finally be good for all of us. And there's this quote that I've taken a lot of solace in recently by the incredible Valerie Kerr, who I ran into the other day and fangirled. And she says, "What if this darkness is not the darkness of a tomb, but the darkness of a womb?" And it's with that quote that I think it presents all of us the question, what beautiful worlds can we build when we ideate what justice really looks like for all of us? And I think that's really exciting. I think a lot of people will hear climate narratives that are very doom-ridden and full of apocalyptic vibes, and there's a lot of truth in that, right? But the climate crisis is a story. It's a story of heartbreak and loss, but it's also a story that hasn't been written fully. Mariana Elise Hegler talks about how we're still in the writer's room, and I really believe that deeply. And there's a lot of joy and optimism that is in loving a better world into existence and being a part of that.
Yes, and what I think about that, I mean, that message is so powerful because when you look into the world with optimism, it's not that you are denying the reality that we know is a challenging one, but that you are really celebrating the advances and the milestones, and we really stay engaged with that. When we look at the headlines, when we talk about climate, it is sometimes information that is difficult to digest, especially for the youth and for children. There was a Lancet study that was done in 10 countries with more than 10,000 people and revealed that 60% were extremely worried about climate change, 60% of the youth, and more than half of them felt powerless or sad or anxious. So what would be your message for them? How can they transform those feelings into action, into opportunity, into optimism and hope?
I really hope that young people can realize their own power. I think often we receive this message of, you know, you're young, you're naive, you don't hold power, you have to sit and learn, and then eventually you'll learn enough that you will be able to have the power, and then you'll be a leader. And I think, you know, if I've learned anything in my ridiculous career path that Vanessa described, it's that, you know, I'm never going to stop being a student. I'm always going to be learning things. But if I didn't just take the leap and learn as I went, I wouldn't be able to do anything. And that's really, really frustrating. So my message to young people would go out there and do it and take up the space. And if sometimes you feel a little bit silly, that's okay. But asking questions is like, I ask a lot of questions. It probably annoys people, but you know, you learn a lot by asking questions. And if someone is shutting your questions down, it's a sign to maybe move on and learn from someone new. But I think that's such a powerful tool. And ground into that knowledge. You have wisdom inside of you. You have life experience inside of you, even if you're really young. And you can bring that to the table. You can bring your own self to the table. That informs something. And we can grow into our expert status, and we can find our voice and our power, but we have to take up space. It's almost like a fake it till you make it. I mean, I'm doing that now, so.
You're amazing. You're doing an extraordinary work. Well.
I think that we really need to get comfortable with the uncomfortable feelings that we have around climate. Climate makes me feel a lot of things. A lot of fear, a lot of hopelessness, a lot of anger, Yeah. And there was a time where I felt like it was taboo to talk about those things, that I would only present as just being very joyful. And I think a part of that is because so many of us in the climate space were always asked, especially by those friends and family, how we do this work and what, you know, gives us hope. And no one really asks about what undergirds all of that. And I have found that in embracing a lot of those emotions, the fear, the grief, the hopelessness, that I've actually found a lot of community in being real about those things. And I've also realized that they're all rooted in a deep, radical love that I have for my community, that I have for myself, that I have for our collective ecosystems. And I think we also have to recognize that all those emotional responses are very natural. What's going on is very unnatural, but it's a very natural response to world systems that have placed people and planet on the back burner. And I think that as we restructure and as we think about how we can be optimistic and lean into joy, we have to recognize that those feelings are valid, work through them, and really root them in action. Because at the end of the day, I think that action is how we facilitate hope. I think hope is not something that you can borrow. Hope is a discipline. Hope is something that you earn through action. And I think being a part of that action and being a part of, as corny as it sounds, the change you want to see is really, really helpful in being able to at least be in the building spaces of what that better world actually can look like.
Wow, absolutely. So well said. Arya, I know that you have been an activist basically all your life, but I would like for you to share with us, when was the moment that you decided that you really wanted to raise awareness about climate issues?
It's been a very, it's been a lifelong thing for me, and sometimes it's very difficult. A lot of my activism started when I was little, and I don't actually remember a lot of it because I was so young. But I think my first big activist thing was when I was 4, and my parents and I went to our local state house, and I spoke up for my own educational rights because I was being abused and neglected in school, and I was discriminated against. I have low vision, and so it was really difficult to get services, but I was legally entitled, obviously, to receive them. So that's how it started. And then as I got older, I realized, I have parents who are like educating me about the laws, and then I can go into this environment, and even if it's an environment that is hate-filled and discriminatory, that I can speak up for myself, and I can find my power, and I can try to make change for myself. I realized that's not the norm sometimes, and having the confidence and feeling the self-worth to do that fight is sometimes very difficult. So a lot of my work then started to become like, I want other kids to feel safe. And I always spoke out for education rights, not just for people with disabilities. I don't really do disability rights activism, but I really try to approach my activism from an intersectional human rights space. I think it's most important for us all to realize, what we're passionate about, what we can connect to. And for me, it's education and literacy because of the background I came from. And then I became an academic, and it became even more important. But I realized that, I came from a working class American family. And yeah, we didn't have a lot of resources or a lot of money, but we did what we could with them. And there's a lot of privilege, regardless of what people tell you, a lot of privilege that comes with being a working class American family. And I realized that there were so many kids who did not have access to safe education. Maybe it was because of a flood in their community. Maybe it was because of heat. We touched on that in our previous panel. It was amazing. Maybe it's because of access to clean water. Maybe the school has shut down. There are so many different reasons, and at the end of the day, it either comes down to political violence and instability or climate. And I think climate touches so many parts of our lives, even if sometimes we don't feel the immediacy in the here and now. And one of the most important things that I can do is realize that without the planet, we can't be educated, we can't be literate, we can't find ourselves and our freedom. And I needed to come back basically to the literal and figurative roots. And that's what inspired me to start to change the way I approached my work.
Wonderful. Well, we know that climate change is affecting everyone on the planet, but it's not affecting everyone equally. And minority communities of color, are the most vulnerable. Yeah. So how do you bring hope and optimism into your community?
Yeah, so the way that I think about it is, while we all might be weathering the same storm that is the climate crisis, we aren't all in the same boat. And so I approach my work at the intersections of representation and Black women and Black gender expansive folks. So I run a nonprofit called Black Girl Environmentalist. We are a national nonprofit that's working to address the pathway and retention issue that exists in the climate sector, particularly for Black girls and Black gender expansive individuals. with a particular focus on the early career end of things, so 0 to 10 years of experience. Folks of color make up nearly 40% of the US population, but we don't exceed a 12 to 16% green ceiling of representation. And those first 10 years are very critical for folks to get their foot in the door, but are also very critical for people to stay. So it's interesting because I find that I'm actually not doing any convincing of people having hope. I find a lot of hope in the spaces that I find myself in. I find that the harder struggle is convincing others, including myself, to embrace rest and to understand that rest is a radical stance. I think as women of color, as Black women, we hold so much. We are stewards of the land, we're stewards of our community, and oftentimes we're providing care for everyone else but ourselves. And how can we be of use to this movement? How can we be sustainably useful if we aren't taking care of ourselves? So I find that it's actually having conversations around expanding what environmental protection looks like. And yes, woods and water, yes, our cities and our communities, but also a holistic definition that includes our physical bodies, our emotional health, our physical health, and making sure that we're providing resources to folks so that they don't succumb to burnout. Because I don't think that our movement can lose anybody to burnout, but it happens time and time again. So with BGE, we're really trying to invest in folks, not only from professional development and providing them pathways and getting their foot in the door and different green internships and things of that sort, but also creating ecosystems of care and community so that folks have folks that they can lean on and rely on, and so that they know that in this movement, you should be able to take a step back and so that others can take a step forward, because that's what reciprocity looks like, and that's what sustainability looks like in the context of this movement.
That's so amazing. That's so important. We cannot take care of something else if we don't take care of ourselves first. Arya, I know that you are a UNICEF ambassador and that you had the opportunity to travel to Kosovo a couple of months ago, and that you were able to see firsthand how women and children are more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Would you share with us your experience?
Yeah, of course. That was one of the most profound experiences, most special experiences of my life. And I'm really grateful to UNICEF. It was something that I was always advocating when I was little, and I aspired to be a part of that organization for so long. And I'm so grateful that my new career path has led me to them. And I went on this incredible trip almost a year ago now. It's crazy. And I met so many youth leaders, and coincidentally, a majority of them were young women or girls. They were the leaders in championing, fixing the detrimental pollution problem in Kosovo. I think what really struck me is I arrived there, and I immediately could feel it on my skin. I felt it in my throat as I was breathing, and I saw it in the air, like black plumes of smoke in the air. It's really, it was really powerful. And I struggle a lot with explaining, whether it's to friends and family who are interested in these issues, whether it's in an environment like this, or whether it's with a policymaker. I struggle sometimes with capturing the immediacy of climate change and climate issues, because sometimes it does feel quite distant. And that gave me the tools, I think, to showcase that this is happening now. What the youth leaders there taught me was not only were they powerful in making change and actually driving policy change in their local communities, but they also were, they said that we just would watch as the trees around our community died. We watched our water get polluted. The quality, of health here is so poor. People are dying, and it's connected directly back to the pollution that they're breathing and drinking. And to be able to share that message with all of you and give voice to their story that they are so profoundly sharing in their community, I think the world really needs to hear it. And I think there are so many other stories like that around the world that really bring rise to the immediacy of the climate crisis, but also that we all can play a part in, how do we stop this from happening in the first place? How can we help them lift up their voices?
Wow, that's very powerful. And we unfortunately don't have more time, but I want to leave you with this. For me as a journalist in Telemundo Network, we have been doing the stories about climate change for the past 20 years. And truly, what really brings a lot of hope to us in the midst of everything that is happening are stories like Arias and Wawas and the job that you're doing creating awareness about it. It really comes to show how one individual can be so impactful and so powerful and can create such an unstoppable wave of change. And if we each one do our part, we can definitely solve this crisis. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you all for being here. Thank you.
So there has been a lot of talk this week, in the last couple of days, about the challenges posed by renewable energy projects in communities across the United States. Community resistance comes in many forms, but it's something that we all have to be attuned to if we're to do the climate work that we've sought out to do. I'm here today to talk not about the resistance of just one project, but really the challenges of launching an entire renewable energy industry in the United States. So I've been mayor of New Bedford for a dozen years, and from the start, my administration, my city, embraced the promise of offshore wind. It had been growing in Europe for many years, and we thought that it would make a lot of sense in New Bedford as a way of growing jobs in an older industrial city, that the likes of which sometimes feel like they've fallen behind the rest of America. It also gave us an opportunity to not just participate in a major climate initiative, but to actually take a leading role in it. But what that had to be reconciled with is the fact that New Bedford's a fishing port. And it's not just a fishing port, it's the biggest fishing port. It's the highest grossing fishing port in the United States. And it is really the center of the commercial fishing industry on the East Coast. And so we'll just flash right up. We are the seafood capital of America, but as the seafood capital of America, what offshore wind set up was a clash of two industries. One that is arriving from Europe, doing business, that would do business in the same waters as this much older industry that is composed of some of the most fiercely individualistic people you'd ever meet. So how do you reconcile the two? And so at this point in the story, I'm just going to skip ahead to the end, because here's what happened. You guys are familiar with this. So it's happening. So right now in New Bedford, America's first major offshore wind project is being launched, Vineyard Wind. You've heard of Vineyard Wind. It is now producing 5 of its turbines, of its ultimately 62 turbines, energizing the New England grid. And it's going. It's there. It's big. It's beautiful. And it is creating opportunity in my city. And at the same time, unlike many other ports on the East Coast that want to get into the offshore business, it has not elicited in New Bedford organized protest by fishermen. So why is that? And there are many reasons for it. This has been successful, but it's been not entirely embraced by everybody, but enough. It's moving forward as we hoped it would. And there are lots of reasons for it, but I just wanted to offer up something. So, we had to establish a clear vision, of course. We had to get people working together, and we had to cultivate persistence, the capacity to stick with something. But at the end of the day, you can't have a shared vision. You can't work as a team. You can't persist together if you don't trust one another. And for us, that has been the focus of our work. Trust is the oxygen of civic engagement. If people trust one another, especially people whose interests are not entirely aligned, you can actually start to make things work. Without it, things don't work. Things fall apart immediately. And for us, as we look back on it, we're still in the work. We have a few takeaways. This has been our approach. We build trust, so building the bonds of trust has taken a long time. But the first thing I'd say is that our work has to be grounded in facts and reason. You have to know your stuff, and you have to be willing to say it. You have to do your homework as an elected official and explain it to people, and explain it again, and over-communicate, but always be grounded in the facts. Credibility is so important amid the din of misinformation and recrimination that's just so readily evident, like in the atmosphere right now. You have to be credible. The second thing is that for elected officials like me, you have to be willing to place yourself firmly in the loneliest place in American politics these days. That is right in the middle. It is lonely. And that means you have to call balls and strikes. You have to let the other side, one side, know when they're stretching the truth, or when they're not firmly grounded in solid argument, and do the same for the other side. So we tell folks that, look, tell folks in the offshore wind industry, look, the fishing industry is not what you're used to in Northern Europe. You can't just write a check to a fisherman and say, this is for your troubles. The industry in the United States is much larger, much more complex. On the other hand, we tell fishermen, look, offshore wind's not going to destroy your livelihood, and it is not going to make the work you do unsafe. We will make sure, we'll do everything we can to ensure that wind farms are properly placed, not in places where fishermen are likely to fish, not where fish spawn, but in places where that you can avoid. And that's really important. And for me, this is not easy. I come from a fishing family. Some of my relatives have been in the fishing industry, have lots of fishermen. I know it's a dangerous business. My grandfather was lost at sea. He was a New Bedford fisherman. In my 12 years of mayor, we've lost 10 fishermen. It's dangerous work, and I have a lot of respect for them. And so a lot of times when I have to put them in their place, that's not easy, but I do it only when it's grounded in the facts. The last thing I'll just say is, on the matter of trust, is that it takes time to build, and it has to be built block by block. And we know what those blocks are comprised of. Those blocks are comprised of the things that we learned as children. You build someone's trust by doing as you said you would. Just following through on what you said. So if you told somebody you're going to call somebody, you're going to call them back, do that. If you tell them they're going to get a hearing of their opinion, do it. If you tell them they're going to get some kind of accommodation, it's got to happen. You have to follow through. You have to be present. You have to stand and deliver. And that's not an easy thing these days in American politics. But I am here to attest it is possible. What we've proven in New Bedford is that you can build trust if you follow through, if you do as you say you will, and you put yourself right in the middle, and you remain credible. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, I'm Meryl Streep, actress and winner of the Presidential Medal of Freedom. As you know, climate change is everyone's responsibility, even me, Meryl Streep. Recycling helps, but nothing changes unless corporations cut down on the pollution heating the planet. Take it from me, I have 3 Oscars.
As we've been hearing all week, there are cities across the country and around the world that have all the ingredients for a just, equitable transition, but lack the connective tissue necessary to reach their net zero goals as quickly as is needed. Over the last year, the Aspen Institute and sustainability have been looking at how this plays out in the city of Detroit. And in the spirit of solutions, we're excited to announce a Detroit-based fellowship called the Aspen Climate Fixers, which aims to help connect the dots between climate solvers in Detroit so that they can work to amplify each other.
Thanks, Greg. This is exciting, and I'm going to give you some verbiage to take home with you. This is really about fostering trust in a world where we need more trust. I know that's a big word for 2024. Busting our silos of excellence, building capacity at the local level, investing in our next generation leaders across sectors. That includes utilities and government and NGOs and EDUs and the Chamber of Commerce. We're going to train them together. We're going to break bread together. We're going to reflect the community that we serve. We're going to reflect the sectors that need to participate in a just transition. Hint, that's all of us. And we're going to utilize the harmonized policies of both the federal, state, and the city of Detroit in execution of their action plans. This is all going to happen in one place. We all have learned, I've heard it multiple times today, collaboration is a contact sport. And in the words of, I know a friend of Aspen, Andy Karsner, we're going to train the pollinators to align and accelerate for climate action. Thank you.
I remember this one moment. I ran to kind of the water edge, and my mom said something along the lines of like, now it's your turn. Take that first step. When I became a mom myself, I feel like my whole world changed. There's some light within her that makes me continue to do the climate science work that I do. You don't have to be a climate scientist to want to protect the Earth. As moms, we care about our children and the environment they grow up in. And for Mia, I want you to know that I worked really hard to be a part of the change and to make it a better place for you.
Calling all builders, all welders and roofers, engineers and electricians, calling all brick masons and boiler makers, steel workers and steam fitters. Your country is calling you to rebuild America, to create a cleaner, safer, more prosperous future for all. Tackling climate change, this is the job of our lifetime. The Great American Build is here. Let's get to work.
We're going to vote, and I'm not going to tell you until the end, which is the most powerful ad to persuade people on climate to keep you here. And so, show of hands, who thought the heat pump ad, the game show, was the most effective? Get out of there. A few. Okay. Meryl, who steals newspapers, a little comedy. Not many. Okay. Dr. Melissa Burt with her kid. And the Great American Build. Let's go create some good old-fashioned climate jobs. Okay, there's a tie. I'm just going to say this. I can't really see you. There's a tie between the last two. Okay. I'm John Marshall. I run a new firm called Potential Energy. We have made dozens and dozens of pieces of content like this. We are a nonprofit that is trying to basically grow the size of the climate movement using the tools of the commercial world. And so, thank you. So I want to tell you what we've learned. And I got 3 chapters. Chapter 1 is we have a communications problem, and communications matters. There are hundreds of crucial policy battles being fought today around the world. Each one requires public will for leaders in government and in boardrooms to have the courage to support the progress that we need. But our win rate, which will determine what kind of a future we have, hangs in the balance. Some of them are winning. Our firm has had the pleasure of operating in California, where they've made amazing progress on clean energy standards, on electrification, on a clean economy. In Michigan, with the bold clean energy standards that have happened there. But some of them are hard. Offshore wind, building decarbonization in many states, and including in other countries. EV electrification in a lot of different places. And these battles are getting harder. Climate is moving into our kitchens, into our boiler rooms, into our garages, into our farms. It's moved from a distant policy to becoming something that's really personal, that's really hard. So it's go time for climate. But without compelling communications, we may not meet our goals. We've got to create demand. There's a little saying that our firm has that we use. We have lots of taglines. This one I like. It's a nice policy, but can you sell it? We've had a really good supply of policy, and we really feel like we need more sales, okay? We know that selling works in the corporate sphere. It sure as hell works here as well. So I want to tell you a few ways that we've learned in terms of how to make it work. But let me just pause for a second. You all have something in common, right? You're all here. You care deeply about the issue. You all have a reason that you're here. You all have a story about you came to it. You all have a why, right? And I would submit that there are 8 billion of us on the planet who would care as much as you do, and if they did, we would be just fine. We're ingenious creatures. Over 200,000 years, we've solved a hell of a lot of problems. We need to care enough to act. We all need to have the same degree of why that's in this room. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about my why. This is my why. This is Henry. He's very cute in this picture, but 10 years after this picture, he wasn't quite as cute. And it's not like, oh, I love him, isn't he cute kind of a story. It's a story where he came home from school and said, Dad, you're an idiot, okay? And he locked me in the house for 2 days. I was in the marketing business. I was in the corporate advisory business. I had been selling soap and shampoo and credit cards and cookies. And he said, the largest communications problem we have on the earth is a climate communications problem, and you ain't doing nothing about it, okay? So over the course of a weekend, I called all my friends on Madison Avenue and said, what if we created a firm that took the best creative talent and tried to do that? So I spent 35 years selling things. You know, we did the marketing and brand strategy for the Walmarts and the Starbucks and the Bank of Americas. I have an academic job as a marketing professor at Dartmouth. Spent 20 years sort of studying and learning what makes marketing successful. And in both of those domains, getting reasonably good at trying to figure out the why people did things in their lives. And so the theory was, while I was sitting there locked in the house, what could we unearth a why for climate? Could we make compelling content that actually dramatically swelled the size of the climate movement, okay? So my why is this little fellow who's now not little anymore, and will be mortified when he finds out that this thing may be on the internet. So we'll have to do some editing after this speech. But each person in this room and each person on this planet has a why, okay? And you saw a bunch of different whys in the 4 ads that we shared. So that's how we came to be. And man, I will tell you, this is not easy work. Oh, it's so much easier to do a little credit card subscription or a visit to Best Buy or something like that. And I thank you, everyone in this room for putting the massive hard work in and staying in the game. I'm a newcomer. I've been here for 4 years. And you know, the folks like you are giving everything you've got to the most challenging, critical, magnificent fight that we'll ever wage. So at Potential Energy, we do what corporate types do, only for climate. Incessant testing, focus groups, creative campaign development, tweaking, reworking. And we have amassed this pretty massive amount of data. We've served and measured 3 billion ads. We run a testing machine with randomized control trials. So we've tested right now 524 messages, ads, pieces of content. And my wonderful team has spent about 2,500 hours listening to focus groups and trying to figure out how we crack this. That little chart there, every one of those little dots is a piece of content like you just saw. And there's some great stuff, over 10%. So if you see that piece of content, you're 10% more likely to act and care and vote on climate change. And that matters a huge amount, right? But some of this stuff is negative. And so it really matters. Like I can get 5 times the performance for a good piece of content than an average piece of content. Okay, so chapter 2. What are some of the things that we have learned? By the way, I don't care about anyone's opinion. All I care about is the data. So this is just what the data says, okay? How do you get people to care about climate change? So here's a few interesting learnings. The first learning is no one knows what the hell you're talking about, okay? Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, what a great day for some decarbonization, all right? So I can tell you that your greenhouse gases, your net zeros, your carbon footprints, your anthropogenic, Anthropocene, it's gibberish. It comes from inside the bubble. People think Scope 3 is a mouthwash when we ask them about it in focus groups. We talked about ESG, and we heard about eggs and sausage and grits. Nobody knows what we are talking about, okay? And this is real data, I assure you. And people are not dumb. They're busy. They're leading their lives. Why do we make it so hard? I'll give you another little nugget on here. We did a global survey, 60,000 people, 23 countries. I'll talk about that a little bit more. 1.5 degrees, keep it alive. We've got to peak 1.5 degrees. Do you know what the average temperature that the average person on the planet thinks is the UN target for climate change? 4 degrees, okay? I wrote a blog called 1.5, Cozy, Not Catastrophe, because your average person is not concerned about 1.5 degrees. And why do we in America not even try to double it to use the actual measurement system of Fahrenheit? So we're not doing a great job using marketing principles for this. So this is real data. And what the hell is net zero? So we did a test where we asked people to sign 2 petitions, okay? Petition 1 is, sign the petition to get to net zero by 2040. Petition 2 was, save Florida, okay? 5 times the number of people chose to save Florida. Honestly, this conference should probably be rebranded to the Aspen Conference to Save Florida. We would get 3 times the admission if we did that, okay? We gotta talk about things that people actually care about, all right? So this passion for simplicity, to talk like a human, has been a real foundation for us, but we've also learned a bunch of other things along the way from the data, okay? First of all, and I'm quoted in the New Yorker on this, and it is a statistical fact, we have learned that men are useless, okay? Women are twice as likely to be moved by a climate message than men. I can see all the women in the audience saying, yeah, you didn't need millions of philanthropic dollars to prove that statistic. We could have told you anyway. But the data is very clear. After 524 tests, I don't think there's a single test where men has moved more than women. So I don't want to spend any money on men. I'm hoping that the women in the audience do that work for us. We've also learned that if you use the word ban, mandate, limit, you get 9 to 20 points less support for your policy. If you talk about standards, the one thing you can limit is pollution, but everything else, let's stop trying to ban household products and start to ban pollution. Everything else we use ban and limit doesn't do very well. If I merely put 2 words in a sentence for any climate message, nonpartisan, I just put them in. I don't have to do anything other than put them in. I get a significant increase in support. Time frames suck. 2040, 2050, not at all effective. I'll show you a couple other pieces of data. Human stories crush concepts. The climate people, we all are members of Overthinkers Anonymous. We have these conceptual stuff. We're going to beat China. We're going to grow economically, all this kind of stuff. If I just show a conversation between a climate scientist and another mom, I get a 12% lift. And when I take a great donation from a generous donor who wants me to make an ad about an innovation boom, I got a 1.5% lift, okay? It's about the people. I'll tell you something else. If I tell exactly the same ad, and I have a picture of a smokestack, and I have a picture of a storm, I get a significant increase, because pollution framing actually works. So we're learning all these things from the data. One thing I love is that if we put a face in the ad, it always outperforms, and if we zoom in, it performs even better. This is an example from our campaign in California. Human stories always win. 3 little lessons we've got along the way: simplicity, humanity, accountability. Accountability is simple. It's very hard to fight climate change. Why don't we fight the pollution that's causing climate change? That makes a lot more sense to people. So these lessons are valuable. But I want to go a little bigger, okay? Because it's not necessarily enough. I want to talk about something beyond the tactics, which I've covered. I want to talk about the strategies. I want to talk about the territories. We got about a 50-50 vote between the jobs ad and the climate science mom ad that I showed you. So I want to dig into that a little bit. So let's talk about what the data says about the big why. Okay, so we conducted what I think is probably one of the most comprehensive message tests on climate change across 23 countries. Represents about 85% of global emissions, 75% of the world population, 85% of global GDP. So the G20 plus some countries in Africa. So we went really deep. We did a whole bunch of message testing and framing testing and policy testing and all that sort of stuff that we do. And what did we learn? First of all, there's a bunch of frames that aren't necessarily big enough, okay? And so I'm not saying they're not valuable. I'm not being disrespectful of the people who put so much energy and passion and care into these. But if we're going to solve the world's greatest collective action problem, we're going to have to do something called collective action. We're going to have to get people on board. And the data is clear that these frames aren't big enough, okay? And if you think about the person on the other end of the message, and we say, hey, let's keep it in the ground. They're like, keep what in the ground? Oh, keep oil in the ground? How do I get my kid to school? I gotta fill my tank with it. It's a 30%, 40% of population kind of frame. We need bigger frames for this, okay? And so we asked 60,000 people across the globe, what is the why that really motivates you, okay? And I'm gonna give you some comparative here. We had a number of people say to increase jobs and create economic growth. We had about the same number of people, or no, 3 times as many people say social justice. 5 times as many people say to reduce air and water pollution. 7 times as many people said to prevent extreme weather. But the largest reason was 12 times as strong as jobs, which is to protect the future for the next generation, okay? And so that's what the data says. What the data also says is that when we do message tests, we tested 3 mega narratives around the world. One was something we call later is too late. Urgent, generational, because you care about your kids, and you care about the planet, and you care about the next generation. One was make the polluters pay, blame it on them. And the third one was a celebratory message on climate progress, okay? So 23 countries, statistically representative samples across political parties, across rural and urban and rich and poor, a whole bunch of different cultures. What happened? The urgent generational message crushed the other messages, okay? Twice as strong as make polluters pay, and 5 times as strong as climate progress is here. That's just a fact, okay? And it crushed the other messages, hard slide to read, but I'll show it to you here. Across gender, across parental status, across age, across education, across income in India and Indonesia and Germany and Brazil, in England, in the US, in Australia, in every country, every segment, including progressives and conservatives. Yes, you can move conservatives across the globe, okay? So there is a power idea on climate. It's a territory. I'm not saying every single thing is one tagline or one campaign or one ad. We've made hundreds of pieces of content, but there is a territory that outperforms other territories. There's a why that is bigger than other whys, okay? And in order to show you what that is, I'll show you one more ad, and then I'll say a few more words, and then I'll let you go to dinner. And then I'll tell you which ads perform the best, okay? Hopefully this will play. This is one of our most favorite, highest performing pieces of content.
As a scientist, I know by the time she takes her first breath, 9 billion more tons of carbon pollution will be in the air. When she takes her first steps, wildfires will have burned millions more acres she could have explored. The day she gets her first pet, there are thousands of newly extinct species she'll never meet. The night she forgets to call, the night of her first heartbreak. Her future home floods for the first of many times. By the time a child born today goes to college, it may be too late to leave them the world we promised. Our window to act on climate change is like watching them grow up. We blink and we miss it.
This is usually the part of the presentation where I start to cry, so forgive me if it happens. So we've been at this for 4 years. After terabytes of data and analysis and looking at it every way we can and sweating the details and the error bars and the confidence intervals, I think we have a hypothesis, an answer, a territory for the big debate. And it's not fear versus optimism that's the territory. It's not progress versus doomerism. It's not anger or education. The data is telling us that none of these seem to have the human emotion that will tip the balance. What the data says is what will tip the scales is love. Love for our children, love for our communities, love to the natural wonders that sustain us. This is the big why on climate. And the thing about love is that it has all the other stuff in it. It's got worry, it's got hope, it's got the dream of a better future. It even has fear in it. All of those things are fine. The real why is what motivates us, what we care about. The academics have known this for years. There's a theory called loss aversion, right? Loss aversion frames always beat gain frames. Our data proves the same thing, and our content that is about love moves people way more than the other stuff. This makes some sense, There's stuff baked into our DNA, For hundreds of thousands of years, it's been baked into our DNA to take care of the ones that we love. And if we're going to solve the most massive challenge that humanity has ever faced, we're going to have to use something that's baked in our DNA. So let's use the most positive attribute that we can. I think we all got a little lost in complexity here. Many of us, myself included, may qualify as members of Overthinkers Anonymous. We've been trying to go through the side door. We've been frustrated. This hasn't worked. That hasn't worked. Let's talk about climate jobs. Let's sell the benefit of heat pumps. Let's say that cars perform more. Let's try all these side door things. And we've really tried to do things, and we might have been missing the thing that's most important overall. So let's stop trying to go through the side door. Let's stop overthinking and over-engineering. Let's go to the front door. Let's tell the truth with empathy and passion and caring and relevance. This is how we're going to get billions of people to join us in this noble fight, okay? This is how we're going to do it. And yes, that was by far the highest performing ad. They all move people, by the way. They're all good. Like the heat pump one was 3%, the other two were 7, this one was 10, this is in the top decile. This kind of content really works. Love is how you get billions of people to join in this most noble fight that we're all fighting together. So thank you for your time. Before you stand up and go to dinner, if you want more stuff, we have a boatload of tools and content and guides and all that kind of stuff. And so we will send you a package. We can send you this talk, but we'll send you a package of tips and tricks and learnings and evidence and data and all that kind of stuff. So thank you very much, and thanks to the Aspen Institute for giving me this opportunity.
I realize many of you were out dancing to the wee hours or just coming back from your beach volleyball game this morning. But we are delighted to see you all today at our last day of this extraordinary conference. Today, we're going to be hearing from a wide range of experts in areas such as ocean biodiversity, gene editing, education, environmental justice, meteorology, and more. And I think that very range and breadth and depth are representative of what we think is different, unique, special, and compelling of this convening in the climate world. And it's something very suited to the kinds of things we like to do at Aspen, bringing people together from all kinds of perspectives and platforms and interests to come up with solutions to the urgent problems that we face. I'd like just briefly, again, to thank Greg and his remarkable team for pulling all of this together, and just take maybe a couple of seconds to reflect on the short but wonderful history of this event. It was just about 4 years ago, I think, when I had a phone call with the former mayor of Miami Beach, who had the vision to bring the Aspen Institute to Miami Beach to do something compelling and of great public significance. And the idea was to focus just on climate, unlike some of the other large public events we do that have a wide range of topics, because of just the extraordinary complexity of the challenges we have and all the areas that are important to explore. And it's exciting to see how that vision has matured over the last 3 years and to see all of you here today. Again, sincere thanks for being here, and I know you're going to greatly enjoy the plenary today and then the other events of the day. Thank you so much.
We're going to talk about oceans and hopefully give you some hope about the future of oceans given climate change and all the stress that we know it puts on the ocean. So Sarah, as NOAA's chief scientist, I know you think about the ocean all the time, both its impact on climate and the weather, but also on fisheries and all of the ocean economy that's built up around the ocean. So one of the things here in South Florida and all around the world that we know is taking a beating because of climate change is coral reefs. We saw last year ocean temperatures soar, particularly here in South Florida, 100 degrees or more in the water, unprecedented, and we know how hard that is on corals. But we also know there are some corals that are more heat resistant. We know there are efforts to restore coral reefs, and we know there's an awful lot of science going into this because they're so important to the ocean, both the economy around the ocean and tourism, but also for fisheries and food. So tell us how we can feel hopeful about the future given the stress that coral reefs and the ocean in general is under from climate change.
Yeah, so first the facts. According to NOAA's Physical Science Laboratory, over 40% of the ocean was in a marine heat wave this past year. A marine heat wave is defined as above 10% of the average in the distribution, and so we had never hit that large amount worldwide. It was caused by a combination of climate change, but also the El Nino that developed. So we saw this around the world, and usually during El Ninos, we see coral bleaching events. And in the Florida Keys, we saw major amounts of coral bleaching. And these are all pictures that we have from all the different sites that NOAA takes across corals around the world. So we saw these bleaching events, and when we just did our survey of Florida, we found in many locations that only 20% of stag corals were alive. The bleaching event really has taken its toll. And that's the depressing part. But on the positive side, we can manage what is happening. The incredible science that's happening here in South Florida and at NOAA is around understanding the corals, understanding why that happens, but also increasingly, we know how to grow corals. We actually, not far from here on Key Biscayne, we have a facility where we grow corals, where we're able to separate them, we're able to understand which ones are strong, which ones are hardy, what makes them grow well, what doesn't. And with that, we have the knowledge about how do we conserve those coral species, and then also when we need to and we go out and we restore coral reefs, how do you do so in a way that is then also hardy for the decades to come? And climate change is going to continue. We're on this march until we reach net zero emissions. But we know what the future holds in terms of temperatures in the atmosphere and temperatures in the ocean. And so we can plan for that as we do the restorations of these coral reefs in Florida and around the world to make them hardier for the future.
Well, and I'm so impressed with the people who are working on this every day, who are restoring corals. There's a great company called Coral Vita. I know Sam's been here talking. He'll be on the main stage, I think, later. And then you go places like in the Red Sea, and you see corals that are still thriving, even in those high heat conditions. So
yeah, the Red Sea corals are really special corals that they're like the hardy, warm corals of the world. I wanted to ask you, the coral reefs are such an important habitat for fish and marine species. Can we zoom out and talk about how fish stocks are being affected around the world from environment and human stress causes? And also, how is this impacting food security, and what can the international community do to action? She used to lead our negotiations and work on biodiversity around the world for State Department and saw firsthand in the last few years how this plays out.
It is an incredibly important problem for us to really face head on. As we think about climate and how it's stressing the oceans, fisheries are moving all over the place in order to adjust and adapt to the heat conditions that we've just talked about. And so this is where my background as a lawyer comes in. Governance matters. We have to have good governance and flexible governance that can adapt with the conditions. So it's wonderful that in the US at NOAA, the very agency that predicts climate, that understands the climate, the forces in the ocean that are causing these changes to happen, is also the one that regulates commercial fishing. So it's a perfect place for us to do the very best we can at managing. And that may mean shifting our management regimes. It also means new technology and thinking about species that might be able to exist in new places. Things like creating the Billion Oyster Project in New York, or thinking about how many people's livelihoods are impacted by this. Over half the people on the planet rely on fish for some source of protein, and 600 million people rely on it as a part of their income generation. So we know that we have to take those management steps that are crucial to conserving fish stocks in the face of the other changes that we're seeing, not to mention cutting back on pollution and doing all the other things we can, like creating marine protected areas, in order to make sure that we have enough fish to feed the planet. So, Sarah, now it's my turn to ask you again. Tell us a little bit about all the things that NOAA is working on to help us understand the ocean better. There is so much of the planet. You know, there's this old saying about how we know more about the moon than we know about the ocean, and it's our own home here on Earth. It's our planet, and we don't know so much about it. We're always discovering new species, which is an amazing thing that there's still so much out there to discover. Tell us about NOAA's exploration efforts and all the things that we know could be helping us in the future, like new things that we discover that might lead to better medicines or other kinds of advancements.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, NOAA in our ocean purview, we are going from the bottom of the ocean, mapping the seafloor, all the way to the top of the ocean, understanding what's all in between. And so with that, we have new technologies to be able to collect as much information as possible. Historically, we would send down cameras or look down at the bottom, or we would do fish catches to be able to count the number of fish and then dissect them and see how healthy they are. But increasingly, we're doing less invasive technologies as well. We have omics, which we're taking measurements out of the seawater. When I was over at our laboratory yesterday, they were showing me how now Rice's whale, this whale that is very rare, it's hard to find, we're actually able to take seawater, take a vial of seawater this large and be able to determine if Rice's whale was recently there. And so we're able to know the range of this animal. And it's in this early infancy, but I'm really excited about the expansion of eDNA, like capturing that seawater and figuring out what species were in it, because it allows us to know in remote locations what's there, particularly when you have these types of whales or other species that are otherwise really hard to spot. And actually, on the West Coast, using these vials of water, we're able to replicate those traditional surveys where we catch all the fish for hake. And that's the first time we've been able to do it for any species. And so I'm really excited about the development of that type of technology, which will allow us to know what's happening around the world. And it's also low cost. Taking a vial this small of water, it can be done around the world by many different people without sophisticated, fancy PhDs. You can do it in many of these regions where we're trying to.
It's so hard to count fish. People think it's such back to the fisheries question. You know, we're always struggling with how to manage these fish stocks that move around all the time. They don't stand still and let us count them. So. And this is amazing.
And we can do it with the DNA, and now increasingly we can also do it with acoustics. So if you actually we have microphones all over the ocean where we can listen in, and we can also increasingly use those acoustic sensors to know, is there a large tuna school going by? Where are the whales? What is going on? And this explosion of data and the use of AI to then sift through it is really exciting because it's going to give us so much more information than we've had historically.
Well, we've had great discussions here this week about the future of aquaculture and the new technologies that are available on that as well. And there's a whole lot of reason to think that the blue economy is one that can be both sustainable and really grow in the future.
Yeah. We sit in the Department of Commerce at NOAA, and we're doing analysis with Commerce on what is the future of this. And we see growth in the blue economy going forward as people turn to it, because 17% of the world's proteins come from fish. It is a critical source, and we see the ability for that to grow, particularly when you have droughts or heat waves on land. It is the insurance policy is having the ocean and using the ocean effectively when things aren't going as well on land due to climate variability and change. I wanted to shift on that important point, though, to protecting species to you. There's a new global treaty that was just negotiated to allow countries of the world for the first time to create marine protected areas. These are marine parks on the high seas. Why is this important, and how much more of the ocean do we need to protect, and how are we going to get there?
This is such an exciting topic to me, having worked hard at the United Nations to help negotiate this important agreement. So 70% of the planet is ocean. I'll geek out here a little bit on statistics. Over 50%, or almost 50%, of the planet is the high seas, which is the areas in the ocean that are beyond national jurisdiction, where there hadn't been a lot of governance before, and it was very sectoral, very kind of chaotic and disorganized. If you were a shipper, you were covered by certain rules. If you're in fishing on the high seas, you had certain areas that were regulated well. But the rest was just the wild, wild west. And we really need to be protecting a lot of the planet. Another global treaty has been agreed by every country in the world, which is hard to get that kind of agreement, that we're going to protect 30% of the planet by 2030. We're going to try, because that's what scientists tell us we need in order to have a healthy, functioning planet that will provide all the things that we need from nature. So in order to protect 30% of the planet, you have to be able to get to that 50% that's out there beyond law. And this is the first time the countries of the world, again, all got together and said, we want to be able to protect areas as parks out there in the high seas. So right now, only 1% of that area is fully protected, and it's in Antarctica, where we already had a global agreement to protect, and it was very hard to get those protections put in place. So now we have the potential to actually protect that part of the high seas where we know if we don't mine it, drill it, fish it, pollute it, that it can withstand an awful lot of the beating that climate change is taking on those parts of the ocean. So for now, we really need to find ways to get global agreement to actually put some of those places aside. And this agreement, for the first time, gives us the opportunity to do that. And it was really an amazing thing. We had been negotiating it, the US and all the countries in the world had been negotiating it for over 10 years. And it got to a critical point last February and March. And the negotiators actually negotiated for nearly 2 days straight without a break in order to be able to reach this agreement. And it was fascinating how countries came together at the end, even with their reservations about kind of losing sovereignty and whether they could actually get benefits from all that marine biodiversity. The other big part of the treaty is that it governs how we use biodiversity that's gathered from the high seas that theoretically belongs to everyone on the planet, how we use that and how we all benefit from that marine genetic diversity and all the discoveries that might come from it. So this agreement couldn't be more important, and it couldn't come at a more important time. And now, hopefully, we'll get enough countries to ratify it in the next year, and 2 already have, which is great, but we need about 60 to ratify it in order for it to go into effect. So hopefully, in the next year or so, we'll see that treaty go into effect, and already countries are working together to try to identify the most important parts of the high seas to protect for climate and for fisheries and all the other things that we need from the ocean. So it's a very exciting moment, and I was just thrilled to be a part of it. And we had an incredible US negotiating team, but lots of countries leaned in. So I think, if we had to sum it up, Sarah, I think about the ocean as having so much potential. And I know our former NOAA administrator always says it's too big to ignore and it's too big to let fail. I know that's what you all are focused on every day at NOAA, and I have a lot of hope. I don't know if you feel the same way about the future of the ocean.
Oh, exactly. I say the facts. I say the facts of this is what we face and this is what we see. The thing that I always say is with that science and information, we know what the future holds. There's not a lot of things, your relationships, politics, society, that we actually have quite a lot of certainty of what the world looks like in the coming years. And so we have to take that information, that crystal ball, and we have to use it. And we know how to use it to create a sustainable ocean, to create and maintain biodiversity and how to conserve, to be able to make a hardy ocean and a healthy ocean for years to come.
There are no ocean solutions without climate solutions, and there are no climate solutions without ocean solutions. So it's been a great conversation. Thanks, Sarah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Let me start today with an unfortunate fact. Agriculture is bad for the climate. Cows and rice emit methane. Fertilizer use results in nitrous oxide emissions, and taken together with things like deforestation, there are publications that have reported close to 1/3 of all anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions stem from agriculture. At the same time, climate change is also really bad for agriculture. More floods, more droughts, higher peak temperatures, and more pandemics, and not just pandemics for people, but pandemics for plants that could ultimately result in widespread famine. Both of these problems, ag emissions and crop loss due to climate disasters, are just going to get worse as climate change intensifies and the world's expected to add close to 2 billion people in the next 25 years. How are we going to feed close to 10 billion people without destroying the planet? What if I told you we could create a farm that doesn't have any net greenhouse gas emissions? A truly net zero farm. A world where we could grow all the food that we need, even in the face of a changing climate, and be part of the global climate solution. I'm here today to talk to you about CRISPR and how it could do exactly that. I'm the executive director of the Innovative Genomics Institute, the IGI. We're a nonprofit biotech hub on the campus of UC Berkeley. And we were founded by Jennifer Doudna, who won the Nobel Prize for her work in developing CRISPR, a tool that scientists can use to directly edit DNA and change the function of living cells. CRISPR is 2 parts. It has a precise targeting molecule called a guide RNA that allows you to be able to zero in on a specific part of the DNA. And the second part, that's a molecular scissor called Cas9. And when you take these two parts together, you're able to zero in on a specific segment of DNA and cut to inactivate a gene, or even paste in DNA segments that can change and correct a disease-causing mutation, or change the trait of cells like plant cells and microbial cells. Now, last year was a big year for CRISPR. Got the first FDA approval for a new CRISPR drug that essentially cures sickle cell disease. It's really remarkable. But what excites me about CRISPR is that it doesn't just have to be relegated to creating new medicines. DNA is in all living organisms. It's the code of life. So why not unlock the power of CRISPR to be able to solve other major problems facing society? And one of those problems is the need to be able to provide food security into the future. IGI scientists have already been working hard on this problem. We can edit over 30 different crops: rice, wheat, sorghum, tomatoes. We can create pathogen-resistant crops by knocking out disease susceptibility genes. We can create drought-tolerant crops by using CRISPR to reduce the number of water-losing pores on the leaves of crops. We're even working to save the banana and chocolate from emerging pathogens. And I promise you, in the coming decades, farmers are going to be using these crops to be able to increase yields, to reduce crop loss, and basically grow more food using less land and less resources. But to make the biggest impact, we also need to use CRISPR to be able to directly try to turn off some of those agricultural emissions. And those emissions, surprisingly, the most of them don't come from tractors and burning fossil fuels. Often they come from tiny microorganisms that live in communities called microbiomes. And those microbiomes are found in places like the gut of a cow and in the soils that we grow crops in. And they result in the emission of potent greenhouse gas into the atmosphere. Now, the worst of these emissions come from cows and livestock. Depending on what publication you read, anywhere between 10 and 20% of all anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions stem from livestock. Now, our collaborators at UC Davis have actually developed a feed additive based on red algae seaweed that actually shows that you can shift and change the microbiome to reduce the amount of methane that's emitted. But it's really difficult to scale and sort of grow around the world, and you have to give it to the cows every single day in order for it to be effective. We're working on a CRISPR treatment that you could potentially dose just once, right as the calf is born, when almost every calf in the world is handled. So we really think we can actually shift the microorganisms to a low methane or even zero methane state and reduce those emissions throughout the entire life of the cow. Now, that brings me to our plan to be able to try to absorb gigatons of atmospheric carbon and put it back into agricultural soils. And we think those soils are a perfect target because they've lost close to 500 gigatons of CO2 equivalents. What if you could use CRISPR to help put that back? Our plan is in 3 parts. We want to use CRISPR to enhance photosynthesis. That'll increase the amount of atmospheric carbon that you take and put it into the biomass of crops. But you can't just stop there. It's more carbon for food and more carbon to store, but a lot of it would just be degraded and put back into the environment. So we're going to try to use CRISPR to put it into more stable forms, like deeper and more dense roots. And the deeper you can put carbon, the more likely it's to stay in soil. And then work with the soil microbiome to try to lock that carbon into nice, organic, fertile soils. Now, we all know the scale of the problem that we have. It's huge. And people are turning to direct air capture, and it's important. We have to do all of these things. But it's energy intensive and difficult to scale. Meanwhile, I tell people that biology already scales, and agriculture means you can put seeds in the ground each and every year and affect change really quickly. So you can see why I'm excited to be at the IGI and realize my vision where global climate emission goals can be met by changing the way we grow food. And it comes with so many different co-benefits: reduced emissions, less atmospheric carbon, more food security, and enabling farmers to grow on marginal and underutilized lands and convert them into more fertile soils reducing the need for deforestation. So let me leave you with one word, and that's hope. It's easy to lose hope when it comes to climate change, but I'm here to tell you we can make a difference. Scientific innovation can make a difference, and together we can build a more sustainable future. Thank you.
My name's Maggie Thomas, and I serve as Special Assistant to the President for Climate in the White House. Today, I'm thrilled to make public, for the first time, the logo for President Biden's American Climate Corps. Can I get a drum roll? All right, just kidding. It's not gonna come that easy. We're gonna start in the 1930s. Ooh, that's good. We're gonna start in the 1930s, when President Roosevelt had a radical idea to put millions of young men to work conserving America's natural resources while addressing the unemployment crisis of the Great Depression. Behind me is the logo for that popular public works program, the Civilian Conservation Corps. This logo speaks to a brave and determined generation. But I think we can all agree, in many ways, it represents America's past. Today we face a different crisis, and we have a new, diverse generation ready to get to work. From deploying clean energy to electrify our economy and cut harmful pollution, to harnessing resilient infrastructure to prepare and protect our communities from the climate crisis, and investing in nature-based solutions with a more just and equitable approach rooted in the lived experience of frontline communities to ensure clean air and clean water for all Americans. As President Biden has said, the climate crisis is the existential threat of our time. To make progress, we need to act with the urgency this moment demands. That's why President Biden launched the American Climate Corps, an ambitious new initiative to put young Americans to work fighting the impacts of climate change while training the clean energy and climate resilience workforce of the future. And just last week, in his State of the Union address, the President announced his intention to triple the size of the American Climate Corps by the end of this decade. The American Climate Corps will bring together the energy and enthusiasm of young people with limitless opportunities to tackle the climate crisis and advance environmental justice in communities across the country. Through the American Climate Corps, we're bringing to life a new vision for our country and building on the legacy of FDR's Civilian Conservation Corps. The American Climate Corps' story is yet to be told. It's your story, and we can't wait to have you join us. Thank you.
It's great to see such an audience. It's been amazing a couple of days. So I'm David Steele. I have the privilege of serving as Executive Director of UL Standards and Engagement. We're a nonprofit standards developer, and I'll say a little bit more at the end as we go through this about what exactly these standards are capable of. But today what I really want to focus on is resilience. How do we create greater resilience in the built environment in the face of all the extreme weather that's coming as a result of climate change, and most notably, fires? So let me say a little bit. We've heard over the last couple of days quite a lot about extreme weather events. We obviously see now many more hurricanes. We see increasing drought. We see severe precipitation events. You know, this is quite real. And even forecasts suggest that in the coming years, these will actually quadruple. So we need to recognize that this is happening. And we need to be thinking about how do we promote resilience? What are some of the tools that we can use? And that's where we think our standards can actually play a role in that. So turning specifically to the impact of these dry conditions, we see now so many examples of really serious wildfires. And perhaps in the past we felt that this was some very distant phenomenon, that it just affected remote areas or perhaps unpopulated areas. But what we see now more and more is that these fires are coming really to places very close to home. And we're almost running out of superlatives to describe some of these catastrophic and tragic fires. You know, once in a generation, largest ever, unprecedented. These fires are real. They're affecting communities across America and around the world. And even here in Florida, not that far from where we are, we've seen the spread of these wildfires. So they're very, very serious. And we need to be thinking collectively what we do about them. But it's not just coverage on TV. It's also reflected in the statistics when it comes to these billion-dollar disasters. Yes, these big disasters with serious impact for communities on the increase. And we need to be thinking collectively what we can do to address these harms and hazards. Now, when you look at these kind of disasters as they affect communities, oftentimes folks turn to insurance to cover the damage. But now we're seeing more and more the insurance industry starting to get very concerned about these risks and hazards, even to pull back in some cases from particular hazards of wildfires or particular communities, and look sometimes to states or governments to be that kind of insurer of last resort. But surely that's not a sustainable position to be in, to expect states to bankroll these kind of disasters, and we need to think about, again, tools that we can use to deal with these hazards. So that's where I turn to our development of standards. And our organization, UL Standards and Engagement, has been around now for 120 years of developing safety standards. Starting from our very first standard, 1903, which was a standard related to fire doors. So we have that kind of heritage of using standards to think about how we can address various safety hazards. I love this old picture. That's not me in the photo, but going back to those early days, 1903, testing fire doors. And we've continued this great focus on safety science. So our colleagues in UL Research Institutes do extensive research to understand things like the origin and the spread of fires. Our colleagues in UL Solutions work with companies to help them with their products and solutions to market. But what we do at UL Standards and Engagement is develop these safety standards. We've developed more than 1,700 standards to ensure safety. In fact, the average American home has products that comply with over 100 UL standards. That's just how our standards are out there keeping people safe. And more than 4,000 experts volunteer their time on our technical committees to help us come up with these guidance documents, these standards, to help make communities and homes, transportation and energy more safe. As I mentioned, we started with fire standards. We now have 161 different standards related to fire that address how you prevent ignition, how you prevent spread, how you suppress fires. But using these standards to really inform the way products and communities are designed to reduce that kind of fire risk, especially now with this growth of wildfires. So when you think about the design of a home, for example, you think about the materials that are used in that home. How can we use standards to ensure that the materials used, that the design of the home can safeguard the home, can reduce the spread of those wildfires, can safeguard that vital water pipeline to actually be able to fight some of these fires? And think about that from the very beginning, according to a science-based standards format that helps assure the safety of these communities. Now, most standards are voluntary. There are cases where standards are baked into codes or local regulations, but most standards are voluntary. They rely on manufacturers or communities or other stakeholders embracing that standard and saying, we think this can provide a foundation on which others can innovate. And increasingly, as I said, as insurers back away from taking on this risk, it's going to be more and more, we think, communities that look to the opportunities from standards to say, how can we address this? So just in closing, again, UL Standards and Engagement, we're a nonprofit safety standards developer. I'm really here today to look for partnerships, to look for those of you who are interested in resilience, in the built environment, and in making communities safer. So if you have that interest, Please look for me or my colleagues after the session. Would love to have a conversation. Again, thank you and enjoy your spring break.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Yes, good morning, Hilton. My name is Navina Sadasivam, and I'm a reporter at GRIST. We're an award-winning nonprofit media organization dedicated to telling stories of climate solutions and a just future. And I'm here with the indomitable Hilton Kelly, an environmental justice leader from Port Arthur, Texas. He is, yeah, give it up for Hilton. He is the founder and director of Community in Power and Development Association, and Hilton really is a force of nature. He's been doing deep community work for more than 2 decades. Many of you may know that he is a Goldman Prize winner for his community work and is an advocate for environmental issues, environmental justice issues in Texas. But what you might not know is that after a stint in the Navy, he did stunt roles in Hollywood. So you may have seen him in Eddie Murphy's movie Metro or maybe Nash Bridges. And then you returned to Port Arthur after your time in Hollywood. So tell us a little bit, Hilton, about what brought you back to Port Arthur after your time in Hollywood.
Okay, well, first of all, good morning, everyone. What brought me back to the city of Port Arthur was the need for someone to speak up for the moderate to low income people of color communities in the west side of Port Arthur, which is right up against the refineries and chemical plants and chemical incineration facilities where we were forced to live during the Jim Crow era. But how it all started was I joined the Navy when I was 19 years old. I was in the service from 1980 to 1986, but I had active duty from 1980 to 84. When I got out of the service in 1984, I decided to stay in California and pursue a career in acting. In high school, I was in theater. I played football as well. But I fell in love with theater, and I ended up doing extras work. That's how I got involved. I was on Nash Bridges, did a lot of stand-in work, did some stunts and whatnot. But I took a sabbatical from that in 2000, and I went home to Port Arthur, Texas, just to visit relatives and friends and to go to the Mardi Gras. It was in February. And when I went back home to Port Arthur, which is located right on the Gulf Coast, I noticed that the air quality had a stench to it, like rotten eggs, and you could smell the chemical odors in the air, like when I was a kid growing up there. And before I ever left Port Arthur, I thought that was normal for the air to have that stench to it until I got to California, and things were a little different. And so I started wondering, why couldn't things be that way in my hometown? But I grew up hearing the language like, well, you know, that's money you smell in the air. My mother used to always say that. And a lot of folks in my town, most of them didn't live past 60 years old, that worked at those facilities, that lived in that African-American community. I mean, literally, we lived on the fence line. And so I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to make a change in how our economic system was in West Port Arthur, and I wanted to get that town back in an upward mobility swing and get rid of some of the dilapidated buildings.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, one of the things that I noticed from visiting you in Port Arthur is that people are being hit by 2 twin threats. So there's the petrochemical industry, and like you said, frontline community living in the shadow of these massive refineries, but you're also on the Gulf Coast, which is periodically getting hit by hurricanes. So what effect have you seen that cumulative burden of both the hurricanes and the petrochemical industry have on your neighbors, on your friends, and the community at large?
Well, when it comes to living in West Port Arthur, or Port Arthur period, and on the Gulf Coast, hurricanes is now a way of life. Growing up in Port Arthur, I remember the first hurricane I ever heard of was Hurricane Carla back in 1965. I was born in 1960. I'm 63 now. I started doing this work in 2000. I was 39 years old. So now I've been in this fight for 24 years. I was very naive when I got into this work. I thought I can go into Port Arthur, help solve those issues, and head back to California, but nothing could be further from the truth. This is a lifelong mission, fighting for environmental justice and fighting for people's right to drink clean water and breathe, clean air. But living on the Gulf Coast has its challenges. It's very stressful. Every year we deal with the threats of hurricanes, we deal with the threats of flooding, we deal with the threats of homelessness, because many times when hurricane hits, for instance, the last big hurricane we got hit by was Hurricane Harvey. In 2017, Hurricane Harvey devastated Port Arthur, Texas. 80% of Port Arthur, Texas was inundated with water, even in what they call no-flood neighborhoods, so-called because we were on higher ground. But Harvey was an exceptional storm. And right after Hurricane Harvey, there was Hurricane Laura that was earmarked, they said on the Weather Channel, that was coming to Port Arthur, but it veered to the east and ended up devastating Lake Charles, Louisiana, which is right next to Port Arthur. Now, what comes with that when you don't get a direct hit from a hurricane, FEMA doesn't even look at your community, even though those winds basically still destroyed Port Arthur, even though it wasn't a direct hit. Roofs were torn off, okay? Gates were knocked down, windows were blown out, but yet we could get no support. And even to this day, many people are still living in homes that was damaged way back when Hurricane Rita hit, right after Hurricane Katrina. And like I said, growing up in Port Arthur, we didn't see many hurricanes. They always hit further south down in the Corpus Christi area. But now what we're seeing every year are at least 3 to 4 hurricane warnings a year. And the hurricane season starts, I think, around June, and it goes all the way up into October. And so the stress that brings to a community that is hurricane prone, that is flood prone, and not to mention the chemicals that get mixed in the flood waters, it's very, very stressful, and it's very, very difficult to deal with every year.
Right, so let's talk a little bit about those chemicals that you talked about. What effect have you seen on people's health in living both in an area that is, often hit by hurricanes, but also in the shadow of these refineries that when a hurricane hits, they are sometimes leaking chemicals into the water, shutting down very quickly and emitting a lot of pollution into the air. What effect has that had on the people in the community?
Well, it's had a devastating impact on our health. As a matter of fact, many times when there's flood waters in the neighborhood, you don't have any choice but to get in that water and walk, because now your cars are useless, your trucks are useless. So in order to get to higher ground or to rescue vehicles, you have to get in the water. And sometimes that water has a sheen of oil in it, because what the groundwater that's on the plant ground sometimes wash into the community. And whenever you have flooding and you have hurricanes, well, the refineries and chemical plants have to go into what you call shutdown mode. And whenever they go into shutdown mode, what you see is these huge flares off the top of these derricks. I mean, sometimes it's like 20, 30 flares going off at one time. It almost looked like the invasion of Kuwait, if you will. And we live right next to the largest oil refinery in the Northern Hemisphere, which is called Motiva. Motiva put out 635,000 barrels of oil per day. And right next to Motiva is Valero. And right next to Valero, we have Chevron Chemical. Next to Chevron Chemical, we have Oxbow Calcining Petroleum Coke Facility. And next to them, we have Veolia Chemical Incineration Facility. We have Cheniere LNG, Sabine LNG. So the question must be asked, how much is too much for one community? And I must add, again, this is an African-American community where African-Americans were forced to live during the Jim Crow era, and we still live there today because it's all many of what those citizens in that community have. I grew up in West Port Arthur, but yet we are disproportionately impacted by this onslaught of pollution and threats by hurricanes in our community, because it is a low-lying area, almost like the Mississippi Delta. And so we learn to survive in these areas, but yet at the same time, your body can only take so much. Moving back to the Port Arthur in 2000, to date, I've had at least 6 of my personal close friends perish from cancer. And I'd like to mention 1 or 2. Eddie Brown, you guys do not know him, but he was a pillar in the community. He was diagnosed with cancer in 2018, and he died in 2021, right after the big freeze we had in the city of Port Arthur. Also, Darlene Ford very good friend of mine, classmate of mine, graduated in 1978. She passed away. Quite a few others have passed, and this is why I continue to fight, and this is what prompted me to get more involved and continue to push thus far.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. You know, you said you've been working on this for more than 2 decades, 24 years. What changes have you observed in the community? Are things improving? Are there hopes? Are there signs of progress? Or what changes overall have you observed in the last 2 decades?
Well, I must add, some of the things that have changed for the better is over the years, we've had to use litigation to bring forward action. And my attorney, Jim Blackburn, who has worked with me for many, many years with the Blackburn law firm, we were able to bring lawsuits against Motiva, where we were able to get a $5.2 million settlement for the impacted community. We started a clinic on the west side of Port Arthur to help those people that have transportation barriers and other barriers to keep them from going to the clinic on the far east end of town. We have a development center. And I'd like to say many, many thanks to the then administration under Barack Obama. Lisa Jackson was head of the EPA during the time of this lawsuit back in 2012. And there was a consent decree that was posed against the Valero oil refinery. And that money that they had to pay due to some of the illegal emission releases, well, it went to the national treasure. But we spoke with the Environmental Protection Agency back then, and they agreed that some of that money should come back to the impacted communities that had to bear the brunt of all this illegal pollution. And with those funds that was allocated back to the community, we were able to build a clinic to help those people that are still in the community fighting for their lives. So that's one major thing, but at the same time, we also got the Valero oil refinery and Motiva to put in flare gas recovery units, sulfur recovery units, and also now they've come into compliance because of our actions. So we're very excited about those accomplishments.
That's excellent. That's really great. I know you have a poem that you wanted to share with us. If you would like to, we'd love to hear it.
Well, thank you for that. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, when I first moved back home to Port Arthur, you know, I was so angry because, you know, of all the odors that were still there, the dilapidated situation. Many of the kids were playing in the parking lots. And I was just so angry because we are on the fence line of billion-dollar-a-year companies, but yet our community is still behind in time. And the buildings are dilapidated, and there's a heavy unemployment, 14% unemployment. So one night, I was sitting in my little bungalow, and I heard this huge explosion. It was at one of the plants. And so I like to write, and I write poetry, and I wrote this one poem called My Toxic Reality to release some of the pressure that I was feeling. And I'm gonna share that with you.
Absolutely.
My toxic reality. I see your smoke rising in the air, 2, 3 in the morning when you think no one is there. In the still of the night, my child starts to sneeze. In the still of the night, the other starts to wheeze. Your bright, bright torch, it burns all night. To find my way through the house, I don't even need a light. The roar of your flame I've learned to ignore, even though its combustion vibrate my feet up on the floor. Now, I know I live at the back end of town, and I should just be quiet and not make a sound. You might even find this a little profound, but me and my neighbors are a light and dark shade of brown. I hope our leaders don't conspire to circumvent, because these findings I have a sulfur benzene scent. Excuse me while I cough. My throat has a slight tickle. The air I breathe, it smells and sometimes very fickle. If you went to take a bath and saw a rash up on your chest, would you just shrug your shoulders and wish yourself the best? Because this money they give is great and this is only flesh. But if you had the right insurance, you could go and take a test. Oh, I'm scared I'll lose my job if the pollution I contest. But if you died tonight, would your killers confess to the poison they put inside you that laid you down to rest? Would your family have to fight to pay your doctor bills as you lay 6 foot under up on a grassy hill? Now your job is gone and your company grievance has faded. Your spouse and kids tried to collect from them, but they said your death was not job related. My toxic reality, my toxic reality, my toxic reality.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We'll have to leave it there. A big round of applause for Hilton Kelly, everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Gary Nell, and I'm co-chairing the Aspen Institute's Planet Media, along with Catherine Hayhoe.
And I'm Amy Friedman, member of the Planet Media Task Force.
So we know that many young people are worried about climate change, and all too often they hear about doom and gloom. Media has the power to reach children no matter where they live, and a campaign focused on science, hope, and solutions can reduce worry and empower young people with the knowledge that they need. We teamed up with the Nature Conservancy to kidify 4 essential climate principles. Earth is our home, it's getting hotter because of us, it's changing now and impacting us, but together we can make the changes we need for a brighter future. Now we are unleashing these principles across all kids' media and all kids' platforms. This will help us shift the narrative away from doomerism towards hope and solutions.
In January, we put out a call to the children's media community to pitch their ideas to use those 4 climate principles to create their own original short-form content. And we were absolutely blown away by the response. In just a month, we received over 200 submissions. From those, we selected 7 finalists to come down to Miami and pitch their ideas in front of a very crowded room and a very esteemed panel of judges. And today, we are really thrilled to announce the awardees. First, the judges selected 2 creators who will receive awards of $20,000 to support their content creation. They're Robbie Ledoux and Erica Rabner for Cold Sweat, a live-action, song-centered drama series about a Texas tween who inadvertently becomes a climate vlogger. And Lindsay Owen for Solar Punks, featuring an animated crew of time-traveling heroes who help kids find solutions to ecological problems, and it's all set in a beautiful utopian solar punk future. And now, the winner, who receives an award of $40,000 to create their show. You already started the drum roll, awesome, here it goes. Yo Zeno. Young Park and Nak Choi for Yo Zeno, an anime-style project starring a rebellious space prince who comes to Earth and learns about the importance of collective action and stewardship. Congratulations to everybody.
Hi, I'm Susie Jaramillo, CEO of Encantos and proud Planet Media Task Force member. Our team at Encantos partnered with Planet Media to create a pilot episode of a new digital series called This is Cooler, which takes place right here in Miami. With This is Cooler, we wanted to teach kids the core climate principles, help them see how climate is impacting them and their local communities, and understand what they can do about it, and what adults are already doing, and make it fun and funny for kids. What you're about to see is a portion of the Miami episode where we focus specifically on exchanging climate change. At the end, you can use the QR code to get a sneak peek for the full film, which includes a highlight on real-life climate hero Gianna Hutton Gonzalez, a former Miami-Dade student who started a composting effort across Miami schools. For the full film, to go live just in time for Earth Month, and we're really working hard to bring This is Cooler to cities across the country. I also wanted to add that we had the wonderful opportunity to partner with a very special friend of Miami and Aspen Ideas Climate. So please enjoy the video, and if you feel so moved, get on your feet, get up and make it happen.
Whoa, the heat is really on.
Yeah, like too much.
Thanks a lot, Gloria, Stefan.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This isn't Gloria's fault.
Yeah, the heat is on, but that's on all of us.
Who are you?
I'm Zoe.
And I'm Kai.
And we're the cool crew.
Wait, aren't you not cool if you say you're cool?
Just go with it. So, like, ¿qué pasa with climate change, bro?
Well, what do y'all think is going on?
It's getting hotter because of pollution.
It's grown-ups' fault. They dropped the ball.
Hey! Oh. It's out of control. We can't stop it. We're doomed.
Okay. Story time.
This is the Earth.
Duh.
Shh, there's more.
Sorry.
The Earth has an invisible blanket around it. That's the atmosphere. It's made up of heat-trapping gases that trap just the right amount of heat to create the perfect climate for us. Not too hot, not too cold.
Like Goldilocks.
Yeah, but also, shh.
Humans are adding more heat-trapping gases to the blanket. From how we power on, how we get around, how we make things, how we grow food, and how we live. This makes the blanket thicker, which makes the planet hotter.
A hotter planet changes our climate, which is different from our day-to-day weather. Over time, wet becomes wetter, dry becomes drier, hot becomes hotter. Storms, floods, and wildfires become more dangerous.
Our world is changing, but together, we can make the changes we need for a brighter future. Miami Beach may be in danger, but we're doing everything we can to take care of her. So in the future, she's way cooler. Isn't that right, Miami?
That's right. It's me, the city of Miami. I am so impressed with your generation. You want to do something? You get it done. Thank you for caring for our Earth, Miami, and our beaches. And with your help, we're going to turn this heat around. Hit it!
Come on and take a stand as I sing this song. God, no, you can't control this climate any longer. Feel the heat and hurricanes getting stronger. Lots of little actions can be the change we need. Too much heat. It's getting hotter. There's too much water, and it's been flooding up the streets. Time to make some way better choices about the things you buy and eat. So get the word out. The change is here now. Everybody on your feet.
Okay, so we have some big news here that we're thrilled to announce the National Cinemedia, which is the largest cinema advertising platform in the US, is going to highlight all this work and the Planet Media as the Planet Media exclusive cinema marketing sponsor. Starting in May, they're going to show and promote all this work of Planet Media in theaters across America. Thank you so much.
Well, hello, everybody.
Good morning. Buenos
How you
días.
doing? You got some energy? Great. So we are so honored to be joining you today. They gave us a session to talk about our favorite subject, weather. And so I'm joined by John Morales, and I'd like to start by giving a little background because I don't think they understand the legend that I'm sitting with right now.
So I've been a broadcast meteorologist in this market, the Miami, Fort Lauderdale market, for 33 years en Español, en Univision, en Telemundo, and then on to NBC, where I was chief meteorologist since 2009 till 2022. Now I'm their hurricane specialist, so I'm only on for tropical cyclones. And in addition to daily weather broadcasts and such, I also communicate quite a bit on climate and have provided for probably a couple of decades a lot of climate context in my weather presentations on television and also on social media platforms.
And so a little bit of my background is being a meteorologist, I did operational forecasting and a lot of TV myself, then came over to Climate Central to do our work with TV meteorologists to help people understand how the climate is changing and make these connections. And so what we wanted to start with today is this theme that's been brought into this year's conference about narratives of change. We're actually flipping that a little bit because meteorologists are changing the narratives. And we wanted to make that an actionable verb. And the thing is, there's a few reasons why meteorologists are powerful communicators on climate change. So why don't you start with a little bit of that?
Well, listen, we are provided so many opportunities on a daily basis to enter people's living rooms, or for that matter, maybe for the late news, their bedrooms. And people have learned, frankly, to trust the weathercasters, and there's actual research on that, on how much people trust weathercasters in terms of the information that they deliver, especially when they're looking for a trusted science source. So the general public will actually look at their broadcast meteorologist as their most trusted source of scientific information. So we have a terrific opportunity to be able to communicate the state of the science of climate change to an audience really on a daily basis if the opportunity arises. Studies have shown as well that when an audience is provided climate context in these weather segments, we actually wrote a paper together about that. When they're provided climate context in the weather segments, people internalize and personalize the threat to the point where they're empowered to demand action on climate. So, broadcast meteorologists have become a really important facet of being able to spur action on climate.
And they're also living on the front lines of our changing climate. Weather is one of the primary ways that people experience climate change. And I think we have Tony Leisowitz here with us too. And him and his partner at George Mason University have done so much research on the trusted messenger aspect, but also what is changing opinion on climate change, and weather is one of those ways that people are opening up their minds, they're experiencing things in different ways, and they actually can be moved forward on their understanding of our changing climate. So getting a little bit deeper into the complex science and making it simple and bringing it to people. I mean, backstage, we were talking about so many different examples, but take us through some of what you've experienced and how you've been able to process that.
In recent years, the number of extreme weather events, which are oftentimes attributed to the changing climate, have been multiplying. So the opportunities for a broadcast meteorologist to be on air and provide that climate context, and listen, it's as simple as saying, what we just observed there, and it might be a heat wave, like the one that Miami lived through during this last summer, the worst, hottest summer that Miami has ever had in terms of apparent temperature, or feels like temperature, topping 105 degrees for I don't know how many, double the number of hours over the previous record, right? So it might be a heat wave, it might be an extreme rainfall event, it might be rapid intensification in a hurricane. When these events occur, the broadcast meteorologist can get on air and simply state what we just observed is consistent with what you would expect on a warming planet. And I can leave it at that. It can be as simple as that statement. But the audience starts to realize, oh yeah, I remember 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I had seen some news that scientists had predicted that we would get more heat waves, or that it would rain stronger, or maybe 30 years ago there wasn't as much research on how many rapid intensification cycles we would see in tropical cyclones, but of course, sadly and scary, that we're learning that now in the present era. So that's just some of the ways that we do that. A good example of these rapid intensification cycles last year, Hurricane Otis, just before striking Acapulco. 24 hours prior to landfall, mundane tropical storm. When it made landfall, it was a Category 5 hurricane. Unpredicted, hit a deep pool of very hot water close to the coast, rapidly intensified, and Acapulco got hit really hard with fatalities and an immense amount of damage in that area. And I sitting here in South Florida, still on air, being a hurricane specialist for NBC6, I fear that there's going to come a day when we're going to have a mundane tropical storm in the central Bahamas that 36 hours later is going to make landfall in Miami as a Category 3 or 4 or 5 hurricane, Category 4 or 5 hurricane. That will happen someday. And it's changed the way that I communicate the threat. Because a mundane tropical storm in the central Bahamas might have been a trigger for me to kind of calm people down and say, you know, listen, it's a tropical storm. Worst case scenario might be a Category 1. Now we don't know. Now it can ramp up to a Category 3 or Category 4. And these are some of the threats that we're seeing with the changing climate that are important to communicate to an audience.
And it also highlights the importance of science and data. I mean, there's so much fundamental that we know about the science and data when it comes to our changing climate. And we do need to move forward on solutions. However, we still need science and data to drive that communication forward.
Absolutely. I mean, a good example of that, part of the reason that that forecast for Hurricane Otis was, you know, far from the best was lack of data. You know, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, the ones that fly into the core of the hurricanes, those missions are not flown as often in the Eastern Pacific Ocean as they're flown in the Atlantic Basin. You know, National Hurricane Center 2 weeks ago came out with their report on Hurricane Otis, their post-mortem on the storm. And they noted that had they had more data, they might have been able to pick up on the developing tropical cyclone, how quickly it was intensifying, and maybe provide a better warning for Acapulco. So data is key, but you know, we can't slam people over the head with textbooks, right? So it's up to meteorologists, weathercasters, to communicate science and data in layman fashion so that people can really understand it. And that's, you know, that's really on us. I think we do a great job, generally speaking, and communicate science in simple ways. But what we're not doing enough of is having more people that provide that climate context on weather segments on TV. It's growing, but I mean, 20 years ago when I started to do it, there might have been 3 or 4 of us doing it. Now there's a few more, but there's not enough broadcast meteorologists with the courage that it takes to be able to do that.
I'd say there's a little more than a few more. No one's quite at John's level. I mean, he's super impressive. But the network has grown pretty considerably. There's still more to be done, though. I mean, through our Climate Matters work, we're now up to 1,000 local TV meteorologists across the country and 2,000 local journalists who are bringing this into their work. Again, still more to be done. Another aspect of where the data science is taking us is another thing we wanted to get into a little bit. This is a really fun aspect of the science, when you like science, which we do, is attribution science. And this is the area where we can now go into individual events, extreme weather events, and assess the role of climate change within those events. And attribution science has evolved tremendously over the past 20 years, to the point we can get rapid analysis on specific types of storms and how much more likely or how much more intense that storm was because of climate change. And now as technology and science continues to push forward, we're at a point where we can do daily temperature attribution, and we can bring this into weathercasts, and we can bring this into general conversation. Any of you can access this. Go to climatecentral.org, the Climate Shift Index. You can look anywhere in the world at the role of climate change within individual temperatures. And that science is so fun because it's now getting to applications of how much health impact we're getting or economic impact we're getting. It's actually getting pulled into litigation. It's getting pulled into loss and damage conversations. And the one other fun aspect of data and science is weather is also a solution. It's not just a problem, but think about this. Wind, solar, hydro, this is weather. So weather, see, we love weather. Weather is a way of not only understanding how our climate is changing, but what we can do to be part of the solution. So we only have a couple of minutes left, and we wanted to leave you with some examples of what we've learned in this process, because anyone can be a communicator in this room. I mean, we're with a lot of leaders right now as it is, but we really want to help people unlock that power to have conversations, because climate communication is a solution. So a little bit of what we've learned during the time, I'll say from our example with Climate Matters work, is know your audience. We all know a ton about climate change, but most of society knows something's happening. They don't understand what, and they don't understand what exactly they can do. There's a huge gap between what we know and what the general public knows. And all of the research shows they want to know, other than a very small percent. But 90% of society is interested in learning more, and we have the ability to bring that to them. 2, real quick before, because he's got the best one. 2, meet people where they are. Connect on shared values. There's so much more that brings us together than divides us, so don't always focus on that. Focus on what brings us together. And sadly, climate change is affecting most things, but that's an avenue to open up, tell a story, make it local, make it personal. And the other aspect that's really important here too is this is your line, so I'm holding it for you.
Yeah. This is a time like no other to be courageous. This is the time to talk about this subject matter. Listen, don't be afraid. 3 in 4 Americans accept the state of the science of climate change. It's not as controversial as you think. Strike up those conversations. And listen, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but strike up the conversations with those outside of your immediate comfort zone, so that the more we talk about this subject, the more it's going to become a priority in people's minds, and people are going to demand action on climate from their elected leaders and other organizers and community leaders in their areas. It can be, you know, despite the Thursday night's kitchen table conversation, it should be a kitchen table conversation because it's that important, right? It's the biggest priority, in my opinion, as a scientist of the 21st century, and it needs immediate action.
So weather is one of those ways to strike a conversation with someone else, and as he said, be courageous. Don't be afraid. You have science on your side. You have public opinion on your side. Most people want to learn more, so use this opportunity to have those conversations. So thank you very much for joining us today. We hope you go forward and start some conversations on climate change.
I wear a variety of different hats, even though I'm not wearing a hat today. But one of my hats that I wear is that I'm a musician. I spend a lot of time on the road. Next week, I'm starting rehearsals for a 48-city US tour where we're visiting arenas across the country. But that's not the hat that I want to talk about. I want to talk about my other hat. A few years ago, I finished my PhD in human rights law and sustainable development. I teach climate campaigning at Columbia, and I run an organization called Planet Reimagined, where we turn research into advocacy and then turn that into action. Now, a couple of years ago, I spent a lot of time in Congress. I walked around the halls of Congress, meeting with different members, thinking about the Inflation Reduction Act, and getting to a place where we could get it passed. And thankfully, we were able to pass it. But at the same time, yes, yeah, go for the Inflation Reduction Act. At the same time, I was sitting down with both Republicans and Democrats, and I spent about a year really listening to what they wanted to do about climate. And I know you might be surprised here that I sat down with Republicans, but I learned a lot just from listening for this year. And this idea of transitioning is going to require both Republicans and Democrats all the way across the political spectrum. So I want to tell you a story about us finding common ground between these two sides of politics. So, like this says up here, a transition requires all these different types of stakeholders. And in listening, I found this overlap, and this overlap was around this idea of land use. So I went back to Planet Reimagined, and we did a massive analysis to look at the oil and gas land in the United States. And again, you might be surprised that we were looking at oil and gas land, but we found about 23 million acres of oil and gas land, federal oil and gas land in the United States. Then we overlaid that map with photovoltaic potential. Then we overlaid that map with annual wind speed. to figure out if we could put renewable energy on top of current oil and gas land to help those companies transition faster. And we found that there was so much potential here. So, there's so many reasons why this works. I'm going to run through a few of them really quickly. Environmental reviews, for those of you who don't know, are incredibly long and incredibly tedious. If we're looking at this land that already has oil and gas on it, the environmental review process has already been done. Even if it's not the same type of environmental review process, the data has already been collected, so it cuts years out of the permitting process. Number two is the space. If you think about it, we're looking to put solar and wind on a whole bunch of virgin land across the western United States. By looking at current oil and gas land, we're putting it on pre-disturbed land. We're saving a whole bunch of land that we can conserve by putting renewables on top of current oil and gas. The next piece is equity. And this was a really important thing for me to learn. In the West, so much of the revenue from oil and gas ends up funding schools and hospitals. And a lot of these leaseholders are afraid that the school funding and the hospital funding is going to decrease as we're moving away from fossil fuels. We found a way through renewables to fill the gap in that budget. And then lastly, was the most surprising thing for me. Did you all know that 83% of oil producers and 90% of natural gas producers in the United States have 12 employees or less? It's not the Exxons and Chevrons of the world. It's these small leaseholders, these wildcatters in the West. So we are helping these small business owners transition. So these 4 reasons are why this idea makes a lot of sense. Now, I want to just kind of recap these 4 ideas so you can think about it as I tell you about the process of bringing Republicans and Democrats together. So, of course, we're going to bring down the carbon footprint on these public lands. We can reduce emissions. The increased speed in permitting, which obviously is something that we need. We're going to keep more land wild. And it's a new lease on life for these energy communities that are losing jobs and losing funding for both education and hospitals. So, how did we do this? We went to Congress, and we found members of Congress that were interested in this idea because it helped people. When I sat down with Democrats, I was talking emissions reduction, which makes sense. When I sat down with conservatives, I was talking about jobs in their district. I was talking about energy security, and I was talking about transforming people's lives. And that's a message that they understood. When I was talking to Democrats, I used the words renewable energy. When I was talking to conservatives, I used the words clean energy. They're 2 different languages for selling the same policy. So, we got Republicans and Democrats together to sign a letter to the Department of Interior saying, hey, can we do this? Is this possible? Based on all the research that we did at Planet Reimagined. And as of 3 days ago, we got a response from the Department of Interior that officially says, yes, we can now move forward putting renewables on oil and gas land. Now, I'm sure some of you are in the energy space, so you might have this question. How does it make sense to get utility scale solar or wind on these small leases that have just 12 employees? We thought about that. So, we thought of this model of creating consortiums. So right now, this next step is we are working with small leaseholders in the West, in places like New Mexico, in Colorado, in Utah, creating consortiums of these small leaseholders, putting them together, and then creating purchasing power agreements with the large utility scale solar and wind. So each individual doesn't have to negotiate themselves, but then there's huge potential across these places for new renewable energy. And so what's the next step? The next step is this idea of co-locating renewables on top of oil and gas can be applied in so many different places. And like we said, it saves energy, saves time, and saves money because we can reuse old infrastructure. Whether it's geothermal, looking at state land, federal land, looking at offshore, think about it. So many offshore oil rigs, we can put renewables, we can put wind on top of it. So this idea of reusing and looking at how we can save money and how we can save energy is an incredibly important way for bringing Republicans and Democrats together and finding common ground. If you want to learn more, feel free to scan the QR code. Thank you all so much for listening.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, and thanks for being here on the last day of Aspen Ideas Climate. My name is Dina Cappiello. I am the Chief Communications Officer for RMI, and for those who don't know what that is, it was founded about 40 years ago as the Rocky Mountain Institute, and we are based all over the world now, 700 strong, advancing market-based climate solutions with our data and analysis. I am so happy and honored to be joined by my old friend, Lisa Jackson. Old buddies. I covered her when she was EPA administrator in the Obama administration as an AP journalist, so tracked her career, and I'm thrilled to be reconnected today. She needs no introduction. I'll do it briefly because we're short on time. She was the first EPA administrator under President Barack Obama, our nation's first Black EPA administrator too, and now she is at Apple, where she leads. She's the VP for Environment Policy and Social Initiatives, and I could not be more thrilled to be having a conversation with her. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
So I've been here for the last couple of days, and there's been a lot of discussion about how we're running out of time and how to address and accelerate the transition that is already underway in many parts of the world. And there's been kind of folks who have pushed policy, let's do it by policy, and folks who have pushed private sector initiative. You've been on both sides of that fence. Prior to EPA, you were in my home state of New Jersey, another connection we have as the commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection. What have you learned over the years? What are, between policy and now at Apple being a private company, what are the pluses and minuses of those two pathways, and what have you gleaned from that?
Yeah, well, I think the largest lesson is one we hear a lot of, but I'm living, walking proof. We need both. We need all. We'll talk a little bit about America's All In, but you need policymakers, you need local and federal and national and supranational, but you also need the private sector, and of course you need NGOs. And the private sector has a really specific role to play, which is to actually do the work within our own corporate entities, if you will, but more importantly, and we'll talk about this, in the supply chain. That is where the work really hits the ground and makes a huge difference, and that's really the major amount of the work that we'll be doing at Apple between now and 2030.
I'm going to follow up on that because I can't resist, which is, do you think one's more effective or are they equally effective? Is one easier or is one harder?
I think the one that's indispensable is policy. Okay. Because voluntary actions are wonderful, leadership is extraordinary. I'm very proud of the work that I lead at Apple and that we do at Apple, but without governments who are setting the floor and setting the rules and requirements, you're always going to have this kind of patchwork of leaders and laggards, and that's not going to get us there.
Great. You mentioned some of the work at Apple and alluded to it. We're 6 years away, it's amazing, from Apple's really bold 2030 goal of being 100% carbon neutral across your value chain. You're already carbon neutral within your own footprint, but I'm talking about the suppliers across the whole value chain. How confident are you that goal will be achieved in 6 years? I mean, 6 years is a fast period of time. And
it really
what
is.
steps are you doing now to achieve that?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the work, first off, how confident am I? I'm confident, but it wasn't an easy goal. It's a stretch goal. And so it will require a lot of hard work and a lot of things to continue to move forward. Not the least of which is policy, because one of the things we need is for there to be more clean energy available on grids around the world for our users. If you own an Apple product, when you plug it in, we want that to be powered by clean energy as well. And so we need help from sort of the policymakers and other apparatchiks, the PSUs, the utility commissions. And so, but but the real work has to be happening now. In order to have a supplier running on clean energy by 2030, you have to have done most of the work with them well before 2030. They just can't decide on January 1st, 2030, hey, let me plug into a different grid. These are big industrial operators. And so that's why the work is really happening now. We have over 300 of our suppliers who have signed up and are running, many of them already running on 100% clean energy for all their Apple production. 13.7 gigawatts of energy on grids, new clean energy to serve their needs. We have commitments of 20 gigawatts. All that in, the time basically since we announced the goal in 2020. So we are running at 2030 as quickly as we can and trying to bring our suppliers along with us at that same fast pace.
Yeah. You mentioned it was a stretch goal, and in preparation for this, I did take a look at your annual report and where you guys are, and you're very candid about you can't eliminate all emissions. There's just some things that you can't eliminate now. And as a consequence, under your leadership, Apple has invested in nature-based solutions, and we know that that hasn't come without scrutiny, right? Are those emissions going to be permanently out of the atmosphere? You know this. You've heard all of this. Can you explain your thinking there and why that's an important approach right now for Apple to take?
Yeah, and Dina, when I was at EPA, I have a particularly huge spot in my heart for community-based work, because I think for so long communities that have the most to lose in climate change have been left out of the equation. And so when we looked across, and we're a technology company, so believe me, we love technologies that suck carbon from the air and do all this work, but when we looked at where we could invest, we thought it was important for a company the size and scope of ours to also invest in communities and to do work on nature-based carbon removal. And we actually have an announcement out just today where 2 of our suppliers are joining us, because what we were hoping to do is catalyze private sector engagement in good projects that are actually doing wonderful work. The ones today are in Paraguay and Brazil. But we spend a lot of time telling the community benefits of those projects. Who are the foresters who are involved in afforestation? How do we manage the managed part of a forest that is actually able to, sell lumber and timber, which is still sequestered, by the way, and yet make a profit, but still preserve and reforest parts that had been clear cut. And so that's the really important work. I want to really stress one other thing, though. Carbon removal means nothing if you haven't done the work of mitigation first. So if you haven't mitigated your emissions and aren't doing everything you can there, then you shouldn't be starting with carbon removal. We've mitigated, our goal is 75% of our emissions have to be gone based on our baseline before we can count the removal. And the removal are for things we can't right now see a path to for 2030, like logistics, a huge piece for us, and some direct emissions of like F-gases and other things where we're working on process changes, but it's going to take technology and innovation.
Yeah, I have to say when I was reading that, we're very similar and aligned at RMI, where CDR, any kind of carbon removal, is not an excuse for business as usual. We have to get the emissions down first.
Yeah, and I don't like the fact that those who are doing that, exactly what you said, are making it hard for companies that really are trying to invest in great projects, and making it hard for great projects, because the reaction has been, in my mind, too far the other way. Well, we won't do any carbon removal projects, especially nature-based ones, because they can be so shady. No, we should insist on standards for nature-based work. Otherwise, we're not investing in Latin America, in South America, where there are forests that need to be saved from destruction and where we can't get that carbon back.
Yeah, and that's been a real theme here, which is just very holistic. It's not just about climate. It's not just about reducing emissions. It's benefiting the communities in a much more holistic way, whether that's jobs, economy, et cetera. And I know you and I traveled together many, many years ago back to your neighborhood in New Orleans, where you grew up, after Hurricane Katrina, when you were at EPA administrator. So you know in New Orleans what the story was and who was most affected by that climate disaster, and it was a climate disaster well before we had very numerous climate disasters. You have done a lot of things, obviously, and I've never asked you this question, which is kind of shocking to me, but in your whole career, what is the achievement that you're most proud of? Which one do you think has had the biggest impact? And I know it's not just you. I know it's the amazing people around you, the whoever you're working with. But
yeah, I mean, I guess I have to pick a tie. Look, the work at EPA is. I was 25 years in public service. People now know me and meet me at Apple, and I was like, hold it, I had a life before, and I started at EPA as a staff level engineer, and eventually President Obama named me to run the EPA, one of the greatest honor I could ever imagine. I would say, the endangerment finding that first year in 2009, which gave the authority and well-versed in the law for EPA to be able to regulate greenhouse gases as in danger to human health and welfare. Also the mercury rule, the incredibly, thanks. All the folks at EPA who worked on that deserve a huge round of applause. And then the mercury rule, because mercury is one of those co-contaminants that just travel along with coal-fired, with coal when you burn it. And this idea that somehow we should only worry about carbon and not worry about the communities that are impacted on the fence line was a big deal. And then probably the work on environmental justice. At Apple, I would say, look, Apple is the scope of EPA in many ways. I don't want to sound, I want to be humble about it, but when we make a change in our supply chain, we know our supply chain is not just changing for us. And so I'm happy if they move to clean energy for Apple, but they keep clean energy for all of our competitors in the world. It's the work of leadership, and it's the work we have to do.
That's great. I was actually there for that mercury announcement. You did it at Children's Hospital in Washington, D.C.
I still have that picture of that adorable kid. Yeah, I don't know if you or AP might have taken it. Yeah, one a day.
There's a lot of folks in the audience and at this conference that work for different corporations, nonprofits, government officials. What advice? Apple's a really big company, right, with a lot of resources. I think, I'm not going to ask, but I'm sure almost everybody in this room has an Apple iPhone or an Apple Watch. What other advice, if you were smaller, not kind of as big as Apple, would you have for folks in the audience to make change on this and to push forward on the energy transition?
Yeah, I mean, first I would say, take care of yourselves. That sounds crazy, but this is hard. It's exhausting. It's meant to wear us all down. Keep hope, keep the optimism, because you can't work from a place when you don't feel that. And then this is going to sound really trite, but you have to do everything you can but where you are. So the challenge for me is to do actions that live up to the scope and breadth of Apple, right? To challenge ourselves with a 2030 goal that is as big as people who love Apple expect us to be, and then to do everything we can to make it happen. But you might not be at Apple. So what's the big, hairy thing that might seem tiny to you that makes a difference wherever it is you are? Whether that's running a home, whether that's at a school, whether that's in your place of work. I mean, it sounds a little silly, but do everything you can everywhere you can is the advice I give, but do it in a way that actually generates more optimism in you so that you feel like the changes you're making actually add up and are part of something. Just imagine you're working on the most important project ever, because you are. You really are. And we should all thank you for that.
I love that message of optimism. I mean, you've been at this a long time, right? And
long time.
And I'm sure that there are times where you're like, why am I not making more change, right? We have about a minute left, and I want to ask you kind of a prickly question. I'm not going to mention names, but there's probably a lot in the audience worried about the political election in this country, there is political elections happening, significant ones all across the world, not just in this country. It's something we're talking about at RMI. How do you keep that optimism now? How do we keep that momentum if there is a change in this country in leadership and also other countries that have really significant carbon footprints that also have to address this issue?
Look, I get tremendous energy thinking about the debt we owe to future generations. I don't know a person, and there are folks, I mean, I was famously friends with Jim Inhofe, who was the biggest climate skeptic.
Snowball on the floor, remember that?
Snowball on the floor of Congress. But, you know, at the end of the day, the reason we were friends, I'll tell you the secret, everybody always was around his grandson, you know, who was a huge New Orleans Saints fan. And so, you know, being able to, I can't even remember what it was, something very small, but it was meaningful. Like, at the end of the day, we have to go back to basics. We all care about our kids and our grandchildren and their future. They are reminding us with a sense of urgency, if not anger, and sometimes almost indignation of their future and what they feel like we are leaving to them. And then it all comes down to local. At the end of the day, all politics truly is local. And so being here in Miami is a great reminder of that. When I'm in New Orleans, I feel the same way. If you looked at the politics, the closer you get to the people who are actually living it, the more they understand. And so we have to continue, this is a democracy, to use our voice and to remember that community is the agent of change. That's the level of change that is so fascinating to me. A community that decides to act on its own behalf can be incredibly strong. So we need to revitalize those connections as communities, remember why they're important, work together, and then keep working.
We have to end, unfortunately. We're over time. I would have so many more questions for you. I am not endorsing Apple with this next comment, but I wanted to just leave you all with this, something I found out in preparing for this. On your phone, on your desktop, if you have a Mac, go to the weather app. If you go to the weather app and you scroll up, right now today we're plus 5 degrees Fahrenheit above average temperature for Miami. And I think that's just a wonderful educational tool that wherever you are in the world, because of that technology, you can track it against historic temperatures going back many, many years. So check that out. I think it's super cool as a former science teacher and someone who continues to educate folks on these very important issues. Thank you so much, Lisa. Really appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye, y'all.
Good afternoon. It's fortuitous that it's 3:05 and you're in the 3:05. We're glad to have you in Miami. My name is Alex Heckler, and I am humbled to serve as the chair of the host committee to support this amazing event. And thank you for joining us for year 3 of Aspen Ideas Climate in Miami Beach. The event started as a bit of an experiment to see if people from around the world would be willing to endure 3 days in the brutal Miami Beach winter to talk about and take action on climate. And here we are 3 years later. The event has grown in numbers and in stature. This year, we welcomed onto the stage governors, mayors, cabinet secretaries, ministers, scientific experts, innovators, and philanthropists. We heard about a $60 million announcement from Bezos Earth Fund. We hosted over 100 future leaders from all around the world, and we facilitated engaging conversations through breakout sessions and through roundtables. We are very proud of this success, and we are very grateful to those who contributed to this success. First, we want to thank the sponsors of our host committee here in Miami Beach for making this a reality, and you've seen their names posted on placards all around. We want to thank Dan Porterfield and Greg Gershuni from the Aspen Institute, and thank them for curating this incredible program and all the work they and their team do, the amazing team from the Aspen Institute.
To Michelle Berger, Veronica Bazzorni, Danielle Mejia, Mike Urente, John Adrabi from LSN Partners, thank you for your tireless efforts in coordinating the logistics of this event. To Mayor Levine Cava and Miami-Dade County, Mayor Minor and Miami Beach, and Mayor Suarez in Miami, thank you for serving as our host county and our host cities, and for your steadfast commitment to sustainability and resilience. And finally, to you, our attendees and participants, thank you for caring so deeply about our environment, for traveling from all over the world to be part of this conversation, and for coming back on day 3 and staying awake during my remarks. This is a true testament to your commitment and the power of our Miami Cuban coffee, which is hopefully keeping you awake. And if you haven't discovered it, just walk around Lincoln Road behind you, behind the convention center. In closing, it's our hope that the conversations facilitated during these last 3 days will lead to action. And we hope to see you next year as we reconvene here in Miami, as we continue to address our collective future and the realities of our changing climate. Thank you again.
I'm a poet, and I've been living in Miami for about a decade now. The 2 poems I've chosen to read for you today explore this sort of tension that exists and comes from living in a place like Miami that's so lush and full of natural beauty and generous and basically a veritable tropical paradise, against the backdrop of the impending threat of climate change, climate disaster, and how those sort of like hopes and horrors collide, coexist, and play out in our day-to-day. The first poem is How to Greet the Spring. The sun was out. The flood came anyway. The sea rose to take the city plinth by plinth. Amaranth bled red into twitching schools of silver buttonwoods. To think what you could have given up. Here, even the gulls are starving. The fishermen are fighting. All the waters of the world are troubled and suspect. The little river, the little God in you who lets you go on each day is out of its depth. Out of darkness, you reel in dented cans. They empty through rusted stars as the world warms and the rooftops clamor for higher and higher ground. The next poem is titled Resiliency Committee, and I think probably a lot of you here actually already know that that's an actual civil faction in the city of Miami charged with mitigating climate disaster and climate change. And I wrote this poem at a time when there were wildfires raging on the West Coast, and you'll hear that reference in the first line. Resiliency Committee. The people in the fire are sending smoke signals to those awaiting the flood. Historically, some of the stupidest ideas have been ushered forth by great enthusiasm. Levees, pumps strained by the moon's glow or springtime rain. Meanwhile, we forget our vigilance. We forget the threat of mosquitoes whose pestilence predates us and will probably go on ringing in the blood of the next biped beast. We are making plans in spite of ourselves. We are naming street signs, naming our children. And when the flood comes, might we find it more peaceful than we'd anticipated, rising as if to greet us. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Thrilled to be here. Thank you so much. Incredibly inspiring group to be part of, so thank you for having me. When we talk about carbon these days, think about it. It's the #1 impediment to human growth. It's the biggest challenge for our future, but this is how we see it, which is actually a huge challenge for humans because, as they say, seeing is believing. So I started thinking to myself, well, what if we could actually see carbon? Right? We lost the evolutionary lottery. We can't actually sense it. But if we could, it might look something like this. And I started making other images about imagining carbon at its very source. Right? What if you could actually see in some distant future where these emissions are actually coming from so we could stop them? And what if in that future we could actually tell people today what it is that they need to do to make that future better? Now, my background is actually in museum experience design. The firm that I built designed the 9/11 Memorial Museum. I spent 8 years on this project. Planet Word, a new museum of words and languages in Washington, D.C., filled with wonder and new technologies. We have lots of projects that deal with play in interesting ways. This we built for Manchester United in China. It's a new immersive play experience concept that we're going to be applying to climate. Or this project, Greenwood Rising, which is the Tulsa Race Massacre Museum. And as part of this project in particular, we started thinking about what's often called the call to action. Right? This is the moment at the end where, having seen something and felt something and been moved to action, we're able to wind people up and sort of point them in a direction of where to make productive use of that energy. And in this case, because people are adding their own message, they're actually able to make more impact. Now, this is particularly important now that I'm starting to do self-initiated projects around climate because of this strange fact. So this is the IRA, this is the so-called climate bill, our big opportunity to decarbonize America. But it's a little weird if you followed it, right? The estimates are anywhere from 300 billion to 1.2 trillion. And that is really strange and unusual. But that's specifically because tax credits and grants require voluntary adoption. So when you let that sink in, you start to recognize that every school, every hospital, every business, every church, every local government is going to have to voluntarily decarbonize. Right? They're going to have to raise their hand and say, yes, I want to do the work, and yes, I also want to put in the additional money to make that happen. Now, we have some theories on how that happens. This is the so-called adoption curve that's very famous in Silicon Valley. And when you look at it, these folks here, the early adopters, which is frankly all of us, the climate folks, we have been reached by the messaging thus far. We've maybe calculated our carbon footprint or been galvanized into action. That said, these folks are the ones we need to actually reach now. Right? This is the early majority. This is my audience that I'm hoping to touch on. Now, when you talk to behavioral scientists, there are two things you need to do in order for people to change behavior. Number one is the big why. Why should I make change? Right? And when you look at this, these are the folks that we're trying to reach, and they're starting to get onto the why, as you can see here. 2/3 of them, the majority of America, are already worried about climate. The problem is they don't talk about it, and they definitely don't do anything about it. Now, the why has already been achieved because of this, extreme weather. Right? Inconvenient Truth tried to convince us this was going to happen, and now, this is just a couple months ago in my native New York, it's real. Everyone knows it's real. The second thing that they tell you is that you need a path to what's called efficacy. You need to have a change that will actually make impact. And honestly, I think that is where we have fallen down. Because when we Google in the middle of the night because the sky is orange or because the mudslides have taken something precious from us, the top 10 hits are all carbon footprint. This is you as an individual and you as a consumer. And so what I started doing was gathering together all the things that you can do as members of communities, changing the systems that you're part of, right? So this is all of these different Google searches, drawdown labs, PDFs that I personally and a bunch of people have made our way through. So these are the 6 things you would actually do to decarbonize K through 12 schools. And then we also gathered together case studies of individuals who have made changes around that. Plus, we have a chatbot where you can put in a paragraph about yourself, and it'll pull out all the categories where you can make change. Once you make a commitment to change, you can then step into the future. So this is an immersive experience that we've been prototyping at my studio in Lower Manhattan. And when you step into the future, it's not a good future or a bad future, and this is another cognitive blind spot we're trying to seal. It's a conditional future. It can be different depending on our actions. And as more people take actions, the temperature gets lower and the future gets better. So the idea is to build these, partner with different venues or different locations, different maybe corporations or businesses or local governments, cities or individual counties, places that want to catalyze action and draw attention to the productive things that we can all do, whether it's policies, whether it's new ways of working together, whether it's, again, changing our schools or universities or hospitals, all of these systems need to galvanize both their customers as well as their constituents in order to take action to start this decarbonization process on a mass scale. And that's really what this is trying to do, is make this emotional moment of attention that can then bring forward all the changes themselves. This is a much lower fi version. This we actually launched at the Coal and Ice Show in New York City at the Asia Society. So it has all of these different cards for the different communities that you can be part of. Right, so when you look at it, this is hospitals, for example. I made my way through 200 pages of a National Academy of Sciences deck to pull out these 11 points, right? Or whether it's agriculture, or whether it's procurement, or whether it is creative arts, or whether it's indigenous communities, or whether it's mangroves. The point is there are customized levers just for you in every version of you where you can make a much, much bigger impact than just you as an individual. Because you can do something within a community, talk about it, share about it, and be proud of it. And particularly, we're looking for partnerships in all of these different locations. So online is free. We'd love to partner with people who want to use this as a call to action for their documentaries or their films, news outlets, public spaces, partnerships, as well as the immersives. But what I find most inspiring is this idea of future makers. So these are the individuals. Again, it's amazing that you all are dedicating your lives to climate, but these are the folks who are not. Right? These are teachers who are not quitting their day jobs. This is an amazing artist here in Miami. Each and every one of us is an artist. Walk away knowing that you're an artist, Xavier Cortada. We really have to, as a union, help teachers, help students respond to the moment. This is Michael Kuzic, obviously in Boston. This is the Reverend Canon Sally J. Bingham. Climate change is probably the most moral issue of our time. Or Glenn Elzingo says, put your heart and soul into the relationship with the landscape. Right now we've lost it, but we can rebuild it. And I'll leave with this final quote, which I actually got from a colleague, Jonathan, from Undaunted K through 12. And this is what I find inspiring most of all about this conference. He was saying, you know, oftentimes people in climate think to themselves, oh, how is it that at this moment I'm watching all of these things crashing around me, all of these things that are so problematic, et cetera. But there's also another way to think about it. Maybe we were born at the right time. Maybe this is actually the exact challenge that we were brought here to together solve. And with that, I will say thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, hello, everyone. We've been talking about climate solutions all week. We've been talking about everything from clean energy to natural solutions to forests to the ocean. And today I want to zoom way out and talk about geopolitics and the energy transition. There's no one more expert on this topic than Jason Bordoff, the founding director of the Columbia University's Center for Global Energy Policy. And so I want to start with the energy transition. How is the energy transition impacting geopolitics?
Well, first, thanks, Greg and Dan and the whole team at Aspen for having me this year and the collaboration we have over the course of the year. You've run a phenomenal team at the Aspen Institute, and we're really lucky at Columbia to collaborate with Greg and his team on many things around energy and climate. I really enjoyed Jake's talk, and I think some of the comments I would make would build on it in two respects. One, he and I went to middle school together and haven't seen each other since. And I think, if you want to think about things that give you hope, these careers have come full circle now where we're both spending each and every day trying to think about how to solve the climate crisis from totally different perspectives. And what I just saw is phenomenal in what he has spent his career doing. He made a comment about the early adopters, the people who get this problem, the people who are probably in this room right now, and how to bring more people along by helping them understand the severity of the impacts of climate, of extreme weather. I come at that problem from a slightly different standpoint because my background is in foreign policy and national security and geopolitics. And when we think about the urgency of accelerating a clean energy transition, it is certainly because of the impacts of climate change that we are already seeing and are going to see. It is also because you can build a broader coalition. You can build interest in this when you think about the energy crisis we saw over the last several years, driven by Russia's weaponization of natural gas, and a reminder that as you are dependent on globally traded hydrocarbons inevitably exposed to geopolitical risk, there is There is messiness to the transition, we can talk about that, but in the long run, a decarbonized energy system is going to be a more energy secure one as well as a cleaner one. We right now are seeing, to the extent there can be agreement across the aisle, which is difficult on these issues, some of the things that start to build it are thinking about the enormous economic opportunities that are created by the transition, the national security, the concerns that can come because of competition, particularly in an era of deteriorating relations between the great powers, US and Europe on the one hand and China on the other. There are a host of national security reasons, geostrategic and geoeconomic reasons to accelerate this transition. That's not happening today, to your question, at anywhere near the scale and speed it needs to. And so we're in this moment now of both hope and concern. When you look at, over the last 10 years, by any measure, where we are, 1 in 5 cars sold this year globally will be electric. That's compared to 1 in 20 just a few years ago. Globally, nearly twice as much spent last year on clean energy as spent on fossil fuels. You can sort of go down this list of numbers that are extraordinary with how quickly clean energy is growing. And the only problem is oil use is going up, and gas use is going up, and coal use is going up, and emissions are going up. So two things can both be true at the same time, and we can talk about why that is. And right now, we're in an era that I worry a little bit about, which is we're in an era of war and conflict globally that sap attention and resources from the transition. We're in an era of this great power competition that can, if not managed, slow the pace of clean energy adoption. We're in an era of populism and right-wing parties on the rise around the world in a year where half the global population is going to vote in elections. So some of the worrisome geopolitical trends we're seeing are complicating the energy transition. And if we're not careful about how we go about this clean energy transition, a messy, disorderly transition can worsen some of those same geopolitical forces. And that is a downward spiral that we have to be conscious of and reverse, because it is reversible.
And on that downward spiral, geopolitics impacting the energy transition impacting geopolitics. How do we get out of that tailspin, and how do we, reverse it and be able to get those two things to have a positive correlation with each other?
Yeah, I think the first way is to identify what challenges we're trying to address. And so again, right now you see the rise of populism, you see economic fragmentation globally, you see a pushback to the perceived or real costs of the transition. In the United States, 38% of people surveyed said that they would pay $1 per month for climate change, whatever we define that. That number is down 14 percentage points from 2021. In an era of rising inflation and economic concerns, the political support for stronger climate action, sometimes clean energy is cheaper, but not always. There is a cost. It's lower than the cost of not having a transition and suffering the impacts of climate. So we need to identify what some of those geopolitical challenges are today. And then as we think about the way in which we're going about this transition, a major motivating force for, say, the Inflation Reduction Act, we just heard about, a historic piece of climate legislation with so much opportunity. It is not just climate action, it's industrial policy. It is an effort to build a stronger domestic economy, to create jobs and manufacturing in the United States. And in order to qualify for the tax credits Jake was talking about, much of the manufacturing activity and the economic activity has to be done either in the United States or in free trade partners or in neighboring countries. There's a lot of potential benefit to that. There are risks too, because you can't have a clean energy transition at the scale and speed we need without integrated global markets, without comparative advantage, without parts of the world are going to be better at making some things than others. And it is probably correct to maybe not think about China quite the same way we did 30 years ago in the formation of the WTO. But it is also the case that you need to, you can't have every country try to make the clean energy transition happen within its own borders. And what we're actually seeing today are countries that can't compete with $1 trillion in subsidies, that are worried they'll lose investment, and they're putting up roadblocks, they're putting up tariffs, they're putting up barriers. So Indonesia says we're going to ban the export of raw nickel. Maybe we'll ban the export of refined and processed nickel because we want the battery manufacturing to all happen here. But if every country sets up trade barriers and restrictions that require everything to be done within their borders, you're going to raise the cost of the transition and slow it down. So what we need to do is find a way to think about, the US and Europe are talking about a climate club, cooperation on things like green steel and aluminum that might raise the bar and encourage others to join while remaining committed to some form of global economic integration. We're going to need somewhere between, according to the International Energy Agency, $1.5 to $2 trillion by 2030 into the clean energy transition in emerging and developing economies, compared to 250 billion this year. I mean, just several-fold more in parts of the world where there are a lot of challenges to putting capital to work. We need to overcome those in ways that benefit those local economies. Don't just go and extract critical mineral resources to bring halfway around the world for refining and processing, but simultaneously might think about the enormous economic opportunities that'll be created for US firms, for the technologies, the services that could be needed by export. In the same way that, the Marshall Plan, right? Like after World War II was not purely about charity and altruism, it was about rebuilding Europe economically because it was in the geostrategic and geoeconomic interest of the United States to have a strong and healthy European economy. There are opportunities to do the same, particularly in the emerging and developing economies where we need much, much more capital invested in the clean energy economy. And there are just huge barriers to putting that to work. And again, what we're seeing now is things going in the other direction. You saw this you've been at the climate meetings in Dubai and Sharm el-Sheikh, rising, not reduced tensions between between developed and developing countries over a sense of unfairness, a sense of hypocrisy and resentment for how this clean energy transition is unfolding, because some parts of the world are at risk of being left behind.
So you go to a lot of climate conferences and energy conferences, but you also go to a lot of national security conferences. And when you go to places like the Munich Security Forum, are there climate people that are involved in those conversations? And are the people working on national security and international security around the world, are they thinking about the physical impacts of climate change and how that's going to impact national security and international security?
Somewhat, but not enough. It's a major focus of what we do at the Center on Global Energy Policy and the Institute of Global Politics that our dean at the School of International Public Affairs at Columbia and Secretary Hillary Clinton created recently. And we have a joint initiative on the geopolitics of climate change and the energy transition, precisely to try to bring these communities together. For all the reasons I talked about, and we could talk much more about it, obviously, making sure that the urgency, the opportunities, the messiness, the potential geopolitical complications, as well as the risks of the physical impacts of climate change themselves. A melting Arctic and what that might mean for military competition between the US and China and other great powers, competition for resources. You see it around the world today with drought, then flooding in the Himalayas, and cooperation historically to some extent between India and Pakistan breaking down. You see it impacting energy security, where historic low water levels are complicating passage through the Panama Canal for shipping at the same time that nobody wants to ship things through the Red Sea because of conflict with the Houthis is having significant economic impacts. In the Mekong Delta, where Chinese dams are creating downstream water risks, competition rather than cooperation for resources. So I think the conversation is broadly understood that climate change is going to mean more migration, more refugees, more conflict over water, but it's still superficial, it's still seen as too far off. And understandable if you're in the Situation Room every day and you're thinking about national security with Israel and Gaza and Russia and Ukraine, and we got a ton of problems every morning on the list of things to focus on. But I do think it's important that national security leaders understand climate change to be a more pressing, more today, more urgent issue than is the case today. And conversely, settings like this one, or the climate meeting in Dubai, or something else, I appreciate the invitation to be here as someone who thinks about foreign policy, and I think we need more of that as well.
So one of the themes that we have been hearing about this week that sort of bubbled up to the top is, what if we get this right? And so from your perspective, what does the year 2050 look like if we do the right things in the energy transition, if we do the right things geopolitically? What does that look like in the future, that envisioned future?
It's, well, certainly one where emissions are, if not net zero, a small fraction of what they are today. It is, as I said in the beginning, there are energy security risks to this transition, whether it is a mismatch between the decline in oil supply and the decline in oil demand that lead to tight markets, and you might strengthen the hand of geopolitical actors like Saudi or Qatar before in the long run it's diminished. There could be new risks from clean energy sources, particularly, say, critical minerals, where, as people may know, 80, 90% of most minerals are refined and processed in China. That's about the multi-decade process of transition. Like getting from here to there is going to be difficult and complicated. We often think about the end state. What does net zero look like? Hopefully we get close to that or all the way there. And when we get there, I think it is a world, as I said earlier, that is more energy secure. A lot of energy security risks today come from global trade. A decarbonized world, we know, will be one that is much more electrified. Electricity tends to be produced and consumed more locally. According to the International Energy Agency, global energy-related trade is around 40% of what it is today in a world that gets to net zero. So that has energy security benefits that can reduce the potential for geopolitical conflict. And hopefully it's one where there is cooperation. It doesn't matter where, for example, we know we need a lot of renewable energy. We know that we probably need some amount of negative emissions. And you can think about technology that might remove, say, CO2 from the air. It doesn't matter where that happens. Any ton of CO2 removed contributes equally. Right now, I recently visited a plant in Iceland. And why Iceland? Because they have really cheap renewable energy, geothermal, and they have really good geologic storage capacity. You know where else has that? Is the Rift Valley in Kenya. So what if countries that are wealthier and had historically contributed the bulk of the emissions thought about where to deploy some of these technologies globally that improved cooperation between rich and poor countries, created economic opportunities in parts of the world that historically have been targets of investment for extraction? We can think about being targets of investment for clean energy solutions. Another example might be this low carbon hydrogen, whether it's green hydrogen or maybe even geologic naturally occurring hydrogen. We'll see if that works. It won't necessarily make sense to produce that, say, in North Africa, where there's a lot of low-cost solar, and ship hydrogen as ammonia halfway around the world to be used to make steel somewhere else. You might just move the steel making to where the low-cost hydrogen is. Again, creating economic opportunities for parts of the world that don't have it today. That would be an optimistic version. But there are pessimistic ones too, and I worry that in some respects we may be headed for some of those today if we don't pay attention to it.
So last question. I'm from New Jersey, and I understand that—
So is my wife.
And I understand you're a big Bruce Springsteen fan.
He's from New Jersey.
He is from New Jersey. If the energy transition were Bruce Springsteen lyrics, what would they be?
That's such a challenging question. He has a song, Waiting on a Sunny Day, which I guess is what we need to do to balance the intermittency with renewables. But there's I think, a lyric, or not the chorus, a lyric in Badlands. You spend your life waiting for a moment that just won't come. Well, don't spend your time waiting. So that's sort of what we all need to do when we think about what it takes to accelerate this transition, is kind of just get on it and get our hands dirty and pick up whatever piece we can contribute to. Don't spend our time waiting, just try to make it happen.
So everyone needs to leave here today and go make it happen, and thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
My name is Danielle Bosan. I'm the Vice President of Policy Programs, Director of the Arts Program at the Aspen Institute in Washington, D.C. And before I came to this role, I actually spent the bulk of my career as a climate wonk and advocate, and I loved that work, but I was always stymied at how we could reach people who never thought about climate change and make them part of the solutions that we needed to help our planet. At the same time, I've always loved the way that art can communicate to us. I think of art as humankind's primal language. Through a song or a visual piece, a story, an artist can broadly and brilliantly explain the predicaments we're in and show us the future that we want to see. I, however, contain zero artistic talent. And so I thought to myself, how can the Aspen Institute use its strengths, policy expertise, leadership programs, dialogue to action methodology that we've all seen here today and for the past few days in Miami, and how can we use that as a tool for artists to help inform, educate, uplift their work so that artists can tell their climate stories to an even greater public? And while I was thinking about how to do this, I had the good fortune to meet Karen Baker.
Thank you, Danielle. So I'm Karen Baker. I'm the co-founder and board president of Social Art and Culture. We have been in Washington, D.C., founded since 2009. We've been using the power of the arts to create social change, to educate and advance marginalized and underserved communities. So Social Art and Culture, in collaboration with the arts program at Aspen, are excited to announce the Environmental Justice Artivist Fellowship. So through an extensive 1 year of time, we have selected 9 distinguished fellows who are here today from DC, Maryland, and Virginia. They'll be focused on 5 areas: clean water, water quality, as well as clean air. They'll be focused on equity in food systems, clean energy, and land and pollution. So they'll be focused on that for 9 months, kicking off here at Aspen Ideas. Climate was their kickoff as well, so they're very excited to be part of this. And then they will be focused on 3 distinct areas within Washington, D.C. And their focus will be to look at the most vulnerable climate issues and environmental injustice issues within those communities. So if you know anything about D.C., we call them wards. So they'll be focused on wards 5, 7, and 8 in Washington, D.C. over these 9 months. So real quickly, please join me in welcoming the 9 fellows. Can they stand? So I'll quickly leave you with this quote: "If they don't give you a seat at the table, bring in a folding chair." That was Shirley Chisholm. So we're bringing our folding chairs to your table in order to be part of climate solutions, to impact climate injustice, and we're also going to build our own table. But the difference with this table is you won't need to bring a seat because there'll be already one available to you. Thank you.
Inhale, exhale. Now take another breath in rhythm with this cactus coral that is native to Miami. This video was created by Coral Morphologic, a multifaceted platform for developing symbiosis between humans and corals, what we need for the future of ocean conservation. The ocean provides the majority of oxygen that we breathe on this planet, including every second breath we take. She's our largest carbon sink, covering over 70% of the planet. She's the reason why our Earth's temperature and climate is regulated, controls all of our global currents and weather patterns, and is facing all sorts of extreme threats. Mother Ocean keeps all of humanity and global biodiversity alive, yet she's facing all sorts of extremely toxic pollution issues, illegal unidentified overfishing, and all sorts of stress that affects human biodiversity and the ocean alike. There is no doubt that the responsibility to heal the ocean falls on my generation, the 1.6 members of Gen Z between the ages of 16 to 24 who rely on the ocean and all that she provides, like everyone here. The only way we can truly heal and regenerate our ocean is when we learn from our indigenous elders and channel the wisdom of our ancestors to inform new age conservation solutions. Science has proven that all life has evolved from the ocean. In many Polynesian cultures, the coral polyp, this little animal that you can see here in the video by Coral Morphologic, is the origin of the deep sea. In Hawaiian culture, the Kumalipo, or creation chant, is a sign that all life has evolved from the darkness of Po and come up to create the light. Coral reefs are critically important ecosystems, providing over 25% of marine biodiversity and being one of the most critical habitats. I fell in love with coral reefs at the age of 4. After snorkeling with my dad in Bali, Indonesia, where we lived at the time, and realizing that these reefs and these fish and these beautiful sea creatures were not only my friends, they were my kin, they were my family, and we had to protect them. And coming out of the water that day, I put my hand up and said, Mom, Dad, I'm going to protect the ocean. This is what I'm going to do. And I'm really, really proud to say that I made my little childhood self happy. And that's exactly following up on ocean justice commitments, working now at the highest levels with the United Nations on ocean governance, stewardship, literacy, climate policy, and most importantly, figuring out how to oceanize the world. In fact, we're all ocean people, and we've all come from the ocean. And the ocean faces a $1.5 billion funding gap. So we do all need to come together to invest in her, to fund her for the future of humankind. Thanks to vocal media at COP28 and the US State Department, I got to interview Brenda Mallory, the first African-American chair on the Council of Environmental Quality. She recently released the Ocean Justice Strategy, which I'm really excited to share more about with you all today. The ocean justice movement focuses on addressing environmental justice concerns related to the use of the ocean for economic, cultural, spiritual, food provisions, and recreational purposes, along with much more. Our nation's coasts are home to about 40% of the US population, and the ocean's benefits extend either further upstream. Yesterday, during the beach cleanup, a girl from Kansas told me how connected to the ocean she was, through the riverways, through the experiences she has with the Mississippi River and all sorts of other water bodies flowing into larger estuaries that eventually reach the ocean. Everything is connected to the ocean, and that's why we all have a role to play in accelerating ocean justice and ocean climate action. The ocean is the beating blue heart of humanity, and I can feel and channel her pulse. Literally with every step, with every breath, you take, I take, we take together. We need to understand that the ocean is creating this. And the Heart of Okeanos, developed at the intersection of art, science, and technology by Petro Cesti, recreated the biology of the heart of a blue whale, the largest heart of the animal kingdom. Pretty cool. The Heart of Okeanos will be brought back to life by seeding it with super corals from the Urban Coral Lab and helping to create teeming biodiversity back in a marine ecosystem just off 600 feet off the coast of South Beach here. We will be rebuilding a reef that once was by seeding the sculpture with living corals and helping Reefline's vision accelerate marine habitats with purpose-built, climate-resistant reefs. The Reefline is a creative ocean solution that can be among Florida's great next blue economy attraction, bringing the triple bottom line benefits of ecological restoration, economic growth, and a higher quality, particularly to the communities most proximate to it. The global ocean economy is projected to reach $3 trillion by 2030, according to the OECD. And according to the Middlebury Institute for Economic Development and International Studies, America's blue economy is worth nearly $373 billion, with tourism and recreation being the top industry to people's quality of life, providing more than 1 million jobs created by ocean activities here in the state of Florida. Miami is home to pioneering supercorals that demonstrate to us that through adaptation to adversity, we reveal our greatest strengths. A lot of inner city and kids in Miami will never have the chance to do what I get to do and see this underwater world, connect with the local biodiversity beneath the surface. And the Coral City Camera, Ocean Rescue Alliance, and Coral Morphologic and the Reefline come together to build civic pride by enabling everyone to get underwater and connect with these beautiful ecosystems. If we protect what we love, then the Coral City, Miami, has the opportunity to be the largest beacon of ocean tech innovation in the world. No ocean, no climate, no life. Healthy ocean, healthy climate, abundant biodiversity, bustling human societies. Coral reefs are the rainforests of the sea. They are the original real estate developers on planet Earth, building complex ecosystems that demonstrate that it's possible, that diverse communities can all live together symbiotically. We have to recognize that we aren't above nature, we are a part of it too. And we need to build symbiotic relationships between elders and youth, humans and corals, and learn from nature's indigenous guardians that both interspecies and interdisciplinary and intergenerational collaboration is necessary to regenerate the ocean and get to the future that when we all close our eyes, we envision. Through the power of art, we are reconnecting our hearts to the ocean. Now I want you all to get up, stand up, go ahead and make your big heart as you put it up, and go ahead and give it to the world, give it to those around you. Feel free to make a heart with your neighbor on both sides if you'd like, and make sure that regardless of what we do, whatever field in climate innovation you're working on, you lead with love. Because when you lead with love, when you channel your family and your ancestors, we get to systemic change. Thank you all so much, and remember that it's all about the heart.
Dan Gelber, I'm a former mayor of this wonderful city. At the end here is Dan Porterfield, the other Dan, who is the president and CEO of the Aspen Institute, the convener. And we brought with us a Aspen Fellow. You are an Aspen Fellow.
This is true.
Who also happens to be the mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're gonna bring this thing home. This is the final session. It'll be brief, but we're gonna talk a little bit about what's been happening and more importantly, what happens next. Over 3 years since we started this, Dan, we've had 6,000 people have come to Aspen Ideas Miami Beach. We've had probably 120 sessions, conversations here. We've had 500 young leaders, and we've had an innumerable mosaic of conversations that have led to other conversations that have led to action. And of course, we've had millions of imprints on social media. So the question I have for you all, first of all, thank you, Dan, for bringing Aspen Institute Climate to Miami Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, William.
And I want to thank Mayor Suarez, because we met all 4 years ago and said, will we do this? And Mayor Suarez was president of the Conference of Mayors nationally and made a commitment to bring mayors here also, so that, and we had about 60 here this last 3 days, so that they could bring back to their communities what they learned and also help other cities see what they've done.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayors, both of you, and Mayor Levine Cava as well. It's been a great honor for the Aspen Institute. Each of these years, the convenings have been different, new topics, new speakers, new solutions. I'm so proud of our energy and environment team, led by Greg Gersheni, our public programs team, and all of the Aspen colleagues, including our many trustees who've been supportive and made this possible. And I do want to call out also Alex Heckler and Michelle Berger, who have coordinated the planning committee. So this is just the beginning, I hope. It's just been spectacular again this year, and thank you, Mayor.
Sure. So Mayor Suarez, who is a better basketball player, me or Dan Porterfield?
I don't know what this has to do about climate.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's talk then about the future then.
Well, look, I think for us, we like to think of the environment as intertwined with the economy. We like to say that the economy is the environment is the economy. We think it's a false dichotomy to have to choose one or the other. And everything from our drinking water to our Everglades to our reef system, so much of ecotourism, so much of our sustainability and viability comes from our environment. And so, I mean, I've been very blessed. I was the only mayor and still the only mayor selected on the Global Commission on Adaptation. And then, as you said, prior to being president of the Conference of Mayors, I was blessed to be named the chair of the Environment Committee, which then I passed on to you. So yes. You could be chair of the Environment Committee. And I think the reason why is because many people saw Miami as the epicenter for the climate crisis, but also the epicenter for climate solutions. And so I remember when we brought former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to Miami, he came down here and he was astonished at some of the things that we were implementing, or we had implemented in both of our cities. In the case of Miami, FEMA actually reduced our flood risk. And so our flood premiums went down by 8% based on some of the actions that we took through our Miami Forever bond, which, as you mentioned in the back, Miamians are not typically pro-taxation, right? So self-taxation. So for them to vote for a self-imposed tax that would give them the resources to combine with state and federal funds to try to deal with the issues that we see day in and day out, I think it's a real signal to how mature this community is, how conscientious it is about this issue, and how we are looking towards the future, right? We are looking towards, my children's generation. My son is 10 years old, my daughter's 5, and I want to make sure that they have a Miami. We call it a Miami Forever. We want to make sure they have a Miami that's here forever and for all of them.
That's great. That's beautifully said. Dan, how are you? I mean, Aspen, I always tease you, is solving the greatest problems the world has ever confronted. Literally, it says so on their website. What do you see next for this, and also as for the climate space for Aspen and what you want to do?
Well, certainly on the climate issue writ large, we see it as one of the dominant themes we will continue to lean into and grow over the years to come. Partly because we've been here now for 3 years, we've met so many partners who have joined us or who we've joined in work that's around education or around removing plastics from the ocean, or is around supporting entrepreneurs and those that finance them in bringing to market opportunities that can make a difference. So we're going to accelerate that work for sure. Now, more specifically, we would love to continue being here and build this into, I think it's already one of the preeminent climate convenings in the country. What more can we do with it together in partnership with the Miami community, the business community, the foundation community, all of you who are here? What next chapters can we write together? We're very much interested in continuing to build this.
You know, and we appreciate that because, frankly, my city, Miami Beach, where I was born and raised, is at sea level. It sees the sunny day flooding that happens in Miami as well. Sure. So my question is this. The two of you have two very interesting perspectives. You're putting together the case, and you are having to implement it. And so how do you see this and things like this as the key to create the argument for and the means to solve this problem, which I think we would agree is a solvable problem?
Well, I'll go first, but you're doing the real work. But I think that what we do is we bring people together, we bring them to the table in a spirit of optimism, community with a solutions priority. That's what Aspen is known for, is how do we bring people together from all walks of life so that they can together ignite their potential to build understanding, and from that understanding, to find new possibilities and new solutions. And I think that some of the climate talk is all about what big companies or individual actors should do, and not enough about what communities can do together. If you want to build the political will, there needs to be a public will. If you want to build public will, people have to be able to get involved. There's all these young people that are here today. There's a group in the back that all came from Franklin and Marshall College in Pennsylvania, 4 first-year students. They came down here because they want to be part of a solution. So we have to offer a framework where everybody can join. I think that's one of the things that we're best at.
Mayor Suarez?
Yeah, I think what we look at is, we look at this in 3 distinct buckets. Of course, sort of the crisis is these events that we see, right? Hurricanes, dry day flooding, and what we call rain bombs, which is sort of greater than usual rain events. And so these are things that we see, right? There's no debate. It's not a debate. Exactly. It's happening. We've got to deal with it. So we are reinforcing our infrastructure to manage that. I think the second part is we issued a carbon neutrality plan. So how do we work with the private sector? And as a public entity, we're a big entity. We're a $1 billion company with 4,500 employees and 4 labor unions. How do we work as a government ecosystem and as a private sector ecosystem to eliminate carbon, to be net neutral? And then I think the third thing that we look at is, and this came through in a BCG study that BCG donated to the city, particularly in the last couple of years, which is climate tech, right? What are we doing as a world to reverse? Right? We talk a lot about adaptation, mitigation, which is sort of to make less worse, less bad, right? Like, let's mitigate, let's make things less bad. And I think sometimes that's not ambitious enough. You know, I think we've got to like reverse what the damage that we've done. And I think that the concept of reversal in the context of climate tech is one that I think we can create a dynamic ecosystem. And look, when you're in this knowledge-based economy that we're metamorphosizing in, cities like us that are creating ecosystems where we want to have people experience prosperity and obviously and do well, a lot of that comes from innovation. And so we want to be the innovation capital of climate tech in the world.
You know, I love the way that you've been able to tie work to make progress on climate issues to the future of Miami, to the economy, to the future of young people. It's such a positive, let's do this message. And I think that is part of what's needed to activate collective action, is that people can visualize that together we can get a lot done.
So let me ask you, and you're a Republican mayor, I'm a Democratic mayor, we always have sort of been very like-minded on these issues. And Miami, which is a community really that's pretty evenly divided politically, even in these times when things are so highly charged and highly partisan, it seems that our community has not treated these issues as partisan issues. They've treated them really as let's get it done issues. We both did bonds that asked people to tax themselves by their own vote. So why do you think that happens? And I'd love your point, your vantage point as well, because you don't really play around in that sandbox, but you have to deal with it.
Yeah, I would just say that I think we treat our environment as a precious asset. And if you think of it as a precious asset, then I don't think you look at it from a partisan perspective, right? And again, this precious asset goes to our viability, right? And our sustainability and our livability, but it also goes to our economy, right? I mean, and I think that's something that maybe has been underappreciated in the discussion nationally, right? Not just from a disaster perspective, because it's often talked about it from a disaster perspective, but from just an ecotourism perspective. And the last thing I would say, and this came out in the study that we presented to the United Nations for the Global Commission, there's a good economic case to be made that for every dollar that you spend prophylactically, you save $7 to $8 in post-disaster. So I think part of the case we made to our residents, and we continue to make, is if we invest up front, we're going to save you a lot on the back end. We're going to save it to you in the form of premiums. We're going to save it to you in the form of obviously damage, which doesn't only have an economic cost, but I mean, any of you who've experienced a very, very bad hurricane know how awful it feels to be without power, right? Anyone knows. I mean, I've had mothers been in the streets and had mothers tell me that their baby milk is spoiling. I mean, that's such a feeling of helplessness as a public official, vis-a-vis a parent that's your boss, that's your resident. So, I think the more hardened our infrastructure is, the less of these incidents that we have, the less stress that we put on our community, not just economic stress.
It's interesting, in our city, in Miami Beach, when we were raising our roads and doing our remediation so that we were able to avoid the flooding, we did a business case study where we had someone come in and analyze property values in areas that had been raised versus ones that had not yet been raised. And we made a very strong case that every place we did it had a better response to property appreciation than the other places, which our residents said, well, now I want it. Dan, we got a couple minutes left. Why don't you address the partisan issue? And before you do, I want to personally thank Mayor Suarez and Mayor Levine Cava, because frankly, 4 years ago when we met, and I said, and you said, we want to do this in Miami Beach, I said, well, I got some partners I got to talk to, and we all met numerous times, and it really was because of their leadership that this has happened. So, Francis, I want to thank you, and I want to thank Daniela. And we have 2 minutes left of the entire conference, so why don't you give us the final farewell?
Well, I don't know if I have the final farewell. It's a little ominous. I would say on the question of inclusion, political inclusion, it's just so important to engage the ideas and not try to figure out what you think somebody is because of what you think their party might be. For goodness sakes, the independents are growing faster than any party right now. So our approach has always been to bring people to the table, especially the business community, which often is not invited, even though they have so much to offer. And you have no idea who's what in the business community. You just know they're running a business. I just want to thank this group for your faith that it makes sense to come together to listen, learn, and then go act collectively. And all of us are on a journey to try to figure out how can I make the best difference with the life I have in the world that I was so lucky to be a part of. So each of us has that service ethic, and you express that ethic by spending your time here in this room and in this convening, and then in the work you do that made this important to you. That goes for the two of you as well. And so I just want to say thank you, because that call to service is what brings us together as human beings and as a planet. And working together, convenings like this and all that comes after, we will make a great difference. So thank to all of you. Thank you too.
Thank you. All right.